Chapter 2022. Someone was indeed here. The lake rippled under the night sky. A girl wearing simple clothes that could not hide her outstanding charm arrived before the pavilion amid the hazy white fog. She pushed the door open and entered. She went straight to the study and saw the mess on the floor. She frowned slightly and smiled softly. This girl is causing trouble in my room again. Clearly, she knew that Lu Ruyun was the cause of all this. Aside from Lu Ruyun, no one else could enter the pavilion in the center of the lake. Lu Ruyun showed a relaxed expression and did not notice that someone was leaning against the roof beam, watching her. The only exposed eyes under the mask had lost their previous clarity, appearing somewhat sluggish. It really is her. Qingyun piques Lu Ruyue, the girl who once made Xiaoqin reveal his heart at the top of a 30-kilometer-tall peak and love her. After not seeing her for so many years, she had changed a lot. The only thing that did not change was her charm, which remained the same. She was exactly the same as in Xiaoqian's memories. However, she now had an air of nobility and holiness that others could not bear to blaspheme. Lu Ruyue clearly had many charms, but she did not give off the aura of a prostitute. Instead, she was filled with contradictions and temptation. No wonder everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire knew about the White Dragon Holy Daughter. Who could compare to her charm? She is too reckless. I really have to scold her. Lu Ruyun looked at the painting and the gaps of various sizes, appearing somewhat angry. As she looked at the blank painting with only a silhouette, she revealed a trace of gentleness and confusion on her face. Why is it that when I see only a silhouette, my heart relaxes? However, I cannot remember who he is. Who is it? Just at this moment, a strange sound startled Lu Ruyue. It turned out that Lu Ruyue could not help falling from the roof beam. Lu Ruyue reacted very quickly. With a flip of her hand, she threw a palm strike. Given her sovereign personage cultivation, if this palm strike struck Xiaoqin, he would suffer. Whoosh! Xiaoqin suddenly startled awake. His figure flashed as he dodged the palm strike and flew out of the window. How bold of you! You even dare to barge into my room. A murderous intent flashed in Lu Ruyue's eyes. A small saber appeared in her hand as she gave chase like a beam of flowing light. Despite moving later, Lu Ruyue arrived first, landing in front of Xiaoqin and blocking his path. Clang! Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian drew the short saber in his hand, and a cold killing intent immediately spread out. The temperature of the lake plummeted. The blade of the saber shone with a piercingly cold light, reflecting the gentle moonlight. A cool breeze blew in the surroundings, making it seem like willow leaves drifting about. The instant Lu Ruyue drew her saber, her aura merged with the surrounding mountains and rivers. The blade was locked on to Xiaoqin. Apart from taking the blow head-on, there was no way to avoid it. Under the illumination of the full moon in the vast night, the clear surface of the lake was filled with cold fog. The saber light flying over was cold and desolate. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiaoqin had no idea. Regardless of the reason, Xiaoqin could not attack the person in front of him. The promise he made in this life would never be erased. Like a willow leaf, it flew along with the saber and was less than 30 centimeters away from him. Xiaoqin took off the Grim Reaper mask on his face. Under the gentle moonlight, this was a delicate and handsome face. It didn't have the magnificence of jade, nor did it have the arrogance of nobility. It was a face with delicate features and a pair of clear and bright eyes under the illumination of the moonlight. The instant Xiaoqin removed the mask, Lu Ruyue's heart skipped a beat. It was like a conditioned reflex as she forcefully pulled back her attack. The fatal saber stopped when it was less than 2 centimeters away from Xiaoqin. Their eyes met, and Lu Ruyue immediately felt distracted. While she was at a loss, she felt that the person before her was incredibly familiar, exceptionally intimate. White fog spread out in all directions, and the lake reflected the bright moon in the sky. As the two stood on the peaceful lake, it was like they were standing on a bright moon. The lake was empty, and only the two full moons in the sky and the man and woman in white remained in this world. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face. It had been so many years. Even if the other party lost her memories, she could not erase the feelings of the past. At this moment, Xiaochen felt relieved. Many of his grievances were swept away. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Rui's wrist, which she used to draw her saber, and slowly moved it away. Then, he bent over and gently kissed the back of her hand. Lu Rui immediately revealed extreme shock on her face. She had an incredulous expression. She blushed like fire. "You scoundrel!" Bang! Lu Rui threw a palm strike with her left hand at lightning speed and struck Xiaochen's shoulder. Immediately, Xiaochen flew back like a sandbag. Xiaochen landed on the water and splashed up a large amount of water. He only managed to stand firm after flying a long distance. Xiaochen wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips and looked at Lu Rui in front. His smile did not diminish. Lu Rui's expression returned to normal as she asked Xiaochen coldly, "Who are you?" The murderous intent on her face no longer existed. Although this was the first time Lu Rui met the person before her, she felt a sense of familiarity. There was no sense of unfamiliarity at all. This was the first time Lu Rui had experienced something like this in her life. She felt somewhat flustered, but she could only maintain a cold expression and pretend to be calm. Just as Xiaochen was about to answer, a strong aura rushed over from the distance. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He was very familiar with this aura. It was the White Dragon King. Xiaochen glanced at Lu Rui and said, "We will meet again. The next time we meet, I will tell you who I am." Right after Xiaochen spoke, he turned and left. Whoosh! Right after Xiaochen left, the White Dragon King slowly descended. As the White Dragon King watched Xiaochen leave, he felt astonished. This fellow is rather courageous. All the major factions of the Divine Dragon Empire are looking for him, yet he still dares to come to the White Dragon Palace. "Adoptive father, do you know this person?" Lu Rui asked as she looked at the White Dragon King. When Xiaochen left, his usual calm immediately gave her some clues from the White Dragon King's face. If Xiaochen were here, he would definitely feel suspicious about how Lu Rui addressed him. The White Dragon King's heart immediately tightened. This girl is still as sharp as before. She noticed the slightest change in his expression. "What's going on?" A figure flew over from the lake. It was Lu Rui. The White Dragon King immediately felt a headache coming. Another problem. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Rui pestered him. "Quickly speak. Quickly speak. What's going on? I feel like someone was here." Lu Rui said, "Indeed, someone was here. He wore white clothes and was young. He seemed to be of a mixed blood dragon bloodline." "Xiaochen. It's Xiaochen. Father, what did you do to him? Don't hand him over to Ancestor Dragon City." Lu Rui immediately guessed who it was. Then, she gave the White Dragon King a pitiful look. The White Dragon King sighed in his heart. Then, he said helplessly, "It was indeed him. However, I already let him go and did not make things difficult for him. Why didn't you keep him here?" Lu Rui immediately retorted angrily. The White Dragon King smiled embarrassedly. "I'm really in the wrong now. It was wrong to keep him here, but it was wrong not to keep him here either." Xiaochen. The Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiaochen, who caused a series of commotion recently and successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. To think that he dares to remain in the Divine Dragon Empire. The Golden Dragon Palace commissioned Ancestor Dragon City to issue a wanted order. However, Lu Riyue felt incredibly shocked, clearly surprised. Unexpectedly, this person whom she felt so close to had such an identity. Isn't that very dangerous? Father, please save him, Lu Riyue said worriedly. The White Dragon King showed a grave expression as he sighed softly. This trouble is worse than you imagine. Actually, he did not offend Ancestor Dragon City. He offended the Golden Dragon Palace. Back then, when news of him successfully practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist spread, the Golden Dragon Palace prepared to make a move against him. This time, the Supreme Dragon Fist suppressed the Emperor Dragon Fist, making the Golden Dragon Palace nervous. What is the difference between offending Ancestor Dragon City and the Golden Dragon Palace? Lu Riyue felt confused, not understanding. Lu Riyue entered deep thought. Then, she said softly, if he offends Ancestor Dragon City, everything will be handled according to the rules. At the very least, he will not die. After investigating the truth, if he is not a spy and there is nothing suspicious about his identity, Ancestor Dragon City might even let bygones be bygones and nurture him. If he offends the Golden Dragon Palace, it will be problematic. If the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor rages, how can anyone survive? Father, I don't care. You have to save him. When Lu Riyue heard that, her expression immediately turned unsightly. Only now did she realize the severity of the matter. Lu Riyue looked at the White Dragon King and said, Adoptive father, this person can be saved. The other Dragon Kings probably do not want him to die. If he lives, he will make the Golden Dragon Palace's people nervous. It might even affect the fight to become the Dragon Emperor. What made the Golden Dragon bloodline nervous was not Xiao Qin but Xiao Chen's Supreme Dragon Fist. The influence that this fist technique had back then was simply too heaven-defying. The previous generation Heaven Dragon nearly used the Supreme Dragon Fist to change the world. It would be a lie to say that the Qin clan, the royal clan of the Golden Dragon bloodline, was not nervous. The White Dragon King observed Lu Riyue's expression. It looked like this Xiao Qin did not say anything strange to Lu Riyue, forcefully evoking her memories. He was rather smart. I'll think about this matter. The two of you should not interfere, especially you. Do you hear me? The White Dragon King pointed at Lu Riyue and threatened her before leaving. Now, only Lu Riyue and Lu Riyun remained on the lake. Lu Riyue smiled and said, Elder sister, your words are still the most effective. Based on father's appearance, he probably agreed. Lu Riyue smiled faintly and said, It's hard to say. The things involved are much more complicated than you imagine. At adoptive father's level, no matter what decision he makes, he will not be affected by emotions. He will only make decisions related to benefits. Of course, you are an exception. Is that so? Why do I feel that he does not care about me at all? He locked me up in the White Dragon Palace for many years, not letting me out, Lu Riyue said in dissatisfaction. Chapter 2023. Are you done? Gotcha. On this day, when night was about to fall, Xiao Qin got up from the barren mountain where he was cultivating. As long as an aristocratic family had a divine physique, it was a sign of prosperity. As long as his god body grew normally, he could be invincible and achieve an earth-shaking undertaking. This person was a peak consummation holy venerate, only half a step away from sovereign personage. This person was a Dragon's Gate Inner Palace disciple. Your Highness, there's nothing in the south either. In this world of light, the fresh blood was particularly eye-catching. It was like a blood-colored datura flower blossoming in Xiao Chen's palm. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't need to worry so much. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't need his friends to risk their lives to save him. I am Qin Feng, an inner palace disciple of the Dragon's Gate. Sorry for disturbing your cultivation. We do not have any ill intentions. As long as you remove your mask and reveal your identity, we will leave. Unlike now, when he had to sneak around even when he was leaving. Sooner or later, he would return in a dignified and above-board manner. A handsome man in a purplish golden dragon robe slowly appeared in the forest with a regal aura emanating from his body. As the golden dragon palace narrowed down the scope, it started to target people with suspicious characteristics. Now that his worries were gone, Xiaoqin set out on his journey. Wearing the death god mask, he hurried through the night. All of a sudden, Qin Feng's countenance changed. There seemed to be an accident happening below. After 2 months of bitter cultivation, Xiaoqin continuously improved his divine dragon body tempering art, heading for peak consummation of the 6th layer. It was called the divine body. Don't flatter me. I'm just a pawn. It was time to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. In the Divine Dragon Empire, there was naturally only one person who could be addressed as the Crown Prince. Just at this moment, dragon roars resounded in the surroundings. Figures continuously gathered in the air towards the desolate mountain. He was very sure that the other party had not confirmed his identity and was only guessing and suspecting him. During the day, Xiaoqin would find a quiet place to cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. At night, he would wear the death god mask and travel. Space was in chaos. Before the two of them could do anything, they were pulled into the world within Xiaoqin's palm. Looking at the corpses of the Dragon Protection Squad members on the ground, Zhang Xian searched the area and fell deep in thought. The Golden Dragon Palace's wise men deduced that Xiaoqin had a treasure that could hide his aura. The Golden Dragon Palace's wise man deduced that Xiaoqin had a treasure that could hide his aura. It could isolate all auras and even prevent him from being divined. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. In the end, he was a Dragon's Gate Inner Palace disciple. He was extremely decisive. Exactly how much the Golden Dragon royalty hates Xiaoqin to of the Divine Dragon to the Dragon Guards. The true Divine Dragon war body completely changed one's physique, becoming an acquired divine body. All kinds of constitutions had all kinds of incredible effects. Among this group of special constitutions, there were very few that stood out, and even they had to look up to these special constitutions. To this the Qin to the various physique, Xiao was, Long Yun, A1, A, and A2, and a Qin, A, this. To, thou. A, the dragon, I, he. Qin. Of Qin. Demon, Xiao, spirit, of to was. Xiao from, Qin of realm of Qin, and of. To the Golden Dragon Palace's upper echelon, this was practically impossible. To think that it was so difficult to find a person. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor ordered that we would rather kill the wrong person than let him off. Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he said seriously, "You do not understand what the Supreme Dragon Fist means. All the more, you do not understand what it means for that person to use the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat the Emperor Dragon Fist. If you do not pay attention to it while it is still a flame, when it becomes an overwhelming flame, you will not be able to extinguish it. That would be a tragedy. Even if that person was not Xiaoqin, he would not be someone to offend. He had an extremely strange temper." Right. Under the mask, Xiaoqin showed a calm expression, not flustered at all. One could easily imagine how horrifying it was. Aside from that, everything was fine. The remaining dragon guards beside Qin Feng said, "Young Master Qin, what do you think the chances of this person being Xiaoqin are?" 2 days later, in this forest, the Death God mask had its own secret technique, Void Shadow. When used with the 3rd layer of Firmament's Rage, Xiaoqin subdued the enemy in one move. Plants grew wildly in the forest below. Unexpectedly, the boundless saber formation formed by 10 odd dragon guards got trapped. Xiaoqin spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and said softly, 150 cauldron force. This was a group of strong factions that only obeyed the Golden Dragon royalty. They spread throughout the empire, infiltrating every nook and cranny. As long as Xiaoqin was in the Divine Dragon Empire, this group of people would find him sooner or later. In that case, I can only make things difficult for him. What surprised Xiaoqin was that the ones who appeared the most were not the Blood Dragon Guards but cultivators with the Golden Dragon race bloodline. As Xiaoqin guessed, Lu Riyue had indeed lost her memories. Whoosh! 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 The dragon guards were stunned for a moment before following. When they arrived beside Qin Feng, they were greatly startled. How can it be like this? Whoosh! After 2 months of pursuit, they had found nothing. There were no traces of Xiaoqin and the Divine Dragon Empire. The 5-element divine lightning flowed in Qin Feng's palm. Together with the boundless saber light, it formed a small world in his palm. Xiaoqin slowly understood what the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor meant. In the end, there was only one reason for today's sorry state: he was not strong enough. However, since such people purposely hid their auras, the ones they ran into were not kind. That was enough. Xiaoqin did not have much time to think. He leaped up and flew over. Boundless saber qi spread out, frantically chopping down tree branches and sending shrapnel flying. These people were also prepared to fight at the slightest disagreement. Not long after, more and more people rushed over from all directions. Every time someone arrived, they would kneel down on one knee and respectfully report their arrival. However, it seemed like the faster they chopped, the faster the tree grew. The more they chopped, the taller and larger the tree became. By the time they startled awake, they were already trapped, unable to show themselves. You want to leave now? It's too late. Reaching peak consummation of the Divine Dragon body tempering art was just the beginning. The earlier Divine Dragon war body was a joke. Xiaoqin was not in a rush. The more anxious he was, the easier it would be for things to go wrong. Your Highness the Crown Prince, we have already searched 50 kilometers to the east. There is no sign of young Master Qin Feng's corpse. Being able to see Lu Riyue one last time before leaving the Divine Dragon Empire satisfied Xiaoqian's wish. A light flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. He desired to become stronger, filled with ambition for his strength. At the foot of the White Dragon Palace, Xiaoqin looked up. He could still see the bright moon, but he could not see the beauty under it. Bang! Let's go. There's no saving these people. They offended someone they should not have offended. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Aside from the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming, there was no one else. At some point in time, Xiaoqin appeared above the two and executed the third layer of Firmament's Rage. The dragon protecting guards shouted, but the saber formation did not fall into chaos. It materialized a huge dragon of saber light radiating boundless killing qi in hot pursuit. Did this matter really startle the Dragon Emperor? An insignificant holy venerate actually angered the purple gold Dragon Emperor, to the point that he personally issued a kill order. In this world, there was a small group of people who were born with a special physique, possessing physical bodies that ordinary people could not compare to. Xiaoqian's figure flashed. Having been prepared for this, he easily dodged and headed for the dense forest. Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. The surrounding dragon protecting guards instantly drew their weapons and formed a saber formation surging with killing qi, surrounding Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin took down these two holy venerates, who could fight with ordinary sovereign personages, in one move. The 10-odd dragon protecting guards formed a saber formation that materialized saber lights filling the air. They formed a boundless killing formation, wanting to forcefully pull in Xiaoqin. As for the divine dragon body tempering art, it used a cultivation technique and the dragon race bloodline to form an acquired divine body. When Xiaochen punched, his vital qi immediately surged like a dragon, moving around continuously. The force exploded in the fish light, producing a piercing sound that shook the surroundings. The desolate mountain under Xiaochen's feet trembled. This allowed the clan to rise up and prosper for tens of thousands of years, perhaps even longer. During the 10 days of hiding, Xiaochen felt that even wearing the death god mask might not be foolproof. Qin Yun's expression remained calm. However, the other ancestor Dragon City disciples around him all held their weapons in their hands. Xiaochen could not use the transportation formation or send out the demon blood vulture. If he relied on his movement technique, he would need some time to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot agree to your request. Qin Feng left on a whim, directly abandoning this group of dragon protecting guards, not caring about their lives. These are the dragon protecting guards. Soon, a group of dragon race cultivators gathered in front of Xiaochen. The leader wore golden dragon robes with ancestor Dragon City's insignia on his chest. Blood dripped from his robes, looking very alluring. Xiaochen nodded and said, "I can't remain in this place. I have to leave quickly. When I cultivate this divine dragon body tempering art to peak consummation, I will be able to undergo a rebirth, becoming no different from a true divine body. At that time, not only will my cultivation advance rapidly, but my physical body will also be terrifyingly strong." As the news continued to spread, the purple gold-robed youth said softly, "This is the first time a royal clan disciple died in the past 2 months. No matter who it is, I will find you." The miserable shrieks in the dense forest below finally stopped. Sang leaped out and arrived beside Xiaochen. Lightning flashed, saber light flashed, and flesh flew everywhere. Firmament's rage. Xiaochen's calm voice came from under the mask, containing a trace of cold smile. As Xiaochen waved his hand, boundless rage spread out in all directions. This person was very polite, further confirming Xiaochen's guess that the other party had not confirmed his identity. Xiaochen prepared to attack at any moment. Cultivation techniques that could allow one to cultivate an acquired divine body were extremely rare in the world, few in number. Xiaochen clenched his fist. The world in his palm no longer had any blind spots. After a while, he let go. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and hid his thoughts in the depths of his heart. Then, he left under the cover of night. I'll leave it like this, then. Furthermore, there was something strange about the death god mask, which could easily give rise to negative emotions. The disciples of the Dragon Protection Squad and the Qin family had all suffered quite a bit over the past 2 months, so their attitudes had become much more polite. Chapter 2024. As time passed, Xiaochen approached the Divine Dragon Empire's border. Since killing Qin Feng and the group of dragon protecting guards, Xiaochen had encountered more and more attacks. However, this could not be blamed on Xiaochen. When the huge gears of an empire started moving, the various organizations worked together. Even with the Death God mask, it was only a matter of time before he got targeted. There was no lack of wise people in the empire. Since you disappeared silently, you definitely have a treasure that can isolate your aura. There was no doubt about it. If that person changed directions and investigated these suspicious people one by one, he would eventually find them. This was something that Xiaochen could guess. However, he could not guess that the Divine Dragon Crown Prince would make a move to hunt him down as well. Condensing Cloud City, this was the last major city at the northern border of the empire, and one could leave the Divine Dragon Empire. This was the route that Xiaochen took to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. On a grassland 5,000 kilometers away from the city, Xiaochen wiped the blood off his tyrant saber. The corpses of the dragon protecting guards littered the grassland. As Xiaochen approached the border, the intensity of the pursuit increased. Along the way, Xiaochen changed his path several times, moving without any pattern or pattern. However, he would be found soon. It was hard to imagine how difficult the journey would be without the death god mask. Xiaoqin would probably be found in less than half a month. After passing this city, I should be able to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiaoqin looked into the distance. Although he could not see the silhouette of a city at the limits of his vision, he could sense condensing cloud city with his spiritual sense. Where do you intend to go next? Sang asked as he looked at Xiaoqin after dealing with the corpses. After leaving the Divine Dragon Empire, he would be free to soar in the vast sky and swim in the vast sea. No matter how vast the world was, there would always be a place for him, Xiaoqin. There were many places that he wanted to go. Xiaoqin even considered returning to the Kunlun realm. However, given Xiaoqin's current cultivation, it would take too much time to go there. He could go to the Yanwu dynasty. His senior brother, Yi Zifeng, was in the Yanwu dynasty's imperial capital and had some friendship with the soaring dragon marquis. He could also go to the Tianwu dynasty. If he was lucky, he might be able to find news of Chu Chaoyun. Xiaoqin could go to the Golden Crow Empire, the top of the 8 great empires. Ao Jiao and Yellow Feather were both there, so it was not a bad choice. Even if he could not go anywhere, he could leave the central great realm and go to the Forbidden Seas to search for Xiao Suo. The Black Cutlass pirate group obtained the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and did very well in the 7 great Forbidden Seas. With so many choices, Xiaoqin could not make any. Let's go to the Azure Dragon's old lands first. We can decide what to do after that. Xiaoqin said softly after thinking for a while. Blue Qin long ago. They existed for a very long time. I recall that the Azure Dragon bloodline was the leader of the Divine Dragons during the martial epoch. Sang said softly as he recalled. A thought occurred to Xiaoqin. In that case, do you know why the blue dragon died? Sang smiled bitterly. My memories come from the propping mulberry tree. The propping mulberry tree was just a bystander. How could it understand these things? Indeed, that was so. Xiaoqin felt somewhat disappointed. He could only rely on himself to find out more. The imprisoned Heaven Dragon in the Starry Heavens Dragon prison once said that he had been to the Blue Dragon's old land and seemed to know some secrets. However, the Heaven Dragon did not tell Xiaoqin where the Blue Dragon's old land was. Xiaoqin could only search for information about the Blue Dragon's old land in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Then, he compared it to the current map to see if he could find it. Let's leave this place first. After looking around, Xiaoqin found a desolate place. Then, he took out the Divine Universe Steel. Then, he entered it together with Sang. Now that he had the Death God mask, he could no longer rest easy. He could only take out his final trump card. Unfortunately, after entering the Divine Universe Steel, he could not control it. Otherwise, he could directly hide in the Divine Universe Steel and use it to travel. There would be no risk at all. The world inside the Divine Universe Steel was chaotic, like an unrepaired wasteland. In the future, if you have sufficient resources, you can actually open up a world in this Divine Universe Steel, Sang said softly as he looked around, finding this somewhat unfortunate. This was a spatial divine tool that many sovereign emperors yearned for. However, Xiaoqin could not make use of it. Xiaoqin appeared somewhat helpless. How could he not know that the Divine Universe Steel was just a slightly larger storage ring in his hands? He could not discover its many wondrous uses. In reality, Xiaoqin had only infused his spiritual sense mark into this Divine Universe Steel. He had not completely refined it. Furthermore, Xiaoqin could not say that it was his. If an expert came and snatched it, they could casually erase his spiritual sense mark, and the treasure would instantly change owners. Apart from the two of them, there was also a 7-colored coiling dragon tree and a sapling of the propping mulberry tree. The 7-colored coiling dragon fruits on the coiling dragon tree flickered with different colors. Xiaoqin sat cross-legged under the tree, cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art. Xiaochen hoped to master this body tempering art soon and obtain an acquired divine body. Sang took care of the propping mulberry tree sapling at the side. After the sky turned dark, Xiaochen came out of the divine universe steel and placed it in his body before continuing on his way. A distance of 10,000 miles was not considered far for him. Traveling at full speed, Xiaochen arrived in front of Condensing Cloud City in less than 4 hours. Condensing Cloud City remained brightly lit at night, looking extraordinarily bustling. The border cities were indeed bustling. Aside from the dangerous Forbidden Lands, the nearby borders were guarded by dragon race armies, patrolling day and night. If Xiaochen wanted to cross the border, passing through this city was the most suitable choice. Otherwise, if he took a detour, he would have to travel for another year or so, which would be extremely troublesome. Xiaochen removed the death god mask, and his facial bones moved. After a while, he looked like someone else. This level of disguise could only change one's appearance. It could not hide one's aura. To experts, this was not very useful. Xiaochen had lived in the Divine Dragon Empire for a long time. He had to have left his aura on some items in the hands of the Blood Dragon Guards and the Dragon Protecting Squad. However, he had to take a risk at the final stage. Xiaochen believed that, be it the Blood Dragon Guards or the Dragon Protecting Squad, he should have left them behind. As long as he rushed, he should be able to cross the border smoothly. Before the city gates, Xiaochen saw his portrait on a wanted poster pasted on the city walls. Fortunately, the cultivators guarding the city gates were not very strong. Xiaochen's expression did not change. After handing over the primeval heavenly pills, he smoothly entered the city. At the same time, on the savannah where he fought during the day, the dragon god crown prince, Qin Ming, stood on the ground and looked around, his expression changing. After a while, the dragon protecting squad appeared and reported the information they collected to him. Interesting. I am one step too slow every time. I really don't believe that this is a coincidence. Qin Ming revealed a mocking smile on his handsome face. He was well aware of the hidden obstruction of certain factions. If the Dragon God Crown Prince could not find Xiaochen at the start, it would be understandable. Now, the Dragon God Crown Prince had narrowed down significantly. To think that he still could not stop the other party. This was truly strange. However, this made sense. The other divine dragon palaces would be happy to see such a person succeed. They would not be willing to let the Golden Dragon Palace's people kill him. Your Highness the Crown Prince, that person should have arrived at Condensing Cloud City already. We can send a command to the Condensing Cloud City's city lord to seal the city first. Then, we can catch him like a turtle in a jar. A dragon protecting squad member suggested, sounding very reasonable. However, Qin Ming said indifferently, there's no need. Some people are probably already prepared and cannot be stopped. He is destined to leave the Divine Dragon Empire alive. Your Highness, there is no need to be so pessimistic. We will charge over tonight. Who dares to stop the Dragon Protecting Squad? What if it is the Blood Dragon Guards? Ah! The group of Dragon Protecting Guards revealed shocked expressions. Clearly, they were somewhat shocked. Why would the Blood Dragon Guard side with Xiaochen? However, they did not dare to question Qin Ming, not daring to say anything. All of you, withdraw. There is no need for the Dragon Protecting Squad to participate in the remaining matters. I already made arrangements long ago. No matter who it is, they will not be able to protect you. Confidence flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he waved his hand for the Dragon Protecting Squad to withdraw. Yes. The Dragon Protecting Squad members withdrew, not daring to resist. Qin Ming looked at the city in the distance under the night sky. Then, he stood upright with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, since I guessed your plans, how could I not have made arrangements? Chapter 2025. Under the night sky, in condensing cloud city, Xiaochen walked the streets. Even though it was late at night, this border city was still bustling with activity, brightly lit. Xiaochen did not choose to rashly exit closed-door cultivation. Instead, he found an inconspicuous inn to check in. After checking in, he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. The divine dragon body tempering art's energy circulated in his body. The rhythm of his breathing slowly changed along with the energy. After a while, azure-colored dragon chi soared up from Xiaochen's body, burning like flames. The flames slowly burned up all the impurities in Xiaochen's body, expelling them bit by bit. After 3 months of cultivation, Xiaochen's divine dragon body tempering art was already very close to perfection of the 6th layer. He could break through at any moment. This was the divine dragon body tempering art. It continuously modified Xiaochen's physical body, subtly refining it into an acquired divine body. An acquired divine body was not something that could be accomplished in a day. From the moment Xiaochen started cultivating, the refinement of his divine body had already begun. Dragon bones, dragon tendons, dragon blood, these were changes that Xiaochen did not realize at the start. They were preparations for an acquired divine body. When the sky brightened, the first ray of sunlight from the east shone into the room. As the sun rose in the east, purple chi arrived. Following that, strands of purple chi shone in. Azure smoke came from Xiaochen's body. Amid the haze, crunching sounds came from his bones as they squirmed. Xiaochen's already changed appearance forcibly recovered. Xiaochen experienced a kind of extreme pain. He felt as if his body was being cut into pieces by thousands of knives, as if countless iron hammers were pounding on him. This was an indescribable pain. It was also a transformation that one had to experience in order to refine an acquired divine body and undergo a complete rebirth. Only when the blazing sun was high in the sky did the pain in Xiaochen's body stop. He opened his eyes with some difficulty. The glaring sunlight made his eyes hurt. However, in the next moment, his physical body adapted to the intensity of the sunlight and released a bright light. The divine dragon body tempering art's 6th layer succeeded. Xiaochen exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His eyes were extremely sharp. From head to toe, from inside to outside, he felt as if he had been reborn. With a thought, the vital qi in Xiaochen's body gathered, and the formless vital qi appeared. As the vital qi flowed through Xiaochen's body, it turned into many faint azure lines. Xiaochen clenched his right fist and gathered the countless faint azure vital qi in his body. They instantly gathered together and formed a strand of dragon-shaped vital qi, which gathered in the fist light. Xiaochen immediately sensed that the power contained in the fist had reached an extremely terrifying level. A total of 200 cauldrons of force. Is this a body? Xiaochen was astonished. The change was so great that it completely exceeded his imagination. Why did you not cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you? You have the cheek to call this the divine dragon war body. Don't embarrass me. Quickly go and cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. Stop wasting time. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's disdainful words appeared in Xiaochen's mind. Indeed, the blood-soaked dragon emperor did not bully him. It turned out that the divine dragon body tempering art that Xiaochen did not pay much attention to back then was such a vast fortune. Furthermore, this was just the beginning. Xiaochen's acquired divine body had changed Xiaochen's physique from the very foundation. In the past, Xiaochen only had astonishing comprehension ability. His physique and aptitude were not considered excellent. However, now that he had an acquired divine body, his comprehension ability was even better. His future potential was simply unimaginable. Gurgle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from his stomach. Strangely, Xiaochen discovered that he was hungry. At Xiaochen's cultivation realm, he no longer needed food in the mundane world. He only needed to satisfy his desire for good food once in a while. Now, he was actually hungry. This was truly strange. After tidying up and changing his appearance, Xiaoqin chose a window seat on the second floor of the inn. He ordered many dishes and wine in one go. After the dishes were served, he ate heartily, feeling incredibly carefree. He had not eaten to his heart's content in a long time. Dear customer, your appetite is really huge. Even those strong men among cultivators would not be able to finish all the food and wine on the table. The waiter came over and looked at Xiaoqin with a smile. It seemed like he wanted to ask for a tip. Xiaoqin smiled but did not say anything, not saying anything. After Xiaoqin's divine body was newly formed, he needed to replenish it. Naturally, others would not understand. It looks like you have not eaten anything good for a few months already. When the waiter saw that Xiaoqin did not say anything, his smile did not fade. He sat across from Xiaoqin and picked up a cup of wine to drink. Xiaoqin's heart sank as he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After carefully sizing up the place, he was shocked to discover that the guests on the second floor had been replaced by experts with withdrawn killing qi at some point in time. It's the blood dragon guards. Just as Xiaoqin felt bewildered, the waiter's expression changed. After a while, it turned into a face that Xiaoqin was familiar with. It was Vice Hall Masterly of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Little brother Xiaoqin, it looks like your disguise is not up to standard. Vice Hall Masterly looked at Xiaoqin with a smile, appearing somewhat cocky. Xiaoqin had not seen through Vice Hall Masterly's disguise. Xiaoqin wiped off the grease on his lips and said softly, I underestimated the Blood Dragon Guard's ability. I thought that I managed to deceive everyone and that no one noticed me along the way. It turns out that the Blood Dragon Guards have been watching my every move. At this point, if Xiaoqin still did not realize that the Blood Dragon Guards knew his every move, he would be a fool. Vice Hall Masterly smiled and said, There's no need to be humble. The Blood Dragon Guards spent a lot of effort to find you. If you were not in the Divine Dragon Empire, we would not have been able to find you. First Palace Master, how is it? Xiaoqin did not say anything else, only asking about the topic that he was most concerned about. Vice Hall Masterly sighed softly, You are still the Xiaoqin that I know. You did not ask me why I did not capture you first. Don't worry. The First Palace Master is fine. With his prestige in the Heaven Dragon Palace, no one dares to truly touch him. However, he will definitely not be able to escape being imprisoned for several decades. Compared to that, you should be more concerned about yourself. Xiaoqin smiled helplessly. If they wanted to capture me, they would have done so long ago. If I guess right, the Golden Dragon Palace has always been one step behind me. Is that also because of your contributions that the Golden Dragon Palace has been one step behind me? Indeed, that's right. The Blood Dragon Guards, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign, personally ordered us to escort you out. Don't ask me why. I don't know, either. Vice Hall Masterly shrugged, indicating that he did not know. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign ordered us to escort me out of the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiaoqin felt incredibly shocked. This was truly unexpected. He had never seen that person before. Furthermore, an expert on the level of the Shadow Dragon Sovereign was not someone Xiaoqin could deal with. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign already stood at the peak of the entire Central Great Realm. Let's go. We already controlled this city in advance. The Golden Dragon Palace and the Dragon Protecting Guards will not be able to find us here, Vice Hall Masterly said as he stood up. Xiaoqin left behind a few spirit jades and stood up to leave with Vice Hall Masterly. However, he could not resolve the doubts in his heart. Vice Hall Masterly sent Xiaoqin off. As he said, Xiaoqin did not encounter any interference and came out of closed-door cultivation smoothly. When Xiaoqin looked back, he saw Condensing Cloud City behind him. A vast and boundless ancient swamp lay before him. This place was called Cloudwater Marsh. There was a spring for 5 kilometers and a river for 50 kilometers. When looking from a distance, one could only see a vast mist, not knowing how deep the ancient swamp was. After stepping into Cloudwater Marsh, one would be considered to have left the Divine Dragon Empire and be completely safe. However, Cloudwater Marsh itself was not peaceful. Ferocious beasts roamed it, and the environment was complicated. Just as Xiaochen looked around, a murderous chi surged over. Xiaochen immediately sensed danger. It was Vice Hall Master Li. To think that he attacked me. Xiaochen did not have much time to think. In the time it took for a spark to fly, his vital chi surged as he threw a punch. Bang! Xiaochen's fist light landed on Vice Hall Master Li's right shoulder. Vice Hall Master Li's palm strike landed on Xiaochen's left shoulder. Pu ci. Vice Hall Master Li vomited a mouthful of blood. He nearly fainted from the pain. The bones in his right shoulder shattered, causing him to grimace in pain. The impact knocked Xiaochen back. When he landed, he happened to land on Cloudwater Marsh. Xiaochen was not injured at all. This startled him awake. Vice Hall Master Li was putting on an act, sending him to the final floor. The Blood Dragon guards helped Vice Hall Master Li up after wiping the blood off his lips. Then, he smiled bitterly. This fellow is really ruthless. He nearly took half my life. That's fine. At least I can account for my injuries. Let's go back. As Xiaochen watched Vice Hall Master Li's group leave, he silently thanked them in his heart. At this moment, Xiaochen was already outside the Divine Dragon Empire. He felt somewhat complicated. Previously, he had put in a lot of effort to get to this place. Now, for the sake of leaving, he paid an even greater price than before. Fate was truly unpredictable. The matters of the world were like a game of Go, unpredictable. But sooner or later, he would definitely come back. He would come back in an upright and above-board manner. Xiaochen took one last look at the Empire's border, at the final city. Then, he turned around and entered Cloudwater Marsh's hazy white fog. However, was he really safe after entering Cloudwater Marsh? Chapter 2026. The sky was vast, and the water was vast. There was a spring for 5 kilometers around and a river for 50 kilometers around. Cloudwater Marsh lived up to its reputation. Clatter! Clatter! Xiaochen stepped on the muddy ground, traveling light as he advanced through the mist. The next 3 days were calm. Aside from some blind ferocious beasts, there were no other disturbances. At this point, Xiaochen relaxed, knowing that he was safe. However, he did not let down his guard. After putting in so much effort, the Golden Dragon Palace would not let him off so easily. At the very least, Xiaochen had to cross Cloudwater Marsh. As Xiaochen familiarized himself with his acquired divine body, he traveled. He did not fall behind in his cultivation either. 7 days later, Xiaochen roughly familiarized himself with his acquired divine body. Cloudwater Marsh, which had had enough, was about to leave. Everything was developing in a good direction. Woo! Woo! What is that sound? A flute. However, just as Xiaochen lowered his guard to its lowest, something strange happened. Suddenly, melodious flute music rang out in the vast mist. Xiaochen looked around, feeling confused. The flute music surrounded him, but he could not figure it out. Xiaochen shouted, "Which friend is playing the flute? Why not show yourself and meet me?" The flute music suddenly stopped, and a person slowly walked out of the mist in front. Xiaochen's body was like jade, and he looked delicate and pretty. He held a flute in his hand as he floated over. Within the mist, he looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. There were 3 scarlet marks on his forehead, forming a beautiful scarlet orchid. A white cloud flies in the depths of the white clouds. A dot of azure and red reflects the moonlight. I am Bai Yunfei. I was entrusted by Qin Ming to wait for Brother Xiao for a long time. Bai Yunfei. Xiao Chen had heard of this person before. He was the top expert of the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan's younger generation. In the White Marsh Beast Empire, he held the same status as Qin Ming. Many years ago, Bai Yunfei's name had shaken the northern region. He could be said to be unrivaled among the northern region's younger generation, extremely strong. To think that Qin Ming actually invited him out, Xiao Chen's heart sank. He said coldly, "Since when did the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan become Qin Ming's lackey?" Bai Yunfei said softly, "Brother Xiao, don't be angry. I only owe him a favor. If you have any requests, I might be able to satisfy them before I die." Xiao Chen's thoughts spun rapidly. This person's cultivation was too high. His talent, comprehension, and bloodline were all 1 in a million. He'd laid down a solid foundation long before he came to the Central World. If he was given another year and a half, he might be able to compete with this person. But now, it was a little difficult. At the same time, he realized that Vice Hall Master Li and the others might have been deceived. Qin Ming might have been deliberately attracting the Blood Dragon Guard's attention in the Divine Dragon Empire. He knew that even if he were to make a move within the Empire, he would be obstructed. He might as well let him go and let Bai Yunfei kill him without any interference. What a good plan. To be able to make Qin Ming feel assured that Bai Yunfei alone would be able to intercept and kill him, this Qin Ming was truly confident. Cloudwater Marsh happened to be a place where the White Marsh Beast Empire cultivators could bring out their full combat prowess. Enough nonsense. Make your move. With a cold face, Xiao Chen paid no attention to Bai Yunfei's hypocrisy. I originally kept my heart as bright as the moon. Unfortunately, Brother Zhao's enmity for me is too deep. Bai Yunfei shook his head gently. As he held the flute with his right hand, he slowly patted his left palm. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. The other party's patting seemed somewhat strange. Oh no. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet. In that instant, his figure soared into the air, spreading his arms. Boom! A large snake suddenly appeared where Xiao Chen originally stood, its gaping maw biting empty air. Xiao Chen could not help breaking out in a cold sweat. Had he been slower, he would have ended up in this beast's stomach. This person's heart was truly like that of a venomous snake, extremely sinister. As Bai Yunfei spoke, he actually hit a killing move in secret. Furthermore, he still appeared calm. Good movement technique. Bai Yunfei praised as he pointed with his flute. In the next moment, thousands of snake images shot out of the marsh, charging at Xiao Chen like arrows. Rumble. The ground trembled. The scene of thousands of snakes flying was truly shocking. When they appeared at the same time, they erupted with an aura even more terrifying than dragon might. Let's see how you break this. My flute already controlled all the large snakes within 5,000 kilometers. Bai Yunfei stood upright with his hands behind his back, appearing calm and confident in the mist. In Bai Yunfei's opinion, from the moment Xiao Chen saw him, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. The only thing left to guess was whether Bai Yunfei would finish off Xiao Chen in 3 moves, 2 moves, or 1 move. Firmament's rage. Just as Bai Yunfei was calculating how Xiao Chen would block and how he would deal a fatal blow after being severely injured, Xiao Chen, who was in the air, suddenly opened his palm. In that instant, he caught all the thousands of snake images in his palm. Boom! Xiao Chen clenched his fist. When he opened his palm again, blood spurted into the air. Lightning and saber lights rained down in the sky. Xiao Chen's palm strike broke the killing move that he set up calmly. Go! While the other party was stunned, Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and flew over Bai Yunfei's head. Damn it! Bai Yunfei was startled and furious. He had not expected Xiao Chen to break this move so easily. By the time the shock passed, Xiao Chen had already turned into a flash of lightning, flying 500 kilometers away. You want to run? It's not that simple. Clouds with a flip of the hand. Bai Yunfei revealed a grave expression for the first time. With a wave of his hand, mist soared for 5,000 kilometers around, condensing into an unending stream of white clouds. Just as the righteous Daoist Xiao Chen was feeling uncertain, the white clouds for 5,000 kilometers around suddenly turned into towering mountains, falling down one after another. Xiao Chen was forced to reveal himself. He continuously punched out, shattering the mountains. His speed was greatly restricted. Rain with a flip of the hand. Bai Yunfei shouted coldly and attacked again. Fine rain fell from the white clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. This water is poisonous. When Xiao Chen came into contact with a drop, he immediately discovered that his veritable essence energy was being suppressed. The white rainwater turned into black poisonous gas that relentlessly attacked his physical body. Fortunately, Xiao Chen already had an acquired divine body and did not fear this poisonous water. However, the rain continued endlessly, corroding his body. In the end, it was a problem. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. This person is really like a venomous snake, sinister and vicious, and relentless. After being targeted, it is extremely troublesome to shake him off. After being targeted by me, Bai Yunfei, you still want to leave. Bai Yunfei flew up, moving like a venomous snake. A jade-green light appeared in his eyes, and his figure moved strangely fast. Die! Xiao Chen ignored the poisonous rain in the air. He took out the god shadow bow, turned around, and fired an arrow. Bai Yunfei drew back the bowstring and released. The arrow arrived before Bai Yunfei at a frighteningly fast speed. A soul tool. This startled Bai Yunfei, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. He gathered his sovereign will on his forehead and shot it out, immediately pausing the arrow. Then Bai Yunfei quickly dodged, leaving only an afterimage. Boom! The arrow struck the afterimage and instantly tore it apart. The arrow continued forward, blasting a huge pit in the ground. Bai Yunfei dodged this arrow by a hair's breadth. He frowned heavily, revealing an even graver expression. Unexpectedly, the other party had a soul tool. That was to say, he had a chance of killing Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was no longer in an invincible position. Now, there was the risk of dying. I just knew that Qin Ming's mission would not be easy. Bai Yunfei cursed in his heart. He felt that Qin Ming had tricked him. Killing this Xiao Chen was not an easy task. Originally, Bai Yunfei thought that he could kill Xiao Chen in a few moves and return the favor to Xiao Chen. Now, it looked like things were not that simple. That's fine as well. Let me see how many arrows you can shoot. Bai Yunfei soared up and gave chase again. He actually missed. Since using the god shadow bow, this was the first time that Xiao Chen missed an opponent. The poisonous rain had already sealed off the path in front. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and relied on his divine dragon war body to endure the rain as he continued flying forward. As long as Xiao Chen left Cloudwater Marsh, the other party would not be so terrifying. At that time, he would have a much greater chance of escaping. This fellow's physical body, Bai Yunfei felt incredibly shocked when he saw Xiao Chen moving through the rain. Bai Yunfei understood the horror of the poison in the rain the best. He had once relied on this poison to kill 10 sovereign personages when he was a holy venerate, shaking up the northern region. Now, someone could move about fearlessly in this poisonous rain. How could Bai Yunfei not be shocked? This person has to die. Bai Yunfei made up his mind. Even if Qi Ming did not kill Xiao Qin, he had to deal with this future problem. To think that Xiao Chen's killing move failed. In the future, Xiao Chen would definitely be Xiao Chen's nemesis. Chapter 2027. Braving the poisonous rain, Xiao Chen ran as if he was flying. Every time his feet touched the surface of the swamp, he would travel 100 miles. 10,000 meters in an instant. At some point, Bai Yunfei was already standing under a white snake. The huge white snake was wriggling on the ground. However, its speed was even faster, and it did not need to worry about the effects of the poisonous rain on itself. He had the white snake chase after Xiao Chen fearlessly. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the white snake to catch up to him. Moreover, he could still maintain his physical strength and true essence, so victory was within his grasp. Actually, Bai Yunfei could fly even faster. However, he feared the god's shadow bow in Xiao Chen's hand. If he was caught off guard and was hit by an arrow, it would be troublesome. With the white snake chasing after Xiao Chen, he would be more confident of dodging the god's shadow bow's arrows. However, the edge of Cloudwater Marsh was right in front of him, giving Xiao Chen a trace of hope. Hua! Xiao Chen suddenly felt his whole body relax. The world in front of him suddenly became clear, and a vast wasteland appeared in front of him. The blazing sun was scorching, and the land was scarlet, for thousands of li vegetation was sparse, and life was scarce. What is this place? Desolate Sea. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and remembered this place. This was the Central World, a vast and boundless region. The northern region and eastern region combined were not as vast as the Desolate Sea. The Desolate Sea lay between the northern region, the eastern region, and the Shuowu dynasty. Rumor had it that it was the main battlefield of the previous Great War between righteous factions and demonic factions. It was originally a blessed land that was comparable to a fairyland, but after the Great Battle, everything turned to dust and became what it was today. There was no sea, but the vast and boundless desolate land was simply too vast. It was as vast as a continent or ocean. Hence, this land was called the Desolate Sea. Xiao Chen had not expected that in his panic, he would end up here from Cloudwater Marsh. However, that did not matter. He could compare it to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories and the map of reality. The Blue Dragon's old land seemed to be in the Desolate Sea. It seemed like the heavens were also fated to send him to the Blue Dragon's homeland to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors. Woo-woo, the sound of the flute was melodious and moving. Bai Yunfei chased after it. Hearing the sound of the flute, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. This was not the way to go on. Even the god's shadow bow could not scare the other party away. If he didn't teach Bai Yunfei a lesson, he wouldn't learn his lesson. We reached the Desolate Sea. Standing on the head of the white snake, Bai Yunfei took a look at the surroundings and was slightly astonished. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen had chased them so far, arriving at the Desolate Sea. Looking around, he quickly locked onto Xiao Chen's position. Snakes were most sensitive to smell. Now that he had smelled Xiao Chen, it would be extremely difficult for him to completely escape from his pursuit. So be it, the Desolate Sea. This place is really annoying. The dry temperature and the scorching sun above their heads made Bai Yunfei, who specialized in the element of water, somewhat uncomfortable. The giant snake beneath his feet was also in a bad mood. There was no need to waste any more time on this mixed-blood dragon. Bai Yunfei flung his sleeves gently. He decided to go all out, not holding anything back. Xiao Chen's aura suddenly soared, reaching a horrifying level. The beautiful orchid formed by the 3 dots on his forehead looked like it would drip off at any moment. In the next moment, Xiao Chen pushed off the head of the white snake with his feet. He placed the flute by his mouth and used his veritable essence energy to blow it. As wondrous flute music rang out, Xiao Chen's figure soared into the air. The surrounding scenery changed continuously, looking like he teleported. Xiaochen was scarily fast, more than twice as fast as the white snake. Bang! 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 What was even more horrifying was that the sound of the flute reverberated in the air. Everywhere it passed, it was an indiscriminate sound wave attack. Mountains flattened, and the scarlet ground exploded. Lava spewed out of the ground, and rocks floated in the air. This was a scene of the end of the world. No matter where Xiaochen hid, as long as Bai Yunfei caught up, he would be injured by the sound waves. There would be no space for him to dodge. Suddenly, the flute music stopped. Bai Yunfei frowned heavily as he put down the flute. Then, he looked around in shock. It's gone. That's right. It's gone. The aura was still incredibly clear a moment ago. In the next moment, all traces of Xiaochen's aura vanished. It was like this person had been erased from the world, no longer existing. Where is he? Bai Yunfei exclaimed softly. Then, he suddenly looked up and discovered that demonic clouds for 5,000 kilometers had covered the sky at some point in time. The instant Bai Yunfei looked up, a pair of eyes happened to appear in the demonic clouds, staring at him in a daze. A demonic Dao expert. Bai Yunfei's expression changed slightly as he looked into the distance. A black-cloaked figure stood on a mountain peak in front. This person wore a white mask that looked like paint. Two strange scriptures were written vertically on the exquisite mask. Bai Yunfei probed the person and was shocked to discover that he could not sense this person's cultivation. The desolate sea connected to the Shuowu dynasty. This vast region should be the place with the most active demonic Dao cultivators in the central Great Realm. It was not strange to run into a demonic Dao expert. Just as Bai Yunfei felt uncertain, a ferocious beast soul suddenly appeared before him. Great desolate Ian ferocious beast, Xianxia beast. This startled Bai Yunfei. This thing was even harder to deal with than the arrows shot by the god Shadow Bao. Even though Bai Yunfei had already retreated at his fastest speed, that Xianxia ferocious beast still managed to bite him. Then, Bai Yunfei's soul turned into a shadow and was dragged away. After the Xianxia ferocious beast bit Bai Yunfei, a jade pendant on Bai Yunfei's neck gave off a ring of white light and forcefully pulled the incomplete soul back into the physical body. Bai Yunfei cried out in pain as he held his forehead. His complexion paled as he retreated frantically. A soul tool. It's another soul tool. When Bai Yunfei saw the Xianxia beast ghost pendant in the cloaked person's hand, his heart thumped wildly. What's wrong with me today? First, I ran into Xiaochen, who casually took out a soul tool. To think that a random demonic Dao cultivator has a soul tool as well. Isn't a soul tool a sect soul tool? Could it be that the world has changed? In the future, I have to carry a soul tool when I go out. Bai Yunfei felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had not suffered such a loss in a long time. His soul actually sustained severe injuries. If not for Bai Yunfei having a defensive soul technique's secret treasure, he would have died here. Why did you attack me for no reason? Without a reason I, Bai Yunfei, absolutely will not let this matter rest. Bai Yunfei felt that his name was rather famous in the desolate sea. Regular demonic Dao experts would give him some face. Even if they did not give him face, they would give the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan some face. The Bai clan was an overlord of a region in the central Great Realm. Haha. I just caught a good physical body and am refining it into a demonic soul. You used sound waves to kill your way here, and you actually dare to ask me why I attacked you. Scram. If not for you being a Bai clan disciple, I would have refined you as well. A sinister voice came from the black-clad person. Bai Yunfei felt startled. I just caught a physical body. Could it be, may I ask Senior, if the physical body you caught was wearing white clothes and was poisoned? I have no comment. Quickly scram. However, Bai Yunfei only smiled at the black-clad person's rage. It looked like it was true. No wonder Xiao Qin disappeared without a trace. It turned out that the soul-devouring sex people dealt with Xiao Qin, even refining his soul. TSK. How miserable. The pain of having one's soul refined was so painful that one could neither live nor die. One would have to suffer torment for life. A fellow who practiced the supreme dragon fish should have a limitless future. To think that he ended up in such a state. This was really lamentable. Bai Yunfei immediately felt that the injury to his soul was nothing much. Instead, he felt somewhat guilty. He was the one who forced Bai Yunfei into such a state. In some sense, it was because of him. However, don't blame me. Just die obediently at my hands. There would not be so much pain. Sorry for disturbing Senior. I will take my leave first. I really did not know that Senior was refining a ghost pennant. Bai Yunfei smiled faintly. After apologizing, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. After the other party left and entered Cloudwater Marsh, Xiao Qin slowly removed his mask on the summit. There's no need to apologize. I should be the one apologizing. Xiao Qin muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant, which still contained a strand of Bai Yunfei's soul. I should keep this strand of soul first. Perhaps I can use it in the future. I have to find a place to treat my injuries first. I still have to force out the poison in my body. To severely injure Bai Yunfei, Xiao Qin nearly overdrew on his soul energy to activate the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant. However, it was all worth it. Chapter 2028. Inside Cloudwater Marsh, Bai Yunfei sat on the huge snake, holding his forehead as he walked back in satisfaction. However, 1 hour later, the more Bai Yunfei thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. If it was really a demonic Dao expert, would he really show mercy after severely injuring him? Given the nature of demonic Dao experts, if Bai Yunfei were in his peak state, they would definitely be very polite after reporting his name, not daring to act rashly. However, would a demonic Dao expert with a soul tool remain indifferent after severely injuring him? Bai Yunfei's soul was much stronger than Xiao Chen's. To the soul-devouring sex people, it was a great supplement, filled with temptation. No matter what, Bai Yunfei had to go back and take a look. Whoosh! Bai Yunfei gently waved the flute in his hand, and the clouds and fog for 5,000 kilometers around scattered. Bai Yunfei leaped up and soared into the air with his hands behind his back. The expression on his handsome face changed continuously. Clearly, his emotions fluctuated. After 15 minutes, Bai Yunfeng, who was flying at full speed, returned to the place where he negotiated with the black-clad man. However, the mountain summit was empty. There was no one there. Bai Yunfei's exquisite and handsome facial features twitched involuntarily as he gritted his teeth. He clenched his right fist tightly, and his body trembled slightly. A terrifying murderous intent spread in his heart. I got played. It would be impossible to refine the ghost pennant in a short time. If the other party had not lied, he would not have left at this moment. Bai Yunfei was a smart person. Naturally, he would not hold on to any hope at this moment, saying some self-consoling words. He had to admit that Xiao Qin had tricked him. To think that a plaything dared to reprimand him, pretending to be an expert and telling him to scram. The pitiful Bai Yunfei even believed it and apologized to the other party. Thinking about it, Bai Yunfei felt a pent-up frustration in his chest that he could not vent, feeling extremely unbearable. Not only that, but the most important thing was that the other party had injured him, yet he was secretly delighted. This was simply foolish. Even Bai Yunfei could not bear to look at it. Bai Yunfei closed his eyes and did his best to calm his emotions. His lips were still trembling. This showed how unbearable such humiliation was for Bai Yunfei. After a long time, Bai Yunfei finally opened his eyes. His expression had completely calmed down by now. Sighing, he said, "Victory and defeat are commonplace in a soldier's life. A man will always experience some setbacks in his life. It's not a good thing if things go too smoothly. This is a good lesson. I should thank him." Having said all of this, Bai Yunfei seemed to have completely let it go. He had already calmed down. However, Bai Yunfei had only taken one step when he suddenly turned around and slammed his palm down onto the mountain below him. Buzz! At the foot of the mountain, countless cracks spread out in all directions. In the next instant, the area within a radius of 10,000 li exploded. A terrifying aura swept across the place, turning the barren land into a land of death. "It would be strange if I thanked you. When I recover from my injuries, I will definitely come to the desolate sea to wash away today's humiliation." After venting his anger, Bai Yunfei finally calmed down. With a cold snort, he turned around and left. Naturally, Xiaochen couldn't appreciate this wonderful scene. While riding on the demon blood vulture, Xiaochen had already traveled more than 500,000 kilometers away from this place. He could be considered to have crossed the desolate sea's borders and truly stepped into the desolate sea that nurtured countless legends. After making sure that it was safe, Xiaochen chose another place to land and treat his injuries. After everything calmed down, Xiaochen discovered with some fear that he had still underestimated the poison in the rain. This poison had actually infiltrated his soul without him realizing it. No matter where the poison was, be it the internal organs, blood vessels, or bone marrow, the acquired divine body could cleanly remove it. However, the poison actually infiltrated his soul. In his soul pool, the azure-colored wool of soul that represented Xiaochen's soul was dyed with a layer of black fog. Although there wasn't much poison, it was difficult to expel. It was constantly corroding his soul. Even worse, Xiaochen had used his soul energy to drive the Chungchi beast ghost pennant without realizing it, causing the poison to infiltrate further. Although it was not fatal, it would be difficult to eradicate it quickly. Xiaochen searched the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories for poisons that could corrode the soul. However, he was greatly startled. It turned out that there were hundreds of poisons that could corrode the soul in this world. There were even sinister people who could combine the poison with a curse. Even if one destroyed their soul and cultivated a part of it, they would not be able to remove the poison. As Xiaochen continued searching for a way to detoxify the poison, he learned that the poison Bai Yunfei used was the Thousand Taste Red, which only the extremely talented people of the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan could comprehend. This poison cultivation technique had extremely harsh requirements, even more difficult than Xiaochen's Supreme Dragon Fist. However, once one succeeded in practicing it, one would be extremely horrifying. One would not need to fear cultivators with higher cultivations. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had suffered from it. Xiaochen immediately felt some lingering fear. Now, he knew how horrifying Bai Yunfei was. How fortunate was he to be able to escape from Bai Yunfei's hands and even severely injure him. Naturally, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not want to suffer from such a terrifying poison cultivation technique a second time. After much effort, he finally thought of a way to detoxify the poison. Xiaochen carefully thought about the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's method to detoxify the poison. After understanding it, he felt much more confident. According to the secret technique in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, he only needed 7 days to perfectly remove the poison in his soul. Woo! Woo! Just at this moment, the sound of musical instruments rang out from behind. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. At first, he thought that it was Bai Yunfei chasing after him. However, after a while, he discovered that was not the case. The musical instruments behind him clearly came from a group of people playing. However, there was a flute among this group of people, an exceptionally refined sound. This flute sounded like resentment and admiration. It was ethereal and refined, going on endlessly. The sound lingered in the air, its cadence pleasant to the ear. What was even more amazing was that the flute player did not deliberately stand out. Instead, the zither and pipa music around her intertwined and fused together. It was like a clear spring, twisting and turning, and she was just a fish in the spring. Occasionally, she would be lively, leaping out of the water and looking at the world in a cute and mischievous manner. Then, she would immediately fall back into the spring and flow happily with the flow. Soon, the performer of the music entered Xiaochen's vision. It turned out to be a group of white-clad women, each looking like a fairy with a moving spirituality. They played the flute and the zither, appearing carefree and unfettered. Are they from the heavenly fragrance? Xiaochen entered deep thought as he watched this group of women pass by, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. The heavenly fragrance was an ancient and mysterious holy land. Holy lands were existences that surpassed rank 7 sections. Like most holy lands, the heavenly fragrance rarely interfered with mundane matters. Without a doubt, the overlords of the world were the 4 dynasties, the 8 great empires, and the various rank 7 sections. However, the truly strong holy lands with ancient inheritances rarely appeared in the world. They pursued mundane benefits. Among the holy lands, the heavenly fragrance was the strangest. It always remained neutral. Even in the great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, it would not involve the unfettered sections. The heavenly fragrance's disciples were all women. All of the disciples were as beautiful as fairies and had outstanding grace. It was said that the heavenly fragrance's sect was in the desolate sea. However, no one knew the exact location. I am pretty lucky to be able to see a group of heavenly fragrance disciples. The earlier music seemed to still echo in Xiaochen's ears. He revealed a faint smile as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Xiaochen's expression changed slightly, revealing some doubt. The heavenly fragrance's disciple, who had just passed by him, had actually turned back. Xiaochen felt suspicious. He was not confident that he could attract the heavenly fragrance's disciples with his charm. Otherwise, they would not have passed by earlier without slowing down at all. They really came. As Xiaochen thought this, the group of fairy-like heavenly fragrance disciples really landed before him and stopped playing the instruments in their hands. One of the people holding a flute slowly stepped forward. He was not wearing a veil. She did not wear a veil, but her face gave off a blurry feeling, like looking at flowers in the fog. It was hazy but not to the point where one could not see anything. She should have been the one who played the flute earlier. However, what did she mean by walking over? Chapter 2029. What is she trying to do? Xiaochen felt somewhat confused. This flute-bearing woman was already very close to him. She was less than 2 meters away. Furthermore, she was getting closer. When she was 1 meter away, she stopped. Just as Xiaochen felt confused, a spirited voice came from the flute-bearing woman's mouth. This young master seems to be poisoned by the White Marsh Beast Empire's strange poison, Thousand Taste Red. So, it is because of this, Xiaochen smiled helplessly in his heart. For a moment, he really thought that his charm was boundless. That's right. I am indeed poisoned by the strange poison, Thousand Taste Red. Do the fairies of the heavenly fragrance have a way to treat me? The flute-bearing woman shook her head and said, this poison can only be treated by an elder of our sect. The process is rather troublesome. However, our sect rarely receives outsiders. Here is a detoxification pill. It can help young master for a while. I wish young master good luck. The flute-bearing woman came all the way here just to give him a medicinal pill. Even though the poison could not be completely cured, it was still a token of goodwill. Xiaochen thanked her and received the medicinal pill. I hope that young master will be blessed by heaven. The flute-bearing woman sighed in her heart and turned to leave. Being poisoned by thousand taste red was basically a dead end for a holy venerate. Although it was said that heaven helped the worthy, it was not that easy. Might I ask for young lady's name so that I can repay this favor in the future? We are just strangers meeting by chance. It's nothing much. There is no need. The flute-bearing woman did not stop walking, drifting away with her senior and junior sisters. They came like the wind and left like the wind. They came and went in a hurry, like a dream or an immortal. If not for the faint fragrance lingering in the air and the medicinal pill in his hand, he would find it hard to believe that he had just interacted with a group of heavenly fragrance disciples. Shaking his head, Xiaoqian smiled faintly and carefully put away the medicinal pill. As Xiaoqian looked around, he entered deep thought. I have to find a city first to figure out where I am. The desolate sea was boundlessly vast, but the population was sparse. The scarcity of resources had created a valiant and unyielding people. On the endless barren land, newcomers needed some luck if they wanted to find a city without spending too much time. At dusk, on the western horizon, an incomparably huge setting sun appeared at the end of the horizon. Such a setting sun could only be appreciated in the desolate sea. It was an incredibly shocking sight to behold. After sunset, the sky quickly darkened. The temperature plummeted. It was the complete opposite of the scorching heat of the day. It was bone-chilling. Just by opening one's mouth, one would exhale cold air. Blood moon. Xiaoqian looked up and was surprised to find that the moon had appeared in the sky. However, it was a blood-red moon. This was the first time Xiaoqian had seen a blood-red moon, and he frowned. Xiaoqian seemed to have heard that the desolate sea's moon was scarlet every night. He looked around and gradually found that something was wrong. The air was cold, and there was a chill in it. It wasn't entirely because of the temperature. The yin qi in this place was extremely dense. It was said that the decisive battle between the righteous and demonic paths had taken place here. Both sides had killed until their eyes were red. This resulted in the original immortal realm turning into the current desolate sea. Who knew how many aggrieved spirits and corpses were buried under the ground? Furthermore, the desolate sea was located at the intersection of the northern region, the eastern region, and the Shuowu dynasty. It could be said to be a chaotic place. Over the years, there had been endless killings. After the war between the righteous and demonic paths, who knew how many corpses had been buried here? Xiaoqian used his spiritual sense to listen in all directions. He could hear the terrifying wails of many aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits. Together with the blood moon in the sky and the sinister cold qi, this boundless night made one feel somewhat flustered. When Xiaoqian opened his heavenly eye, he could see scattered black resentment coming out of the cracks in the ground in the night. The resentment lingered in the air, swaying and looking very strange. It looks like this place is not suitable for traveling at night. Xiaoqian did not understand much about the desolate sea. He had only heard a little about it. Xiaoqian felt that many places in the boundless night were different from the day. This gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. He could not see through many places at all. The desolate sea's night seemed exceptionally deep. Xiaoqian had been unlucky during the day, failing to find a city. However, the night suddenly became so strange. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqian chose to rest here, not advancing any further. He got the demon blood vulture to patrol the surroundings to protect him. As for Xiaoqian, he chose to continue cultivating. Now that his divine body was formed, he needed to spend more time on his cultivation. He had already been stuck at late-stage holy venerate for a long time. He needed to break through to sovereign personage as soon as possible. After losing the protection of the Heaven Dragon Palace and coming directly to the desolate sea, Xiaoqian's holy venerate cultivation was insufficient. Xiaoqian checked his resources. Of the millions of primeval heavenly pills he had, only about 500,000 remained. He probably would not be able to cultivate for long, which would be problematic. This was how things were after leaving the sect. One needed to face many things alone. However, Xiaochen was already used to this. He maintained a good attitude and did not worry too much. Under the night sky, Xiaochen laid a simple spirit gathering formation and infused spirit jades into it. Then, he waved his hand and consumed 100 primeval heavenly pills. Together with the spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit gathering formation, he refined them at the same time. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated. Whoosh! The 100 primeval heavenly pills were digested in mere moments. After tempering his body, his cultivation speed was on a completely different level. However, his need for resources also increased exponentially. Rumble. Just as Xiaochen cultivated, the sound of fighting came from the night sky. Based on the sound, it was not far from where Xiaochen was. That's not right. The source of the sound was continuously approaching Xiaochen. Soon, he sensed two auras. The two auras were very chaotic. When mixed together, it was hard to tell what exactly was going on. Xiaochen's vision and spiritual sense were significantly affected in the night sky. Xiaochen stopped cultivating and soared into the air. Then, he landed on the demon blood vulture's back and waited in formation. While on the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen opened his heavenly eye and finally saw what was going on. A gray-clad man was currently dodging the pursuit of another person. The gray-clad man was covered in mud and looked somewhat miserable, appearing very dangerous. The humanoid ferocious beast radiated death qi, obscuring its appearance. It seemed to be someone of the demonic Dao. It was very common to run into people of the demonic Dao in the desolate sea. The factions of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao maintained a delicate balance in the desolate sea. The relationship between the cultivators of the two factions was not as tense in the desolate sea as it was in other places. The gray-clad man appeared extremely weak and severely injured. When he saw Xiaochen, he rejoiced and shouted, "Friend of the dragon race, I am Qin Zhuolin. Can you help block the desolate slave behind?" Desolate slave? What is that? Could it be that the person behind is not a demonic Dao cultivator? Without thinking, Xiaochen attacked decisively. Thunder Monarch Spear. Xiaochen used the Thunder Great Dao's Thunder Dao energy to drive the 5-element Divine Lightning. When the Thunder Great Dao energy infused into the 5-element Divine Lightning, it quickly formed a solid spear. Whoosh! Boundless electric light burst out in all directions from the spear. A sovereign's aura spread out on the spear. Under the illumination of the electric light in the night, Xiaochen's face appeared solemn. Bang! In the time it took for Xiaochen to think, the Thunder Monarch spear stabbed into the strange desolate slave chasing after him. Bang! The horrifying electric light exploded, illuminating the surroundings in the night. Qin Zhuolin took this opportunity to climb onto the demon blood vulture. Then, he urged, "Quickly go. This thing cannot be killed. It is not something you can fight." "Is that so?" Xiaochen looked over. Although the 5-element Divine Lightning did not blast the strange desolate slave into pieces, it collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. The 5-element Divine Lightning blasted away most of the death qi on its body, causing it to twitch endlessly. 5-element Divine Lightning. This startled Qin Zhuolin. Then, joy appeared on his face. So, it is the 5-element Divine Lightning. No wonder you dare to barge into the desolate sea as a mere holy venerate. However, we still have to leave quickly. There is still a large group behind this thing. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless, so he got the demon blood vulture to turn around and leave. Sitting on the demon blood vulture, Qin Zhuolin's flustered expression calmed significantly. Qin Zhuolin wiped away the dirt on his face. Under the dirty dirt, his facial features appeared upright, giving him a forthright air. However, his complexion appeared somewhat pale. He could compare to the white marsh beast empire cultivators that Xiaoqin had seen before. Qin Zhuolin smiled generously and said, "Many thanks, brother, for saving my life. If there is anything you need in the future, just give me a call. I will be at your beck and call in the desolate sea." "You are too polite. What is the background of the desolate slave chasing you?" When Qin Zhuolin heard that, he felt slightly startled. After a while, he smiled and said, "It looks like this is not your first time coming to the desolate sea. Furthermore, you did not come on purpose but were forced to." Chapter 20:30. Xiaoqin was not surprised. With just a little deduction, he could tell that this was his first time here. Qin Zhuolin paused for a moment before explaining to Xiaoqin, "Desolate slaves are not strange things. They are just the unclean things in the ground. In other places, they are called zombies. The cultivators of the desolate sea are used to calling them desolate slaves. They are much more horrifying than regular zombies. Lightning had a strong suppressive effect on unclean things like zombies. However, the Thunder Monarch spear could not completely kill zombies. They could no longer be described as simply horrifying. Calling them zombies was no longer appropriate. It was hard to imagine how this Qin Zhuolin managed to escape from a group of desolate slaves. Based on Qin Zhuolin's cultivation, he was only an initial perfection sovereign personage, not even at small perfection. He was far from great perfection. Sovereign personages had a total of 4 grades: initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and consummation. With every 10%, the difference in strength would be significant. Right now, Xiaoqin no longer feared an initial perfection sovereign personage. If he grasped the timing well, he could even severely injure or even kill the other party. However, he still had to be careful when running into a small perfection sovereign personage. This Qin Zhuolin before Xiaoqin definitely had something extraordinary about him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from a group of desolate slaves. "To think that you dare to appear in the wilderness under the blood moon. I guess that you have not found a city yet." Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly. Xiaoqin guessed correctly. Then, he added, "The nearest city is to the southeast. You will reach it after about 15 million kilometers." When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt flabbergasted. This desolate sea was really remote. If Xiaoqin were unlucky, he might not even find a city after 10 days or half a month. 15 million kilometers was said to be very far. However, in the vast desolate sea, it was not even the tip of an iceberg. Even if the eastern and northern regions were added together, the desolate sea would not be as large as the desolate sea. To cultivators, 15 million kilometers was a relatively long distance. If one did not travel at full speed, one would need 2 days. When we get there, we should buy a map of the desolate sea. Although it is not complete, we will not get lost. Qin Zhuolin suggested considerately, appearing very experienced. This person was also very mysterious. Xiaoqin never had the habit of speaking out of turn. Naturally, he would not ask why this person was being chased by a group of desolate slaves. After chatting for a while, Qin Zhuolin smiled mysteriously and said, "Come, I'll treat you to some wine. It wasn't easy for me to get my hands on this wine, but I haven't had the chance to drink it yet." Qin Zhuolin felt grateful to Xiaoqin for saving his life. The best wine in the world. Xiaoqin, who had drunk the 1,000-year flame before, did not believe it. He showed a suspicious expression. Qin Zhuolin took out an ancient metal wine flask. The wine flask was azure and had some dust on it. After wiping away the dust, a complex and exquisite appearance was revealed. There was a curved dragon-shaped handle, and the body of the bottle was embroidered with a dragon pattern. A long, thin chain was attached to the handle to prevent it from being lost. In the blink of an eye, it looked like a blue dragon sealed in chains, raising its head and roaring angrily, wanting to soar into the sky. This has a blue dragon drawn on it. Xiaochen exclaimed hoarsely, truly startled. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. So, this is a blue dragon. You dragon race people are really more knowledgeable. However, what kind of dragon is a blue dragon? Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiaochen curiously. Xiaochen recovered his wits and said, I'm not sure. I only caught a glimpse of it in ancient texts and did not understand it in detail. Qin Zhuolin did not mind. He handed the flask to Xiaochen and said, hee hee. There's no need to care what dragon it is. Try drinking it. After receiving the blue dragon wine flask, Xiaochen took out a wine cup and filled it up. Then, he took a sip. Not bad. Then, he drank it all in one gulp. Immediately, an extremely cold sensation invaded every cell in Xiaochen's body. In the next moment, he felt extremely carefree. His entire body, including his soul, could not help trembling. The fiery feeling turned into a warm current flowing through his body. Xiaochen felt dizzy. After drinking one cup, he actually felt drunk. What was even more exaggerated was that after drinking this cup of wine, Xiaochen felt his cultivation improve significantly in an instant. This was equivalent to half a year of bitter cultivation. Xiaochen was truly shocked. After a long time, he slowly recovered his wits. However, the blush on his face did not fade. The after effects were hard to get rid of. Xiaochen's entire body felt like it was on fire. His internal organs and even his soul felt like it was burning. How is it? This wine is pretty good, right? Xiaochen took a deep breath and stabilized his somewhat shaky mind. Then, he asked, how old is this wine? Hee hee. Not long. I estimate it to be at least 5,000 years old. Congratulations, Brother Xiao. This bottle contains the already lost exceptional wine, Heartburn. It is the legendary strongest wine of the dragon race. Rumor has it that a powerhouse was willing to pay a jade mine for this cup of wine. That news shook the world. Heartburn indeed felt like the heart was on fire. The after effects were great, leaving one with a rich aftertaste. Amid the heat was an indescribable carefree feeling, boundlessly delightful. Great wine. However, Qin Zhuolin did not even tell me about this 5,000-year-old wine. This Qin Zhuolin is really bad. Seeing something amiss with Xiaochen's expression, Qin Zhuolin quickly smiled and said, ah. Don't be angry. I'll give you this wine and the wine cup. This wine cup is also a wondrous item. As long as you drip a drop of wine on it, it will fill up the entire flask in an instant. Also, I'll give you the recipe for heartburn as well. I have no use for it anyway. Qin Zhuolin's repeated generous gifts did not make Xiaochen angry. He really liked this wine flask. In addition to the brewing recipe of heartburn, the amount spent was really quite large. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for Xiaochen to accept such a big gift. There was no such thing as an undeserved reward. Although Xiaochen had saved the other party's life, it was just a slight effort. Compared to this generous gift, it was truly insignificant. Qin Zhuolin smiled straightforwardly and said, to you, this is an insignificant gesture, but you saved my life. Furthermore, I have no use for this, so it is not much. Many thanks. Xiaochen did not stand on ceremony, accepting the blue dragon wine flask and the recipe for heartburn. The appearance of the blue dragon wine flask piqued Xiaochen's curiosity. Where did you get this? Qin Zhuolin smiled mysteriously but did not answer. Oh no. Just at this moment, the two's expressions changed. Xiaochen turned his head to look. In the sky, a huge figure appeared under the huge blood moon that seemed as if it could be reached out to touch. This figure wore heavy armor, and a pair of scarlet eyes flickered under the helmet. Death cheese spread all around him. There was a rusty chain in his hand, and there was an iron hook that was as sharp as a knife tied to it. As the man waved the chain, the iron hook and the iron chain spun like the wind. The huge figure hovered in the air, covering most of the blood moon. Even from a great distance, the two could feel the cold wind blowing at them. That pair of intimidating eyes made one tremble with just one look. Xiaochen instantly sobered up, feeling wary and fearful. Xiaochen's legs went soft, and he could not control his limbs. How horrifying was the strength of this desolate slave that targeted the two? Xiaochen did not dare to imagine. He felt that the other party only needed one strike to crush him to dust, killing him. He felt incredibly insignificant before it. Damn it! It still caught up. Run! Qin Zhuolin pushed Xiaochen and quickly jumped off the demon blood vulture. Then, he turned into a beam of light and fled. Xiaochen startled awake. He turned the demon blood vulture back into a ring and wore it on his finger. Then, he shot off like lightning. Right after the two left, the iron hook traveled more than 500,000 kilometers and landed where the two had been. With a swoosh, the iron hook sank into the ground. Bang! Before Xiaochen could react, he was horrified to discover that the ground stood up like a wall and crashed into him. Xiaochen immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. His internal organs shattered, and the ground exploded, turning into countless huge rocks. This desolate slave in tattered heavy armor actually managed to pull up the ground. From a distance, it looked like it had pulled out a square lattice from the ground. However, in reality, this square lattice was already as large as the Heaven Dragon City. Just the impact of the ground instantly severely injured Xiaochen. After all, he had an acquired divine body and was severely injured. One could easily imagine how horrifying the impact was. Xiaochen and Qin Zhuolin could not help themselves as they got knocked back. The heavy-armored desolate slave ignored Xiaochen. It fixed its gaze on Qin Zhuolin, who got knocked back. The heavy-armored desolate slave spread out its hand, and space seemed to shrink in front of it. The distance between it and Qin Zhuolin shrank. Qin Zhuolin looked as insignificant as an ant before that palm, powerless to struggle. After being captured, he would not be able to escape death. The scene before Xiaochen was somewhat similar to Xiaochen's firmament's rage. Without much thought, Xiaochen activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and used the 5-element divine lightning to drive firmament's rage. Then, he threw a palm strike. Something strange happened. The gigantic hand, which was much larger than Qin Zhuolin, was about the same size as the one Xiaochen used to execute firmament's rage, only slightly larger. Just as the heavy-armored desolate slave was about to grab Qin Zhuolin, Xiaochen threw a palm strike first. Bang! The two palms clashed, and Xiaochen got knocked back like a sandbag. Space turned chaotic, nearly tearing Xiaochen's physical body to shreds. Qin Zhuolin took the opportunity to escape. When he saw this scene, he felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, he managed to escape from a sure-death situation. Seeing the heavy-armored desolate slave focus on Xiaochen, Qin Zhuolin immediately panicked. He crossed his hands and formed hand seals. Qin Zhuolin's eyes turned pitch black, looking boundlessly deep like a bottomless pit. It was so deep that it made one's heart tremble. 9 Heavens God Sealing Formation, rise. After Qin Zhuolin formed the hand seals, he shouted, and light shone behind him. Thousands of formation flags soared into the sky like a boundless rain of arrows. In the next moment, thousands of formation flags layered over each other. Spiritual light danced in the night sky, forming an incredibly complicated formation that turned into 9 layers of heavenly curtains. The 9 layers of heavenly curtains smashed down on the heavy-armored desolate slave, preventing it from killing Xiaochen. However, Before the 9 layers of heavenly curtains could finish smashing down, the heavy-armored desolate slave tossed out a metal hook. The heavenly curtains broke layer by layer, turning into starlight that filled the sky. When the formation broke, Qin Zhuolin vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked back. The legend is true, Qin Zhuolin turned ashen, feeling some despair. Just at this moment, the first ray of light from the east appeared in the distant horizon. Dawn is approaching. Qin Zhuolin felt stunned. Then, he rejoiced. I'm saved. The heavy-armored desolate slave could not be bothered with the two. It stretched out its hand to cover its eyes and quickly fled far away. It quickly withdrew its overwhelming death qi. Chapter 2031. With the appearance of dawn, the blood moon receded. In the desolate sea, the sinister, cold, and strange atmosphere vanished. That heavily armored desolate slave also felt some fear. After the first ray of light shone on its body, it quickly withdrew its death qi and fled far away. By the time the sun rose, this terrifying desolate slave was nowhere to be seen. The desolate sea fell into another extreme. Xiao Qian and Qin Zhuolin stood side by side as they looked at the morning sun. After surviving a calamity, the two felt somewhat rueful as they looked at the rising sun. No one expected to be able to escape from such a horrifying desolate slave. This was the first time in their lives that they found the morning sun so familiar. Xiao Qian asked, "What is the origin of that desolate slave?" "It came for you, right?" "That is Soul Reaper." Because it resembles the Soul Reaper from the Immortal epic, the people of the Desolate Sea call it Soul Reaper. It is one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the Desolate Sea. According to legend, everyone who saw it died, but the two of us survived. Qin Zhuolin appeared to be in a good mood. Under the morning sun, he relaxed. As Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiao Qian, his initial indifference turned into admiration. He had not expected Xiao Qian to be able to save him from Soul Reaper with one palm strike. You should not be a nameless person. How come I have never heard of a dragon race cultivator who can reach the 3rd layer of Firmament's rage? Even now, Qin Zhuolin still felt somewhat shocked at the crucial palm strike that saved him. It was not only the might of the 3rd layer of Firmament's rage that shocked him but also Xiao Qian's courage. How many people could have the courage and boldness to attack Soul Reaper? Not only did Xiao Qian not flee, but he even turned around and made a move, saving Qin Zhuolin. This was much more valuable than the first time Qin Zhuolin saved him. The first time, he was only caught by a desolate slave. I believe that your name will shake the desolate sea soon, becoming a dragon race outstanding talent no weaker than the dragon god crown prince or the white dragon holy daughter. Qin Zhuolin thought highly of Xiao Qian's potential, not holding back on his praise. Xiao Qian smiled but did not say anything. The person in front of Xiao Qian was even more mysterious than Xiao Qian had imagined. Xiao Qian originally thought that the desolate slaves had injured him. Now, it looked like the one who severely injured him was Soul Reaper. Then, a group of low-ranked desolate slaves chased after him. To be able to come out unscathed after receiving a blow from a Hellguard, it was clear that this person was no simple character. You must be a Geomaster, right? Xiao Qian shook the blue dragon wine pot in his hand and said thoughtfully, 5,000 years of fine wine, I wonder which tomb it was taken from. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, who knows? Goodbye, we'll meet again someday. This answer was a tacit admission. See you later. For some reason, Xiao Qian felt that he would meet this Qin Zhuolin again in the future. At that time, the mysterious identity of that person would be revealed. After coming to the desolate sea, he first ran into the heavenly fragrances fairy maiden. Then, he ran into this Qin Zhuolin. This was rather interesting. After watching the other party leave, Xiao Qian set off again according to Qin Zhuolin's instructions. He needed to find a city and obtain a map of the desolate sea. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen closed his eyes and treated his injuries. At the same time, he used the secret technique that the blood-soaked dragon emperor left behind. Xiaochen had to remove the thousand-taste red from his soul. His injuries were rather problematic. Fortunately, there were no major problems and no fatal danger. When the sun set, the silhouette of a city appeared in Xiaochen's vision. The huge setting sun, in the skyline, slowly sank. Every time one saw such a huge setting sun in the desolate sea, they would feel incredibly shocked. The setting sun looked like fire, dyeing the horizon red and forming unending volcanic clouds. Together with the darkening sky, the setting sun looked somewhat ancient. Clatter! Clatter! Cultivators from various places could be seen on the ground, riding huge mutated beasts. These cultivators kicked up a cloud of dust and rushed to the city. Only in the city could one find a sense of security in the desolate sea's night. However, many cultivators stood on the city walls, wearing all sorts of clothes. Their expressions were cold as they occasionally leaped down, going in the opposite direction. These people moved out of the city in groups of 3 to 5, looking exceptionally eye-catching. These people all gave off faint demonic qi. They were all demonic Dao cultivators. The desolate sea's night was especially suitable for these demonic Dao cultivators. They could bring out their full combat prowess. If these demonic Dao cultivators were lucky, they could find strong souls or capture desolate slaves and refine them into corpses, which would be a pretty good harvest. Of course, there were also some righteous Dao cultivators among them. They were all skilled and bold people. There would always be such adventurers everywhere, daring to challenge themselves. Perhaps they were here for experiential training or to seek out fortuitous encounters. The desolate sea seemed to be much more exciting than what Xiaochen first saw. However, at this moment, no matter what others thought, he only wanted to enter the city quietly and rest well after experiencing the excitement of the previous night. Ping City, as its name suggested, it was just an ordinary city. It was far from being as majestic and glorious as the Dragon City. However, this small city bustled with people and was brightly lit. The density of people and the bustle of the night made it even livelier than Heaven Dragon City. This made sense. There might not even be a city within 50 million kilometers. With such a small population, there had to be a lot of people. Xiaochen was not in a rush to buy a map. After choosing an inn to stay in, he started to treat his injuries. Be it the fight with Bai Yunfei or the previous night's fight with Soul Reaper, he needed to recover properly. Xiaochen stayed in the inn for 7 days before coming out. His injuries had all healed, and he returned to his peak state. He even felt like he was going to improve further. 1 cup of heartburn allowed Xiaochen's cultivation to improve significantly, completely stabilizing his cultivation as a late-stage holy venerate. Xiaochen estimated that when he finished this bottle, no matter how many resources his divine body required, he would be able to reach peak holy venerate. His cultivation would also reach peak consummation holy venerate. As Xiaochen wandered around the city, preparing to buy a map, he stopped in front of a magnificent building with a 4-legged cauldron in front of it. The 9-cauldron pavilion. No matter where Xiaochen went, he would run into such shops. The 9-cauldron pavilion before him seemed to be of a higher standard than the ones he had seen before. Learning from his previous experience, Xiaochen took out the VIP medallion that Li Xiuhai gave him and asked, "What is this medallion? Can I meet the manager of this pavilion with this medallion?" "You can. Young master has the 9-cauldron pavilion's gold VIP medallion. Please come with me. I'll go and inform him first." Soon, a maidservant led Xiaochen to the VIP room of this pavilion. After meeting the manager, the matter of buying a map went much smoother. Furthermore, the map that Xiaochen obtained was not a detailed one that ordinary people could easily obtain. The identity of a VIP helped him a lot. All that remained was to compare the map with the one in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Then, he would compare the current map with the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories and find the old lands of the Blue Dragon. This was not a good task. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been alive for 100,000 years already. 100,000 years ago, there was no such thing as the Desolate Sea. Xiaochen needed to walk around, continuously observing and comparing. There were many difficult problems to solve. The sea had changed into mulberry fields. 100,000 years had changed the landscape greatly, something that could not be explained in a few words. However, no matter how difficult it was, Xiaochen had to do it. As the last Blue Dragon descendant, Xiaochen was duty-bound to search for the map. 2 months later, on a mountain peak, Xiaochen opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. Then, he muttered to himself, "Is this the place?" In the past 2 months, Xiaochen had traveled a lot and encountered many troublesome matters. Finally, he determined the general area. However, he did not dare to guarantee it. Before Xiaochen was a barren land of death covered in sand. The blazing sun shone down. Even a cultivator like Xiaochen found this somewhat unbearable, unable to endure this harsh sunlight. This is too barren. Xiaochen closed his heavenly eye, showing a suspicious expression. This large region was too barren. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a land of death. Rumble. 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 Suddenly, the sound of rocks tumbling came from the cliffs. Xiaochen looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a child carrying a medicinal herb on a cliff, climbing under the blazing sun. This was a native of the Desolate Sea, born and raised here. Hence, he was more accustomed to the environment here than outsiders. Over the past 2 months, Xiaochen had seen many natives. Compared to the ordinary people of other places, they were much stronger. Compared to the ordinary people of other places, the ordinary people of the Desolate Sea had it much harder. The lack of water, the harsh environment, and the dangers at night were all tests of life and death. The child nimbly dodged the rocks and stopped. Then, he revealed joy on his face. The child found a medicinal herb between the cliffs. The harsher the environment, the more valuable the medicinal herb that grew. In this place where vegetation was sparse, one could easily imagine the value of medicinal herbs. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, and a strand of saber chi chopped a venomous snake hidden in the cliffs, about to attack. Whoosh! Xiaochen leaped into the air and landed firmly, sending the startled child to the ground. "Thank you, Big Brother." "Big Brother, are you a cultivator?" The little girl did not panic. Clearly, she had seen many strong cultivators in the Desolate Sea. She blinked and asked curiously. The child's voice was clear and melodious. Xiaochen had not noticed that the child was actually a girl. "You are too polite." Xiaochen looked at the little girl. Her hands and feet were bruised. He could not bear to see her like this. "Where is your home?" "I'll send you there." Who knew, right after Xiaochen said that, the little girl started crying. Little Qing Chen was chased out. Little Qing Chen no longer has a home. "Big Brother, if you want to help me, send this herb back. My little brother needs it." Chapter 2032. So, this girl is called Qing Chen. Why was she chased out? After being chased out, she still has to risk her life to pick herbs. How is this girl going to live in the future? Based on the girl's appearance, she should not be more than 10 years old, and her body was covered in dust. Xiaochen felt somewhat sad. It was really difficult for ordinary people to live in the Desolate Sea. "Don't cry. I promise you that I will bring this herb back. However, tell me, why were you chased out? Who chased you out? Where are your parents?" Xiaochen's string of questions confused the girl. The girl looked at Xiaochen with watery eyes as she stammered, not knowing which to answer first. Xiaochen knew that the girl was too anxious. He sighed and asked in a warmer tone, "Where are your parents?" Qingchen does not have parents. They died when she was very young. This pitiful child turned out to be an orphan. Xiaochen continued asking, "Who chased you out?" Grandpa Village Chief. Grandpa Village Chief told little Qingchen to go as far away as possible. Sob. 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 However, little brother is sick. If I do not bring the herbs back to the spirit jades, what will happen to little brother? Sob. 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 The girl seemed to have suffered a great grievance. Worried about her little brother's illness, she cried even harder. Xiaochen did not continue asking. He waited for the girl to calm down before asking, "Where is your village?" "Over there." The girl pointed in a direction. Xiaochen sent his spiritual sense into his eyes and looked into the distance. There was indeed a village more than 50 kilometers away. Xiaochen picked up the girl and carried her on his way. "Big brother, I cannot go back. Grandpa Village Chief will be angry." The girl said somewhat fearfully, "Big brother, just bring the herbs I picked back." Little Qingchen cannot go back. As Xiaochen looked at the setting sun in the distance, he said softly, "The sky is turning dark. Where can you go?" To Xiaochen, 50 kilometers would not take long. Along the way, Xiaochen ran into a group of bandits riding mutated beasts. Bandits were like sand in the desolate sea, everywhere. In the land of bloodshed, it was difficult for morality to exist. Chaos and slaughter coexisted. Xiaochen didn't speak to the other party. He didn't even give the other party a chance to speak. Xiaochen covered Qingchen's eyes with his left hand and punched with his right. The 100 bandits in front of them, along with the strange beasts they rode, all turned into a bloody mist. After Qingchen let go, she blinked. Why did that group of bad people suddenly disappear? Looking at his surroundings, he felt more and more familiar with them. Qingchen felt both anticipation and fear. She did not dare to say anything in Xiaochen's embrace. When it was getting dark, Xiaochen arrived at the village. There were about 100 households in the village. The village was surrounded by a simple fence made of lightning-subduing wood, which was used to prevent dirty things from entering at night. The lightning-falling wood was a kind of wood in the desolate sea that had a suppressive effect on filthy things. Villages and other gathering places mostly had this kind of wood, forming a fence, making it look like a stockade. At this moment, the sky was getting dark. Many villagers were reinforcing the fence. When they saw Xiaochen and the girl in his arms, they immediately panicked. "Quickly, tell the village chief that Qingchen is back. Quick! Quick! Quick!" These villagers stopped what they were doing and ran back in a fluster. This surprised Xiaochen somewhat. When Qingchen, who was put down, saw this scene, she felt sad and could not help crying again. Soon, the villagers escorted a skinny, hemp-robed old man over. The old man looked at Qingchen, then at Xiaochen. Then, he sighed and said, "Bring her back. This young hero, it is getting dark. Come in and talk." This old man's cultivation was not high. However, the people who lived in the desolate sea were much stronger than the ordinary people outside. If one could not adapt to this harsh environment, one would not be able to survive. Hence, while this old man looked old, he was spirited. Seeing that this old man did not seem like a bad person, Xiaochen said softly, "Village chief, these are herbs that little Qingchen picked outside. She wants to give them to her younger brother." Qingchen's eyes brimmed with tears as she carried the herbs over. She sobbed and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, little Qingchen will not be going in. Grandpa Village Chief will help me sell these herbs. Take care of my younger brother. He is sick. I'm afraid that no one will take care of him." The old village chief let out a long sigh. A trace of sorrow flashed in his ancient eyes, and tears flickered in them. Come in. It is getting dark. If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. You should go and see your younger brother. Everyone has been taking care of him. Really? Xianxia blinked but still did not dare to go in. Xiaoqin did not say anything. He picked her up and directly entered the village chief's residence. As the sky turned dark, the villagers quickly closed the village's wooden gates and scattered a layer of black dust along the way. After Xiaoqin sent Xianxia to her house, Xianxia could not help but bow to him. Thank you, big brother. I'm going to see my younger brother. As for the wooden house, Xiaoqin did not enter. The old village chief sighed and led Xiaoqin to the side. How should I address this old man? The village chief said, I am old and the seventh child. Everyone in the village calls me Grandpa 7. In that case, I'll call you Grandpa 7. The village chief quickly said, You can't do that, you can't do that. With one look, I can tell that little brother is not an ordinary person. You have delicate features and delicate bones. How can you address me, an old man, as Grandpa 7? It's fine. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Grandpa 7 led Xiaoqin to his house. There were other people in the house. When they heard that Grandpa 7 had an honored guest, they quickly took out wine and started to serve him. Unexpectedly, the wine poured out of the crude beast skin wine pouch was unexpectedly delicious. Xiaoqin drained it in one gulp. Then, he exclaimed in shock, Great wine. Grandpa 7 brewed this yourself? Grandpa 7 revealed a smile on his wrinkled face. Yes, a little craftsmanship passed down from my ancestors. An honest-looking youth at the side said, How is it a little craftsmanship? The wine that our Grandpa 7 brewed is the best in the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. The wine that our ancestors brewed has even appeared in Desolate City's Heavenly Fragrance Banquet. Desolate City, the largest city in the Desolate Sea, could be considered a holy city. This city was very ancient, even older than some of the dragon cities in the Divine Dragon Empire. This city gathered the factions of the world, a dazzling pearl in the Desolate Sea. As for the Heavenly Fragrance Banquet, it was even more incredible. The Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land would hold a banquet every 100 years, inviting everyone. It was a rare event in the world that could attract all the factions. Grandpa 7 sighed, This is all in the past. The world is too chaotic now, and ingredients are hard to find. The skill of brewing wine was mostly lost in my generation. What is the point of knowing how to brew wine in this day and age? Grandpa 7's words were filled with emotion. His tone was filled with sorrow. Xiaoqin changed the topic. Grandpa 7, why did you chase little Xianxia out? I can tell that you are not a ruthless person. Is there a reason for this? The great rock soars with the wind and soars 45,000 kilometers. Little brother, your aura is extraordinary. Sooner or later, you will soar into the sky. Our small village is not even a drop of water in the great rock's eyes. Little brother, why do you have to worry about such things? The old man could tell that Xiaoqin was not an ordinary cultivator, so he said that Xiaoqin had a great future ahead of him. The small matters of the village were nothing compared to his world, so he told Xiaoqin to ignore them. The great rock would not pay attention to you, who leaped up with the waves as it soared. When it soared, it would cross 5,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it would become nothing. It could only fly higher and further by looking forward. Grandpa 7's words were a tactful rejection and also out of politeness. There was also some pride, not wanting to ask a stranger for help. He could clearly see that Xiaoqin were people of two different worlds. Grandpa 7, you can't say things like that. Xiaoqin found this somewhat strange. He put down his wine cup and wanted to say something. However, Grandpa 7 interrupted him. In the desolate sea, there is always blood and death every day. Even the sages cannot deal with this. Little brother, you really don't have to worry. Everyone has their own fate in this world. You should rest well here tonight. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he felt helpless. He knew that this matter could not be rushed. The night passed quietly. When the sun rose, Xiaochen walked out of his house and saw the villagers gathered together, worshipping a lone peak in the distance. The lone peak was a verdant mountain. However, there was no vegetation on it, looking like it was made of divine metal. Xiaochen looked at it and frowned heavily. He could not help feeling suspicious. This green mountain had an extraordinary aura. When it rose from the ground, it gave off a sharp aura that soared into the sky. However, when it reached the summit, this aura stopped. There was a flat platform at the summit. It looked neat and smooth, like someone had chopped it off. After these people finished worshipping, Xiaochen went to find the honest-looking youth in Grandpa Seven's house yesterday and asked about it. When the honest-looking youth heard this question, he scratched his head and said, "I don't know, either. What's strange about this place? I heard that every morning, they worship this green mountain. This is a rule passed down by our ancestors. I don't know what they worship either. However, after worshipping it, I do feel somewhat at ease. It's strange. Has no one gone to take a look? That place is not clean. Even if it's daytime, it is still very gloomy. After getting within 10 kilometers, no one dares to go over. Grandpa Seven also warned us not to go over." Xiaochen could not help feeling even more suspicious. Suddenly, the honest-looking youth leaned over and whispered, "I once heard from the elders in the village that this mountain originally had a dragon head. It has always been a dragon head mountain. Later, the dragon head broke, and it became unclean." Chapter 2033. Grandpa Seven, the village chief, smoked his pipe as he watched Xiaochen go in and out every day. He showed a complicated expression, but he did not say anything. When Xiaochen saw that Grandpa Seven had some difficulty squeezing through the crowd, his face filled with excitement. Xiaochen could not reject Grandpa Seven's kind intentions, so he dismounted and bent his back to let Qingchen put on a garland of flowers for him. Xiaochen felt slightly startled. He had seen many bandits recently, but Iron Egg had never shown such shock on his face. When Xiaochen opened his palm, boundless electric light and saber chi burst out, and blood blossomed in the air. Iron Egg said anxiously, "Scram. Who said that I, Iron Egg, am not good-looking? I've been walking around the village with Big Brother Xiao for the past few days. Many ladies like me. The ordinary people who lived in the desolate sea always lacked food and water. The old people told him everything they knew, saying that this was how their ancestors passed it down. No one had seen it for themselves. Normally, before the other party could say anything, they would kill them in an instant. You speak a lot of nonsense. Ta. 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 Iron Egg, you told me earlier that there was a dragon head on the Azure Mountain. Which old person in the village said that?" Xiaochen had not experienced life for a long time already. After spending a few days together, he felt rueful. After dealing with the corpses, Xiaochen turned his head to look at the Azure Mountain. Then, he returned to the village with Iron Egg. Good. After searching for many days, Xiaochen obtained some useful information. As Grandpa Seven smoked his pipe, he led Xiaochen to his house. "Iron Egg, you are not embarrassed. With your dark and swarthy face, you will not look good even if you wear it," someone mocked. Everyone guffawed. Blood flowed endlessly, and Iron Egg died on the spot, falling off the horse. Xiaochen put down his wine cup and nodded. "Right. I want to know where the dragon head went. Big brother, wear a garland of flowers and look good." When Qingchen saw the garland she weaved on Xiaochen's head, she felt overjoyed. Iron Egg rubbed his head and smiled. Little Qingchen, why don't you make one for your big brother Iron Egg as well? However, the Azure Mountain, which had soared with an imposing aura, suddenly stopped, made Iron Egg enter deep thought. They would bring large prey back to the village. Xiaoqin said with a smile, why are you apologizing? You didn't do anything wrong. If you have time, come with me to the other villages. I still want to ask around. Let's go back first. I don't have a name. Everyone in the village calls me Tai Dan, the honest-looking young man said shyly. Keep bragging. At this moment, the honest-looking young man said that there used to be a dragon head on the Green Mountain. To think that he was actually a holy venerate like Xiaoqin. However, when asked why they worshipped Qing Shan, no one could give them an answer. Leave it to me. Bruiser felt a little embarrassed that he hadn't found anything. Yes, I know. Brother Xiaoqin, can you teach me martial arts? I want to be like you. Tai Dan said with some longing. It's only been a few days, but he's already helped me gather enough food for several years. I don't have to risk my life hunting anymore. With so many legends put together, it could basically be confirmed. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Big brother, here you go. Xiaoqin did not say much. Tai Dan was just an early-stage holy venerate. Xiaoqin grabbed with his palm. He could not be bothered to waste time with Tai Dan, so he executed Firmament's rage. Tai Dan was not very knowledgeable and did not understand the difference in strength between cultivators, which was why he was so shocked. All the villages within 5,000 kilometers did indeed have a tradition of worshipping Qing Shan. Qing Shan was the dragon head. Many villages had similar legends. The black-cloaked man glanced at Xiaoqin and sensed that the other party's cultivation was higher than his. There had indeed been a dragon head on the Green Mountain. However, it was already so long ago that it could not be considered. While laughing, Xiaoqin discovered Grandpa Seven in the distance, smoking a pipe and looking at him. But for the mortals of the mortal world, surviving was what they had to face and think about at every moment. Right now, Xiaoqin's combat prowess rivaled that of an initial perfection sovereign personage. Squashing a holy venerate to death would be as easy as squashing an ant. After looking carefully for a while, Xiaoqin discovered that the leader actually cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique and possessed a significant cultivation. There was a dragon head on the Green Mountain? Tai Dan still did not dare to believe that Xiaoqin could kill the demonic Dao envoy with one palm strike. After arriving at the village, Xiaoqin took out a huge ferocious beast from his storage ring. All the households rejoiced. They had been waiting for a long time to cut up the ferocious beast meat. In the following days, many old people have said this before. What's wrong? Big brother Xiao, you don't really believe that there is a dragon head on Azure Peak, right? Iron Egg was astonished that Xiaoqin actually believed the nonsense he spouted. The two did not return empty-handed this time. The group of bandits before them seemed somewhat different. When Xiaoqin looked over, he discovered that the leader seemed somewhat strange. Xiaoqin and Tai Dan traveled everywhere. They went out during the day and returned at night. They never returned empty-handed. How dare you attack my people? You are seeking death. Tai Dan's attire made him look very valiant. Xiaoqin borrowed a horse from the village, and the two went out together. Right after Xiaoqin spoke, a strand of saber qi pierced through the foreheads of the surrounding bandits. Qingchen struggled out of the crowd with some difficulty. Then, she ran over excitedly, holding up a garland she made from tree branches and wildflowers. Young hero Xiao is really our village's lucky star. Xiaoqin never had a good impression of bandits. Their bodies contained spiritual energy. When ordinary people consumed them, they would strengthen their physique, tendons, and bones. They were great supplements. Whoosh! When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt startled. He looked at the distant azure mountain and remained silent. To cultivators, this piece of land was filled with fortuitous encounters. Naturally, Xiaochen was not satisfied with such an answer. How could words be trusted without any proof? However, Tai Dan's words made Xiaochen somewhat wary. Xiaochen instantly grabbed Tai Dan, not giving Tai Dan a chance to flee. That was why there were no clear words or words passed down. Xiaochen said softly, "It's hard to say for sure. There is always some basis to legends. Do me a favor and bring me to meet the elders in the village." To think that a bona fide holy venerate would team up with a group of bandits. This was truly shocking. Xiaochen needed to make time to go to the Azure Mountain and take a look. Just at this moment, the urgent sound of horse hooves rang out. It was a group of ostentatious bandits. The leader wore a black cloak and a conical bamboo hat, covering himself well. This ferocious beast meat was very different from the wild beasts they normally hunted. A thought occurred to Xiaochen. After some thought, he asked, "What is your name?" This was rather rare. The bandits that Xiaochen normally met only knew some mediocre martial arts. Those who were slightly strong would not go to the extent of becoming bandits. There were too many ways to survive. "Big brother Xiao, it looks like I can't help you." On hearing that Xiaochen was willing to help him hunt, Tai Dan felt incredibly excited. Soon, he appeared on a handsome horse with a bow on his back and a large saber at his waist. Dragon Head Mountain. A bandit pointed at Xiaochen as he held the reins of his horse. "Ha! It's just a small matter. Everyone is dying to talk to someone like Big Brother Xiao. Come, I'll lead you there." A look of terror appeared in Bruiser's eyes, and he clenched his right fist in fury. He said coldly, "Friend, you just arrived at the desolate sea. Don't you know the rules? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't provoke people you shouldn't provoke." Xiaochen and Iron Egg rode ferocious horses and stopped at a riverside, looking up at the green mountains. From afar, it approached the two of them. After they sat down and drank a cup of wine, Grandpa Seven said, "Little brother, have you been asking about Dragon Head Xianxia recently? Big brother Xiao, you killed the demon envoy." As for worshipping the Green Mountain, it was already a tradition. All the villages in this area had this tradition. He planned to stay here for a while before continuing his search. It looked like these bandits were backed by a demonic Dao faction. They were not as simple as they seemed. The people in the village were all overjoyed. They did not expect to see a martial artist. He actually stayed in the village and even helped them hunt. Demon Envoy. It was just something passed down by word of mouth, passed down from generation to generation. This startled the black-clad man. He had not expected Xiaochen to attack at the drop of a hat, instantly killing the group of bandits by his side. That's the black-clad man from earlier. All the bandits in the vicinity are under the control of the demon envoys. They are like demons. No one dares to disobey their orders. They are simply demonic gods. The horse that Xiaochen sat on felt the black-clad man's emotions and started neighing somewhat restlessly. Bruiser was so shocked that he even stuttered. Under Bruiser's lead, Xiaochen asked several elders in the village about the dragon head on the Green Mountain. "Sure, but I have to go out to hunt. I have not hunted for half a month already." Xiaochen had long noticed that Grandpa Seven wanted to say something. After saying that to Bruiser, he walked over. "Milord, it's him. Recently, he killed many of our brothers, never leaving anyone alive. We spent a lot of effort to find him." Xiaochen had found this place based on the maps of the modern realm and the modern realm. Originally, he had some doubts and did not dare to be sure. Chapter 2034. I would like to know where the dragon head went. Grandpa Seven tapped the table with his pipe. Wrinkles filled his aged face as he sighed. How many years has it been? There have been people coming to look for the dragon head, but no one has found it. People thought that it was just a legend long ago. Little brother, don't take it too seriously and delay your proper business. A thought occurred to Xiaoqin. Others have come to look for it. There were many in the past, but there are fewer now. When I was young, I saw my grandfather entertain one person. Since then, no one has come. Before that, people came intermittently, but they all returned disappointed. There is nothing to look for. Grandpa Seven puffed out a mouthful of smoke as he looked at Xiaoqin through the smoke. From what I remember, that person's aura is somewhat similar to little brother's. Somewhat similar. Xiaoqin casually waved his hand and used his veritable essence energy to draw a portrait in the air. When Grandpa Seven saw the portrait, he exclaimed in shock, "That's him. Little brother, you know him." I remember that back then, he came alone as well. He was as kind as little brother. I wonder how he is now. The person in the portrait was the previous generation Heaven Dragon. Now, Xiaoqin was certain that this place was the Blue Dragon's old haunt. There were no more surprises. However, Xiaoqin could not immediately answer Grandpa Seven's question. The previous generation Heaven Dragon was currently locked up in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, suffering inhumane torture day and night. He is very good and very tenacious. Xiaoqin paused for a while. That was all he could say. Grandpa Seven smiled and sighed, "You cultivators are good, unlike us ordinary people. We do not have enough talent and cannot cultivate. Otherwise, my grandfather would be able to live until now. However, living in the desolate sea is not a good thing. Practically no sect in the desolate sea would accept disciples or nurture disciples here. Firstly, the land was vast and sparsely populated, and resources were scarce. Secondly, there were too few natives in the northern region. The sects here were all branches of the various large factions. These sects would draw disciples from their headquarters and slowly develop." Xiaoqin was deep in thought. Since the Heaven Dragon of the previous generation had been here before, did he leave any clues behind? After some questioning, Lord Seven recalled with some difficulty, "I really can't remember clearly. Let me look for it." Grandpa Seven gulped down a mouthful of wine and began rummaging through the old house. Found it. Grandpa Seven took out a yellowed book from an old box. He patted the dust off it and said, "This is my grandfather's diary. I remember that he would write down all the major matters in this book." Xiaoqin received it solemnly. He revealed a joyful expression and said, "Seventh Grandpa, thank you so much. This thing is very useful to me." Grandpa Seven smiled and said, "If it's useful, then take it. You've helped the village so much these past few days. I don't know how to repay you. You're too polite, Seventh Master." That's right, when I saw Seventh Master earlier, I wanted to say something but hesitated. It seemed like I had something to say. Xiaoqin put away the book and asked softly. Grandpa Seven nodded and said, "There is indeed something that I would like to ask little brother for help with. However, this old man has not been able to repay me, so I have not been able to say anything." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Grandpa Seven is too polite. It is not convenient for me to tell you about my fate with this place for now. However, you can rest assured. If you have anything to say, just say it. I owe you." When Grandpa Seven saw Xiaoqin's sincere expression, he sighed softly. "There is a peach blossom city 1,500,000 kilometers away. There is a small-scale peach blossom wine festival every 10 years and a large-scale peach blossom wine festival every 100 years. Peach Blossom City, Xiaoqin had seen this city before when he was roaming around. Indeed, the fragrance of wine spread everywhere. One could smell it from 50 kilometers away. However, as Xiaoqin was in a rush, he did not enter the city to take a look. "Senior, please continue." "Yes. When I was young, I would bring the wine that I brewed to the wine festival. Even if I could not make it stand out, I could sell it for a good price, helping the village not to worry about food and clothing for a few years. However, 30 years ago, after the ancient well outside the village dried up, it could no longer brew any good wine. When Xiaochen heard that, he smiled and said, "Do you always want to come out of retirement and participate in this centennial wine festival? I am also a wine lover. Grandpa 7, if you have any requests, just let me know." Grandpa 7 sighed and said, "I did not do this on a whim. Peach Blossom City's city lord is a major character. If he takes a fancy to the wine brewed by someone in the Centennial Wine Festival, he will agree to one request of the brewer. With just one word from him, our village will be safe for 100 years. Although the chances are slim, I still want to risk these old bones of mine and give it a try." Centennial Wine Festival. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Grandpa 7 seemed to be worried about something. There seemed to be a hint of worry on his face. Unfortunately, Xiaochen had already finished drinking heartburn long ago. He had used it to stabilize his cultivation and raise his cultivation. As for the 1,000-year flame, Xiaochen still had half a bottle left. If he dripped a drop into the blue dragon wine flask, he could fill it to the brim, which he could use to participate in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Before Xiaochen drank heartburn, he had felt that the 1,000-year flame was the best wine in the world. However, after drinking heartburn, Xiaochen had to admit that there were indeed more outstanding wines in the Great Thousand Realms. It was hard to say whether the 1,000-year flame could take the top spot in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. "Grandpa 7, look at this wine recipe. Can you brew it?" Xiaochen thought for a while and took out the wine recipe. Perhaps Grandpa 7 could brew it himself. "This is the Dragon Race's wine, heartburn." Grandpa 7 felt somewhat startled. He quickly returned the recipe to Xiaochen and said, "This wine recipe has been lost for several thousand years. If I brew it and participate in the wine festival, I might attract a fatal disaster. There's hope." When Xiaochen saw the situation, he rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "Grandpa 7, there is no rush. Help me brew it. I won't participate in the wine festival. How about I drink it myself?" Grandpa 7 hesitated before saying, "However, I'm afraid that I cannot obtain the ingredients." "It's fine. Leave the ingredients to me." "Grandpa 7, what wine do you want to brew?" "I'll take care of all the ingredients." "All right, but we need to restore the ancient well outside the village first. Without that well water, we can't do anything. Without that well water, your heartburn and the wine I want to brew will not succeed. I'll go and take a look. If I really can't do it, I'll go further away and look for a replacement well water." What well water was so important? Feeling suspicious, Xiaochen arrived at an ancient well not far from the village. The well water had already dried up long ago. "Sang, what's strange about this well?" Xiaochen asked after calling out softly. Xiaochen did not have any outstanding talents, so he could only ask Sang to take a look. Sang was an expert in this aspect. Sang came out of the Divine Universe Steel and looked at the dried well. Then, he looked at the surrounding terrain. His expression changed slightly as he said softly, "This is a Coldine spring. To think that a Coldine spring can appear in the desolate sea. Coldine spring. That's the spring that appears in places of extreme een. Places of extreme een are bone-chilling, extremely cold. It is very difficult for running water to flow. If there is, and the terrain happens to produce a fountain, it will be called a Coldine spring. First of all, places of extreme een are very hard to find in the desolate sea. Having running water is even harder. Furthermore, the terrain produces a fountain, which is even harder." Sang paused for a while before continuing, "The spring water of a Coldine spring is indeed suitable for brewing good wine. It is very difficult to find a substitute." That was somewhat problematic. It looked like Grandpa 7 was right. If the wine recipe stated that it required the spring water of a coldine spring, there was indeed no way to brew it. Why did the spring water stop? There are too many reasons. It might be that the water source broke, or the yin energy might be too dense, causing the water to stop flowing. It might also be that the terrain changed, and the underground water flowed further downstream. As the propping mulberry tree, Sang knew the terrain and the spring water like the back of his hand. There was no need to doubt Sang's words. "It looks like I still have to go down and take a look," Xiaochen said softly as he stared at the deep, dried well. "Don't go down first." Sang pulled Xiaochen back, not letting him rush down. "What's wrong?" Xiaochen did not understand. Sang explained seriously that Grandpa Seven is just an ordinary person and does not know much about the coldine spring. "I suspect that this coldine spring is not naturally formed. Man-made? That is too exaggerated. Who could change the terrain so precisely, even altering yin and yang to create a place of extreme yin?" When Xiaochen heard that, he felt flabbergasted, somewhat in disbelief. Sang said softly, "Although it is somewhat difficult, I have seen everything you said before. It is very difficult for a coldine spring to appear in the desolate sea. It is not appropriate to go down rashly." Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he looked up at the decapitated blue dragon in the distance and then at the coldine spring. Sang's words were indeed worth thinking about. A green mountain with a decapitated dragon head and a dried-up coldine spring. If these two were connected, it would indeed feel a chill. Chapter 2035. Coldine Spring. Is this a trap laid by someone else? Xiaochen stood in front of the well and entered deep thought. After a while, he decided to go down and take a look. "I'll accompany you. If anything happens, we can look after each other," Sang said softly. "It's fine. If there is really any danger, it will be easier for me to escape alone. Don't worry." Without giving Sang a chance to refuse, Xiaochen gently leaped into the well. "It's fine. If there is really any danger, it will be easier for me to escape alone. Don't worry." Not giving Sang a chance to refuse, Xiaochen gently leaped into the well. Sang looked at the well and then the surroundings, entering deep thought. Soon, he soared into the air and looked down at the surroundings. He saw indistinct mountain ranges in the distance. The entire terrain gave off an indescribably strange feeling. Below, in the well, Xiaochen descended for a long time. Finally, his feet touched the ground, and he landed. Whoosh! The instant Xiaochen's feet touched the ground, a chill assaulted him. Xiaochen's body trembled uncontrollably. He felt inattributed qi in his body, and the chill was overwhelming. If he wanted to remove it, he would have to waste a lot of veritable essence energy. Xiaochen circulated the ice feather divine incantation and directly absorbed this inattributed qi, turning it into the power of his ice domain. When he looked up, he could see a bowl-sized light. The ancient well was probably 10 kilometers deep. When he thought about it, he realized that he was now 10 kilometers underground. He could not help but be exceptionally cautious. As for the surroundings, it was pitch black. He could only see within 100 meters. Xiaochen groped his way forward in the darkness. The narrow path widened as he walked. However, the terrain became increasingly complicated. Soon, his vision suddenly widened. Xiaochen had already arrived at an underground cavern. The inverted stalactites were 2 meters long. They gave off a crystalline light, barely allowing him to see the entire cavern. One had to admit that the strange stalactites and the night view of the water looked rather shocking and wondrous. After admiring it for a while, Xiaochen followed the water and headed upstream. The yin-attributed qi became increasingly denser. To his surprise, Xiaochen discovered that his frost domain was rapidly expanding. At this rate, it would not be long before Xiaoqin broke through and comprehended the ice great Dao. His ice domain had long reached the limits. He only lacked a fortuitous encounter, and he could break through to the power of great Dao. Perhaps, this was an opportunity. With this thought, Xiaoqin circulated the ice feather divine art to its limits. The cold qi around Xiaoqin condensed into strands of cold qi that glimmered in the night sky. The cold qi around him grew thicker and thicker. The cold qi that had condensed into threads had already condensed into feathers. Countless ice feathers flew up and down, looking exceptionally beautiful. Along the way, they came across many round stone pillars that were wrapped in layers of thick ice. It stood abruptly on the ground. The underground environment was really strange. They didn't run into any danger along the way, but that made Xiaoqin even more cautious. He felt that something was off. Gotcha! Suddenly, Xiaoqin stepped on a patch of frozen ground, and his right foot sank in. The cold qi instantly froze his foot. Xiaoqin cursed himself for being unlucky. Then, he lowered his head and tried to pull his foot out. However, he suddenly felt the danger of impending death. Xiaoqin could not care less about pulling his right foot out. He tilted his body slightly, and a 2-meter-long stalactite silently slid past his face and into the ground. Whoosh! The sharpness of the stalactite surpassed Xiaoqin's expectations. The long stalactite directly pierced into the ground, not making a sound. Xiaoqin immediately felt a chill run down his back. If he had not dodged, this stalactite would have pierced through his head and body, killing him on the spot. Was it a coincidence? There did not seem to be any formation fluctuations or signs of anyone controlling it. It could only be explained as a coincidence. After pulling his frozen right foot out, Xiaoqin stretched his legs. He had to be even more careful from now on. No, suddenly, Xiaoqin thought of something and looked back. He saw that on the way here, he looked at the round stone pillars that had suddenly appeared on the ground, and he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Xiaoqin threw a palm strike ferociously, and a saber wind spread out. All the dust on the surface of the circular stone pillar fell off in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. As the thick stone chips peeled off bit by bit, the cylindrical stones revealed their true bodies. They were all corpses. The frozen corpses stood erect on the ground. Their blank expressions before they died could even be seen clearly. The saber wind didn't stop, and in the next moment, all the corpses were turned into dust. Xiaoqin's face was deathly pale. He was completely frightened out of his wits. With his courage, there were very few things that could scare him. However, the scene before him had truly frightened him. It turned out that he had already walked through many paths of death before this. If he had been the slightest bit careless, he would have lost his life on the spot. Xiaoqin recalled the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. In the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, there was a kind of exquisite killing formation that completely merged with the natural environment. One would not even be able to sense the existence of the killing formation. Even when one died, one would not understand what happened. I can't go any further. The killing formation of this place already surpassed Xiaoqin's understanding. Even a divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor might not be able to leave alive. When Xiaoqin sized up the area in front, he felt that the rather ordinary underground environment was filled with killing intent. Xiaoqin sent out a few palm winds and discovered several more corpses in various states of death. The only thing they had in common was that they all had blank expressions, not understanding what was going on. Among them, Xiaoqin even discovered the corpse of a sovereign emperor. Most of the frigid qi in the surroundings came from the corpse. Xiaoqin understood why this spring dried up. Someone once discovered the secret of the cold Yin spring and came down to explore it. In the end, they all died in there. None of them left. The influence of the cold qi on these corpses suddenly intensified, affecting the flow of the cold Yin spring. The cold spring dried up, and the death gate of the killing formation opened. On the contrary, the life gate might appear only after the cold spring flowed. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin chopped these frozen corpses into pieces. Then, he sat down cross-legged and cultivated without moving. Right now, he was already in a dead end. If he returned rashly, he would definitely die. Only when the cold spring flowed again could this killing formation disappear, giving him a chance at survival. Xiaoqin drove the ice feather divine incantation, continuously absorbing the surrounding cold qi. Firstly, he could save himself and use this opportunity to break through and comprehend the ice great Tao. Whoosh! Whoosh! The surrounding cold qi gathered at Xiaoqin like a storm. Boundless ice feathers danced in the air like goose feathers. Xiaoqin held his breath and focused, not bothering with anything. He had experience with the thunder great Tao and the saber great Tao. Xiaoqin was very experienced in breaking through the ice great Tao. He did not panic, taking his time. Ding dong. Ding dong. Time passed slowly. After some time, the sound of water dripping rang out in Xiaoqin's ears. With a thought, it's coming. Xiaoqin continuously absorbed the cold qi. The cold qi plummeted, and the cold spring flowed again. Xiaoqin needed to break through before the cold spring arrived. The life gate would give him only one chance. Charge! 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 A heroic spirit surged in Xiaoqin's heart as he drove the ice feather divine incantation to its limits. His long hair fluttered, and his fine black hair gave off a jade-white light. His entire body radiated cold qi. Then, Xiaoqin saw spots of white light the size of grains of rice appear behind him. In the next moment, the spots of white light suddenly gave off a bright light and turned into a complete Tao disc behind Xiaoqin. Boom! Xiaoqin opened his eyes and saw an ice spring surging over from upstream. It was like a dragon, wanting to swallow him up. Before Xiaoqin could feel the ice Tao's great Tao energy, he leaped up and rushed forward. The ice spring gushed endlessly behind him. The life gate of the killing formation was fully open. As Xiaoqin rushed forward, he did not run into any danger. Xiaoqin retraced his original path and finally arrived at the bottom of the well. Without even thinking, his veritable essence energy surged and exploded under his feet. Then, he leaped up and soared into the sky. Boom! In the next moment, Xiaoqin soared into the sky. Soon, he leaped out of the well and hovered in midair. Xiaoqin landed on the ground and retreated to the side with Sang. Then, he informed Sang of the situation underground. Sang said with a grave expression, "You ran into a heavenly Tao killing formation. This kind of killing formation merged with the heavenly Tao. It is extremely profound and formless. Being able to return alive is truly luck. It is not fake at all." Xiaoqin also felt some lingering fear. If he had continued forward at that time, he might have died in there without realizing it. Sang paused for a moment before saying, "The person who laid this killing formation is extremely profound. If someone dies, it means that the secret of the cold spring was discovered. Furthermore, when someone dies, the spring dries up, no longer attracting the attention of others. This is a very natural form of self-protection. It is truly indescribable." Xiaoqin thought about it carefully and also found it somewhat scary. Just at this moment, the cold spring rushed out of the well and turned into a wave soaring into the sky, attracting the two's attention. Spring water gushed out and sprinkled in the surroundings. When the villagers saw this scene, they all stirred up and rushed out. All of them felt wild with joy. Water was scarce in the desolate sea. Having an underground spring was enough to feed hundreds of families. Since this cold spring dried up, the villagers had to travel 50 kilometers to get water from the villages they had a good relationship with. Now that the spring water was flowing again, they no longer had to beg others for water. The overjoyed villagers all smiled as they bathed in the spring water. Several of them took out farming tools to store water, their faces filled with smiles. When Xiaochen and Sang saw this scene, they revealed smiles. Their expressions involuntarily warmed up significantly. No matter how many startling secrets this Cultivation spring had, it was just a well to feed ordinary people. The person who laid down the killing formation was someone who did not miss out on anything. He definitely could not have predicted this. Many times, life was simpler. Not knowing and not understanding was bliss. The person who laid the formation had incredible means and might not be as happy as the simple villagers. Chapter 2036. Who do you think laid this heavenly Dao killing formation? Xiaochen and Sang chatted in soft voices. Sang shrugged and said, "How can I know? Just take your time." As the two spoke, Grandpa Seven walked over with a smile on his face. This was the first time Xiaochen saw Grandpa Seven so happy. This is. When Grandpa Seven saw Sang, he felt slightly surprised. Xiaochen introduced, "This is my friend Sang. Without his help, we would not have been able to draw out the spring water." Many thanks, many thanks." Sang nodded and said, "You are too polite." Xiaochen thought for a while before asking, "Grandpa Seven, what other ingredients do you need?" "I'll go get them for you." Right. I made a list. See if you can do it. Don't worry. Leave it to me. The Dragon Race's excellent wine, Heartburn, was not only an excellent wine but also something that could raise one's cultivation. It could even be used when one advanced to sovereign personage. Naturally, Xiaochen would do his best to obtain it. 3 days later, the gushing spring water slowly receded. The Cultivation spring settled in a place similar to the ancient well. Xiaochen busied himself with the various ingredients that Grandpa Seven needed, doing his best to run errands. When Xiaochen had free time, he would read the records left by his grandfather in the village. Today, that little brother from the dragon tribe actually went down into the ancient well. That's an ancient well that our ancestors have warned us not to go down. That little brother went down for a long time. In the middle of the night, I heard strange cries coming from the ancient well. Feeling worried, I came out to take a look. Aside from the exceptionally scarlet blood moon reflected in the water, there was nothing strange. When that little brother came out the next day, he had an excited expression on his face. He told me that he discovered an incredible secret in the well, that he knew where the dragon head was. When Xiaochen reached this part, he showed a slightly stunned expression. Then, he hurriedly flipped to the next page. However, the second page talked about something else and did not record anything. The previous generation Heaven Dragon went down the ancient well. Did that little brother go further than me? He even discovered the secret in the ancient well. Xiaochen showed a grave expression as he looked at the records. Xiaochen continued reading. Little brother went to the Azure Mountain again today. Every time he went, he showed an unsightly expression. My ancestors told me not to go to the Green Mountain, because I would be cursed if I went there. But I know that even if I tell him, he won't listen, so I can only let him be. Every night, we tremble in fear, afraid that the desolate slaves will come out. Ever since little brother came, the desolate slaves seem to take special care of our village. Fortunately, little brother is here. The desolate slaves cannot kill him. I wonder how strong little brother is. Winter is here, and the ground is covered with snow. Little brother hasn't left yet. With him around, the people in the village won't go hungry. It's a blessing. This winter won't be too difficult. Too scary, too scary. It was unknown what array the little brother had set up, but the killing mountain that was thousands of miles away seemed to be roaring angrily. Many streams of light entered the Green Mountain. That Green Mountain trembled, flowing light flickering about. It was as if blood vessels were flowing, as if it was going to come to life in the next moment. The villagers were scared silly. They trembled in fear and did not dare to go out. But the little brother didn't stop. He flew above the green mountain. I saw the blood moon and the great sun appear at the same time. Many, many terrifying people charged over. The little brother seemed to be injured. I looked through the window and saw that the little brother seemed to have lured them into the ancient well. 3 days passed, but the little brother did not come out. Those terrifying people did not come out either. It has been several months. I know that the little brother is definitely fine. However, he definitely won't come again. The village is finally at peace. The little brother really did not come again, Pa. Xiaochen closed the notebook and pushed off the ground. When he arrived at the Coldine Spring, he felt an urge to jump in immediately. It turned out that the people below were all lured down by the Heaven Dragon. He tricked all those sovereign emperors and sovereign personages to death. The Heaven Dragon was indeed a ruthless person. The old village chief was right. The Green Mountain was indeed cursed. The Heaven Dragon's ending was truly miserable. One could not go to the Green Mountain casually. However, the blood moon and the great sun appeared in the desolate sea's night sky at the same time. What exactly did the Heaven Dragon do? What exactly did he discover? Did he know why the blue dragon was destroyed? Did he know who the person who set this up was? After that, he was locked up in the starry heavens dragon prison, suffering for eternity. Xiaochen's reasoning suddenly felt somewhat terrifying. If the Heaven Dragon was locked up in the starry heavens dragon prison not because he provoked the purple gold dragon emperor but because he discovered a startling secret, then who exactly did he offend? Why was he even more horrifying than the purple gold dragon emperor? After looking at the ancient well and calming down, Xiaochen no longer had any impulses. He did not have the cultivation of the Heaven Dragon yet. It was hard to say if he could survive after going down. Big brother, what are you looking at? Xiaochen turned his head and saw Qingqin. He had not seen this little girl for several days. She was no longer like when he first saw her, crying. She was already satisfied with returning to the village and being able to take care of her younger brother. Although Xiaochen said that he would not return, he actually could not bear to part with her. Let me take a look as well. Qingqin hopped over and leaned against the mouth of the well to take a look. Xiaochen quickly turned around, worried that this little girl would fall in. How strange. Why is there a moon in the water? Isn't it daytime now? There is a moon. Xiaochen went over to take a look and found nothing strange about the water in the well. Just as he was about to say something, Qingqin said, "The moon slipped away again." Xiaochen immediately laughed hoarsely. Then, he carried Qingqin to the side and warned, "Don't come over again. This well is very deep. If you fall in, you will die." "Right, I'll listen to Big Brother." Xiaochen rubbed Qingqin's head and said, "Go back and take good care of your younger brother." As Xiaochen watched the other party leave, he revealed a faint smile. Then, he raised his head and looked into the distance, at the azure mountain in the distance. The lonely mountain peak looked crisp and clear. Not a single blade of grass grew on it as it stood tall on the ground. The villagers within 5,000 kilometers worshipped it. Xiaochen still had to go and take a look. What exactly was the connection between the azure mountain and the ancient well? He had to make a trip there to figure it out. Xiaochen gently pushed off with his feet and flew towards the azure mountain. "Are you really going? This mountain is cursed. It will bring bad luck." Sang reminded Xiaochen from the divine universe steel. How can a cultivator believe this? If there is a curse, we just have to remove it. There was no lack of secret techniques for curses in the Great Thousand Realms. Curses were not that mysterious to cultivators. When Xiaochen saw the nearby azure mountain, he realized that it was still some distance away. The distance between them and the village was very far. In just a short while, they had left the village far behind. By the time Xiaoqin got close, the sky had already turned dark. An incredibly vast and majestic setting sun slowly set in the distance, half of it already disappearing into the horizon. Every time one saw the desolate sea's setting sun, they would feel shocked, sensing its vastness and boundlessness. It was just like the desolate sea's blood moon, which felt cold and sinister. They were polar opposites. "Did you sense anything?" Sang asked softly as he appeared beside Xiaoqin. The two were still 10 kilometers from the Azure Mountain. They did not enter rashly. They extended out their spiritual sense and carefully checked. Xiaoqin did indeed feel something strange. The space around the Azure Mountain was exceptionally cold and sinister. Xiaoqian's spiritual sense sensed resentment, invisible to the naked eye, spreading everywhere. Indeed, ordinary people could not get close. If they did, they would immediately go crazy from the negative emotions. However, aside from this, Xiaoqin also felt a sense of familiarity. It was like a voice in his heart was calling out to him. "Don't move first. I'll go over and take a look." Xiaoqin stepped forward alone, walking towards the Azure Mountain step by step. Immediately, countless negative emotions assaulted him. Pain, dissatisfaction, and rage filled Xiaoqian's mind, trying to drive him crazy. Xiaoqin maintained his calm as he slowly approached the Azure Mountain. To Xiaoqin, 10 kilometers only took a few steps to cross. However, these few steps were not easy. Instead, it felt like he was walking on thin ice, every step taken cautiously. When Xiaoqin arrived at the foot of the mountain, he looked up at the Azure Mountain and felt a sense of familiarity. However, just as Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and touched the Azure Mountain, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art in his body instantly suppressed the purple thunder divine incantation. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art circulated wildly, and demonic chi spread out from his body. The entire Azure Mountain exuded strands of black aura. Xiaoqin quickly let go and took a step back, sweat pouring down his face. "What happened to you earlier? You scared me to death." "There was no movement for 4 hours." Sang said worriedly as he rushed over to Xiaoqian's side. 4 hours. However, Xiaoqin clearly felt that it was only an instant. He was greatly startled when he looked around and discovered that the sky had already turned completely dark. The blood moon already hung high in the night sky. 4 hours had really passed. This startled Xiaoqin. "What happened earlier?" "I'll go up and take a look. This Azure Mountain is somewhat strange. I have to figure it out." Xiaoqin gently pushed off the ground and turned into a bolt of lightning, soaring up. After a while, his figure appeared and landed at the place where the solitary peak was cut off. The instant Xiaoqian's feet touched the ground, he immediately felt boundless demonic chi pour into his body. His eyes instantly turned scarlet. Sang was greatly startled when he saw Xiaoqin standing under the huge blood moon. His white robes and long hair fluttered chaotically, and his eyes turned scarlet. Under the blood moon on the Azure Mountain, Xiaoqin looked like he was in the moon, looking incredibly strange. "Scatter!" Xiaoqin shouted and scattered all the demonic chi in his body. Then, he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation at full power, suppressing the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. The scarlet in Xiaoqian's eyes slowly receded, and his mind recovered. However, he still felt some lingering fear. Just at this moment, Xiaoqin, who was looking into the distance on the lone peak, suddenly frowned. A fiery light soared into the sky where the village was. It was destroyed. Chapter 2037. Fire lit up everywhere where the village was. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat as he leaped down from the Azure Mountain. The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of red light and caught Xiaoqin, who had jumped down. Then, they rushed towards the village. Whoosh! Sang gently leaped onto the demon blood vulture's back. When he looked into the distance, he immediately felt startled. Oh no! The village is in trouble. No village would be on fire for no reason. In the desolate sea, which was filled with roving bandits, such a scene could only mean one thing: the roving bandits broke into the village. Every once in a while, roving bandits would sweep through a village in the desolate sea. However, when Xiaoqin saw the village that he had stayed in for so long suddenly suffer a calamity, he felt an indescribable rage in his heart. At this moment, outside the burning village, wooden stakes were hammered into the ground. A villager was tied to each wooden stake. Hundreds of roving bandits rode ferocious horses as they looked at this group of people with sinister smiles. Paw! 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 Iron Ag's flesh was lacerated, dripping with blood. However, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Bastard! Brat, weren't you very awe-inspiring earlier? You killed a few of my brothers. Why are you not awe-inspiring now? This old man will whip you to death. The bandit leader held his whip and lashed it a few times. Then, he spat on Iron Ag. Iron Ag's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth. However, he could not do anything. Too strong. This group of people is too strong. Even if Big Brother Xiao taught me a saber technique and can block these bandits, I will not be able to last one strike before the demon envoys. Why? Why? This group of bastards. Why did they burn down the village, not even letting off the elderly and children? Sob. 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 All the villagers, young and old, were tied to the wooden stakes. Several children were so frightened that they started crying loudly. Their cries sounded incredibly miserable in the night. However, this group of roving bandits laughed without a care in the world. Some of them even ran over to torture the elderly and children. You bastards! Come at me if you have any problems. Iron Ag roared in dissatisfaction as he vomited a mouthful of blood. The bandit leader had a dark complexion and a tall and sturdy figure. He revealed a cruel smile. You finally spoke. Hee hee, don't worry. In any case, all of you will die later. Bruiser kept struggling against the chains on his body, causing the wooden stake to sway back and forth, but to no avail. The bandit leader laughed. I don't have time to play with you. Behave yourself. Paw! Another whip landed on Bruiser's mouth. Bruiser's flesh split open, and the pain almost made him faint. The leader of the roving bandits walked over to the wooden stake that village chief Seventh was tied to. Not far from this wooden stake stood a cold and arrogant young man. The young man was wearing black armor and a blood-colored cloak. There was a strange pattern embroidered on the chest of the armor, which should be the symbol of a certain sect. Sir, please let them go. This time, it's my fault. If there's any lord, you can just blame me. The seventh lord looked at the young man and said in a choked voice. The young man remained expressionless as he said indifferently, I gave you a chance. I said that if you come across a purine body, you have to hand it over immediately. Did I say that? When Grandpa Seventh heard that, his aged face trembled slightly, but he could not say anything in response. Answer me. Did I say that? Sir said that. Grandpa Seventh lowered his head and answered softly. Since you know, why hide it? Our Heavenly Slaughter sect has been in this region for many years, and we have been upholding justice by interacting with you. As long as you hand over the children on time, we will not come and cause trouble for you. If you hand over a purine body, you will even receive a reward. The young man paused for a moment before continuing indifferently, if I do not kill one to warn 100, how will I convince others in the future? Tell me, do you think you deserve to be killed? Grandpa Seventh remained silent, unable to say anything. Humph. I gave you face, but you rejected it. You have to show some colors before you know who's better. You mortals are really despicable. Continue whipping. The young man ordered, not wasting his breath. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what Lord Demon Envoy said? Hurry up. The bandit leader quickly shouted in a fawning manner. Then, he smiled and said, Lord Demon Envoy, there is no need to bother with these lowly commoners. Just rest at the side. Teach them to us, lest you dirty your hands. The young man showed a cold expression as he said indifferently, torture them until midnight before you can kill them. Tell your subordinates to pay attention. What I need are the souls with the heaviest resentment. Don't mess it up. However, right after the young man spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up. He saw a large bird covered in scarlet flames in the night sky, spreading its wings as it flew over, exuding an overwhelming demonic nature. A demon blood vulture. The young man's eyes lit up. Furthermore, it was a mutated demon blood vulture, a peak-quality demonic pet that the demonic Dao dreamed of. Whoosh! Just as the young man was about to ask who his friend was, countless saber lights flashed in the night sky. Countless saber lights flickered in the night. In the next moment, all the roving bandits in front of the wooden dummies were minced into pieces by the saber lights without exception. The bandit leader was so frightened that his legs went numb. He took a few steps back, stumbled, and fell heavily to the ground. The black-armored young man's expression immediately turned extremely sullen. As he stared at the descending Xiao Qin, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sir, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Qin did not reply to the black-armored young man. Instead, he swept his gaze over the villagers on the wooden pillars. All the villagers, young and old, regardless of gender, were tortured. No one escaped. After taking a few steps, Xiao Qin arrived before Iron Egg. As Iron Egg looked at Xiao Qin, he started crying. Big brother Xiao, I'm useless. Iron Egg had many things he wanted to say. However, when he truly saw Xiao Qin, his chest filled with rage, but he did not know where to start. All the things he wanted to say were contained in these 3 words. You've suffered, Iron Egg. Xiao Qin patted Iron Egg's shoulder, calming his emotions. His heart bled as he did his best to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Friend, I advise you not to interfere in the matters of our Heavenly Slaughter sect. The Heavenly Slaughter sect is not an existence that you can afford to offend. The black-armored cultivator felt that although Xiao Qin was not a sovereign personage, he felt immense pressure for some reason. Feeling somewhat unconfident, the black-armored cultivator used the name of his sect to scare Xiao Qin away. The Heavenly Slaughter sect. Xiao Qin muttered to himself, entering deep thought. That's right. It is the rank 7 Heavenly Slaughter sect. Not to mention you, even the major sects of the northern region and eastern region would not dare to interfere in the matters of our Heavenly Slaughter sect. I see that you are a dragon race cultivator, so I'll give you some face and let it go this time. Quickly withdraw. When the black-armored cultivator saw that the Heavenly Slaughter sect's name was effective, he slowly regained his confidence. Then, electric light flashed, and a fist light charged at the black-armored cultivator at an incredible speed. The black-armored cultivator wanted to retreat, so he quickly tried to block. However, he missed. Bang! The fist light struck the black-armored cultivator's face, and 200 cauldron force instantly exploded. This early-stage holy venerate Heavenly Slaughter sect demonic envoy died on the spot, not even leaving a corpse behind. Ka-Xie. On the other side, Sang helped the villagers undo their chains. At the same time, he infused gentle veritable essence energy into them to treat everyone's injuries. Soon, Sang arrived beside Xiao Qin. He whispered, "Fortunately, we arrived in time. Everyone is fine. However, I did not see little Qin Qin. I did not see little Qin Qin." Before leaving, Xiaochen had patted the little girl's head. The smile on her face had yet to fade from his mind. Xiaochen walked over to the village chief and sighed, "Grandpa 7, stop hiding things from me. Why did you chase little Xianxia out back then?" Grandpa 7 wept as he replied, "Little Xianxia has a purine body. She is a good cauldron for the demonic Dao sects to cultivate their evil cultivation techniques. As long as she was discovered, it would bring disaster to the entire village. However, this old man could not take the initiative to send her out. So, I could only chase her out." When Xiaochen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. The many cultivation techniques of the demonic Dao sects did indeed require a purine body. Grandpa 7 was right. Ordinary people could not resist demonic Dao cultivators at all. Xiaochen also understood why Grandpa 7 did not tell Xiaochen at the start. The demonic Dao and the righteous Dao coexisted in the desolate sea. The demonic Dao even suppressed the righteous Dao. Similar things had happened countless times. Which group of bandits did not have a large sect supporting them? In Grandpa 7's opinion, telling Xiaochen was sending him to his death. Perhaps Grandpa 7 had seen many hot-blooded people in his life. When they saw injustice, they drew their weapons and attacked. However, they ended up losing their lives. Time had worn away this old man's sharpness. When facing the desolate sea, his heart had already died. Grandpa 7 did not tell Xiaochen because he wanted to deal with it himself. He wanted to seek peace for the village at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. At some point, Sang arrived, carrying the bandit leader. "This fellow wanted to run, but I caught him." After seeing Xiaochen's means, the bandit leader was so frightened that he was at a loss for what to do, continuously begging for mercy. "Milord! Milord! Spare me! I was forced." Xiaochen looked at Sang and said, "Help keep an eye on things. I'll go and save little Xianxia. Don't worry. Leave this to me." Xiaochen grabbed the bandit leader and leaped into the air, landing on the demon blood vulture expressionlessly. Under the illumination of the blood moon, Xiaochen's delicate face looked scarily gloomy. It was as Grandpa 7 said. Blood flowed every day in the desolate sea. Even a sage could not stop it. However, Xiaochen had his own principles in his heart. He could not kill all the demonic Dao sects in the world. However, those who touched his friends had to pay the price. A man's courage should not be worn away by time. Chapter 2038. If Xiaochen wanted to save Xianxia, he had to know where she was sent. The Heavenly Slaughter sect's black-armored cultivator had already been killed by Xiaochen. The only one who knew this was the bandit leader. This was also why Xiaochen did not kill the bandit leader. "Come up." Xiaochen lifted the bandit leader onto the demon blood vulture and asked coldly, "Where is Xianxia sent to?" The bandit leader's eyes darted around as he cried, "Milord, this lowly one really does not know such a secret. Please spare me. Let me go, and I will give you all the resources I have accumulated over the years." Xiaochen smiled coldly. "You think I am interested in your resources? You are not going to speak, right?" Paw! With a slap, Xiaochen sent the bandit leader flying off the demon blood vulture's back. At this moment, the bandit leader was more than 10 kilometers above the ground. Given the bandit leader's cultivation, he would be severely injured or crippled even if he did not die. The bandit leader immediately screamed in the air, his complexion pale. "I'll speak. I'll speak. Pull me up. G.A. G.A." The demon blood vulture let out a strange laugh as it swooped down and flapped its wings. It treated the bandit leader like a toy, flapping its wings in the air. Sometimes, it would toss him up several kilometers, sometimes, he would fall 10 kilometers. After a few times, the bandit leader's soul nearly left its scabbard in fright. It's done, Xiaoqian sent a voice projection to the demon blood vulture. Hee hee. Got it, master. The demon blood vulture had enough fun. It flapped its wings, and a strong suction pulled the bandit leader onto its back. The bandit leader was still startled, unable to recover his wits for a long time. Then, he suddenly met Xiaoqian's gaze and said quickly, I'll speak. I'll speak. The bandits of various sizes in the vicinity have to hand over 10 girls every 3 months. There is a mountain manor on a mountain range in the north. That is their stronghold. That girl should still be in the mountain manor. Milord, I already said it. Spare me. How many groups of bandits does the Heavenly Slaughter sect control? How many girls do they need each time? There are too many bandits. They need about 400 to 500 girls each time. Xiaoqian clicked his tongue. He could roughly guess what these little girls would be used for by the demonic path sections. They were either used as cauldrons to cultivate evil techniques, or they were used to collect Ean's souls to refine ghost penance. He just didn't expect there to be so many of them. Xiaoqian had long known that demonic Dao cultivators were vicious and merciless. For the sake of becoming stronger, they would do anything. Today, he finally witnessed it for himself. Sir, the villa is over there. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaoqian looked in the direction that the bandit leader pointed. He saw a brightly lit mountain manor in the mountain range ahead. However, there was something strange about the light. It looked like a ghost flame flickering with a glossy green light, looking exceptionally scary in the desolate sea's night sky. Sir, we've arrived at the place. Shouldn't you let me go? The bandit leader carefully begged for mercy. When did I agree to let you go? Xiaoqian snorted coldly. He had never agreed to let this person off. Given what the bandit leader had done, he would not regret dying 10,000 times. Before the bandit leader could speak, Xiaoqian tossed the bandit leader down. The demon blood vulture opened its mouth and swallowed the bandit leader. The meat is really sour and not tasty at all, the demon blood vulture muttered as it digested the meat. Xiaoqian could not be bothered with the picky demon blood vulture. He turned the meat into a ring and wore it on his finger. Then, he put on the death god mask and silently approached the mountain manor in the dark night. This mountain manor should be just one of the Heavenly Slaughter sect strongholds in this area. However, this stronghold was heavily guarded, and there were even spirit formations and restrictions around it. The formations and restrictions layered over each other, and a huge, formless existence encased the entire mountain manor. Xiaoqian opened his heavenly eye, and the formless existence slowly became clearer. That was a mutated beast with a ghostly face made of countless souls. The horrifying ghostly face hovered above the mountain manor, its body encasing the entire mountain manor. The Heavenly Slaughter sect truly lived up to being a rank 7 demonic Dao sect. This was just a stronghold, and its restrictions were already so terrifying. If not for Xiaoqian having so many trump cards, he would not have been able to do anything and could only return in defeat. The ghostly face's eyes scanned the surroundings. However, it could not detect Xiaoqian. The death god mask isolated all auras. Right now, Xiaoqian was like air. Even a sovereign emperor could not figure out his true identity. After silently sneaking in, Xiaoqian leaped over the many guards and landed on the wall of the mountain manor. Then, he slowly removed the mask on his face. The mask could be considered one of Xiaoqian's trump cards. If he used the mask to save others, someone with ulterior motives would find out that he was the masked person related to the village. Since Xiaoqian already snuck in, there was no need to wear the mask. The moment Xiaoqian landed, he heard weeping. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xiaoqian sneaking through the many buildings of the mountain manor. Soon, he arrived at the source of the sound. This was a dilapidated house. Xiaoqian lay on it and sent in his spiritual sense. Xiaoqian saw more than 300-odd young girls locked up in there. Cry, cry, cry. You bunch of stinky girls. If you keep crying, I won't give you anything to eat. The door opened, and an old woman with a withered face and a walking stick walked in. Then, she cursed ferociously. The old woman showed a terrifying expression. When she roared, the many young girls no longer dared to cry, only silently sobbing. This old woman is a sovereign personage. Xiaochen frowned slightly. He did not act rashly, continuing to observe. The old woman continuously searched the young girls. After a while, her gaze landed on Qianchen. The old woman squeezed out a smile and walked over with a smile. Come, you must be the new girl that was sent over. Don't be afraid. Granny dotes on you. However, Qianchen was frightened. She retreated continuously. Soon, she could no longer move, so she retreated to a corner. Come, let this granny touch you. The old woman held her walking stick, smiling somewhat horribly. Before Qianchen could refuse, she placed her hand on Qianchen's head. A dim light came from the old woman's hand and entered Qianchen's body. Qianchen immediately closed her eyes, feeling somewhat pained. Her body gave off a white light. At first, this white light had some green light mixed in. However, in the end, the white light on Qianchen's body became pure and translucent, as white as divine jade. A faint cold light appeared in the surroundings. When Qianchen reopened her eyes, they also gave off a jade-like light. A cold moon slowly appeared behind Qianchen amid the cold light. Extreme body. This startled the old woman, and she quickly let go. Then, she rejoiced. It really is an extreme body. It really is the legendary extreme body. Whoosh! 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 The mysterious phenomenon earlier startled several experts in the mountain manor. In the shabby thatched cottage, a few old men followed a middle-aged man in black armor and quickly walked in. Manor Lord, this girl has a peak-quality purine body, the legendary extreme body. When the old woman saw the black-armored, middle-aged man, she quickly reported the good news. She looked like she had become several hundred years younger. The black-armored, middle-aged man stared at Qianchen for a long time. Then, he revealed a smile. It really is an extreme body. Good. The 8th prince will definitely be happy with this gift. Ha ha ha. Men. Send this girl to our sex branch in the desolate sea. We need to send her back to the dynasty quickly, lest something unexpected happens. Up on the roof, Xiaochen thought, if I had come any later, it would have been too late. Qianchen actually has an extreme body. Such a body was extremely rare. It was a physique that would drive some demonic Dao cultivators crazy. Stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in. I'll send a message to the main sect and make some preparations. The black-armored, middle-aged man glanced at Qianchen, feeling wild joy in his heart. He had done a great service this time. Soon, this group of people left one after another, leaving behind a confused Qianchen. Up on the roof, Xiaochen thought for a while. Then, his figure leaped up and caught up to the black-armored, middle-aged man, jumping onto the roof. Inside the house, the black-armored, middle-aged man took out a medallion and used his spiritual sense to send a message about Qianchen. The black-armored, middle-aged man did not give Xiaochen any chance to stop him. Damn it! Xiaochen cursed. Then, he shattered the roof beam and punched at the black-armored, middle-aged man. The sudden appearance of Xiaochen startled the black-armored, middle-aged man. In his fluster, he quickly punched. Bang! Who knew, Xiaochen's fist light contained frightening force. A faint azure-colored dragon-shaped vital chi gathered in his fist light. 200 cauldron force instantly exploded. The black-armored, middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. His vital qi shook the surroundings. The entire house instantly exploded. Someone sneaked in. The entire mountain manor immediately turned chaotic. The hidden cultivators emerged and stood behind the black-armored, middle-aged man. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. Chapter 2039. The sudden explosion threw the entire mountain manor into chaos. A few of the black-armored, middle-aged man's subordinates supported him. His expression appeared somewhat unsightly. Where did this junior come from? To think that he dares to cause trouble in the heavenly slaughter sect's base. The old woman that Xiao Qin saw earlier shouted as she looked at Xiao Qin while holding her walking stick. The other party looked like they had the advantage in numbers. However, the truly powerful ones were the black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman, two initial sovereign personages, whom Xiao Qin feared. After Xiao Qin injured the black-armored, middle-aged man with one punch, the remaining old woman was no match for Xiao Qin. You do not need to know who I am. Today, none of you can leave. Xiao Qin looked at the people in the mountain manor. His white robes showed an indifferent expression, appearing extremely cold. To think that such a demonic Dao sect like the Heavenly Slaughter sect raised young girls like pigs and dogs, using them as cultivation furnaces. They were utterly devoid of conscience and deserved to be killed. How arrogant! You are just an insignificant holy venerate, yet you are ridiculously arrogant. Kill him. The old woman smiled coldly, and the many demonic Dao cultivators behind her stepped forward. Demonic flames surged from their bodies, and their auras soared. They used martial techniques that Xiao Qin rarely came into contact with as they charged over. When they worked together, their auras were boundlessly vast. The dense demonic qi in the night looked exceptionally terrifying. Xiao Qin did not need to waste time with this group of people. Relying on his acquired divine body, Xiao Qin circulated his vital qi, and a faint azure vital qi merged into a blue dragon. A casual punch brought out a strong dragon might. Furthermore, his vital qi reached a startling 200 cauldron force. Bang! 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 These holy venerates were demonic Dao cultivators of varying strength. However, Xiao Qin easily tore them apart like he was breaking dry branches. Practically no one could take a punch from Xiao Qin. In mere moments, the demonic Dao cultivators charging over turned into blood splattering in the air. Xiao Qin's white robes remained untainted by the blood splattering in the air. His dragon might did not appear angry. Damn it! He's a body cultivator. Use the sky-killing array to kill him. The black-armored cultivator caught his breath and led the others back. Then, he saw the disciples taking out their formation flags. The ghost-faced soul beast that shrouded the mountain manor roared angrily. It turned from formless to corporeal and lunged at Xiao Qin. The light of the sun and moon. Xiao Qin snorted coldly. The sun and moon behind him rose into the sky at the same time, instantly overshadowing the ghost-faced exotic beast's terrifying aura. Xiao Qin's will of soul was much stronger than his cultivation. His will of soul had broken through the shackles of a sovereign personage long ago. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together was comparable to the soul will of a great perfection sovereign personage. Tao of Thunder. Accompanied by the sun and moon shining together phenomenon, the peak consummation thunder great Tao appeared. Xiao Qin did not hold back at all. He used the peak thunder great Tao energy, his soul energy, and the blue dragon's vital qi to punch. Hua! The explosive fish light was like the blazing sun in the night sky, illuminating the surroundings. Immediately, the mountain manor became as bright as day. This punch instantly blasted the ghost-faced exotic beast charging at Xiao Qin into ashes. The old woman holding a walking stick looked at Xiao Qin incredulously. This is impossible. You are so young. How can you have such a strong will of soul? Who exactly are you? Do your elders know what you have done? Now, the old woman suspected that the unremarkable Xiaochen might be a true inheritor of a rank 7 sect. Or perhaps he was the scion of an ancient noble clan. Otherwise, a holy venerate could not possibly erupt with such terrifying strength. With such strength, Xiaochen would be considered a peak existence among the heavenly slaughter sect's true inheritors. The black-armored, middle-aged man said with a sullen expression, "He is a dragon race cultivator. However, he only has a mixed-blood dragon bloodline. No matter who you are or what your background is, you have already caused great trouble. No one can save you." When Xiaochen heard that, he smiled and said, "Interesting. Even at this moment, you are still concerned about who I am. Think about how the two of you are going to survive first. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons." Whoosh! Veritable essence energy surged, and his chi and blood surged. Dragon roars rang out as Xiaochen punched. Xiaochen's entire body trembled, and killing chi spread out. Then, it merged with his veritable essence energy and turned into strands of dragon chi moving about in the sky, materializing thousands of dragon images. A dragon image appeared in the sky. Guided by the force of Xiaochen's punch, it swooped down. Countless dragon images swept through the surroundings, attacking all the demonic Dao cultivators in the mountain manor indiscriminately. Bang! 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 The many dragon images flattened the mountain manor in an instant. Miserable cries rang out. Many of the demonic Dao cultivators who could not block vomited blood when the dragon images crashed into them, severely injuring them. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the dragon race's most ferocious fist technique. The moment it was executed, it showed a boundlessly tyrannical scene. After Xiaochen advanced to peak consummation holy venerate, this was the first time he used the Supreme Dragon Fist against an enemy. This resulted in a startling scene. Those whose cultivations were weaker than Xiaochen's were instantly severely injured by the first punch, losing their combat prowess. Among the thousands of dragon images, only the black-armored, middle-aged man and that old woman remained, stubbornly resisting. Damn it! What fist technique is this? Why have I never heard of it before? The ferocious and tyrannical dragon images containing boundless killing chi continuously attacked. Every time they shattered a dragon image, it would shatter it. Every time they shattered a dragon image, the black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman felt their arms go numb. Their chi and blood surged, and their internal organs slowly ruptured. Soon, they found themselves unable to do as they wished. Commanding the dragons. Xiaochen did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He roared, releasing the rage in his heart as he roared. The berserk dragon images all calmed down, listening to his command and flying back to his body. This allowed Xiaochen's aura to soar. His body erupted with a tyrannical aura that made the dragon submit to him. Xiaochen punched. Using the unparalleled tyrannical aura of commanding the dragons, his fist aura surged out like an overwhelming wave. Whoosh! The black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman felt a strong wind blowing in their ears. Their hair became disheveled as they retreated continuously. Before this tyrannical fist aura, not only could they not stand stably, but they could not even open their mouths. Their bodies were forced back involuntarily. Before the fist light arrived, this fist aura filled with killing chi tore terrifying cracks on the surface of their bodies. They could only watch as the tyrannical fist light surged over like a surging wave. The two felt despair in their hearts, and extreme horror appeared in their eyes. Bang! However, no matter how unwilling they were, it was useless before this unreasonable fist technique, the strongest ferocious fist technique of the dragon race. When the fist light arrived, the two vomited a mouthful of blood. Their bones shattered, their internal organs ruptured, and their souls shook. They fell to the ground, twitching. Paw! Paw! Xiaochen remained expressionless as he flew forward and stomped twice, crushing the two's heads. They were just two demonic Dao sect trash. There was no need to take pity on them. Xiaoqin looked around. Aside from the dilapidated hut that Xiaoqin took care of, the entire mountain manor was destroyed. Xiaoqin did not rush over. Instead, he patrolled the interior of the mountain manor. He killed all the fish that slipped through the net, not leaving a single one alive. Xiaoqin was not a ruthless person. However, he understood that evil people could not be spared, and scourges would last for 1,000 years. Xiaoqin stood before the ruins of a formation in the courtyard for a long time. A pile of corpses lay before him. The ghostly mutated beast formation that he saw earlier was made from the corpses of ordinary people combined with the demonic Dao sect's blood sacrifice. Many of the corpses were of children, a ghastly and flabbergasting sight. Xiaoqin shook his head. After searching the mountain manor for some useful information, he went to the thatched hut. The girls in the hut trembled in fear, all of them crouching in a corner. Big brother. Qing Chen immediately spotted Xiaoqin in the crowd. She flew over, tears filling her eyes as she cried endlessly. Big brother, the bad guys captured Grandpa Village Chief and the others. It's all Qing Chen's fault. Sob. 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 Xiaoqin consoled, it's fine. The bad guys are all dead. Don't cry. While Xiaoqin consoled her, he sighed in his heart. This girl possessed the legendary extreme mean body. Such a body was extremely special. Many major characters coveted it. Even Xiaoqin did not dare to boast that he could protect her. Xiaoqin had started a massacre in anger because he could not stop the black-armored, middle-aged man from spreading the news of her extreme mean body. When Xiaoqin looked ahead, he saw many pairs of weak, fearful eyes in the darkness, looking helplessly at him. Little Qing Qin, be good. Don't cry first. Tell the other big sisters that the bad guys are all dead. Tell them not to worry, alright? Alright, alright. Qing Chen said resolutely as she wiped away her tears. The night passed in silence. When the sky turned bright, Xiaoqin sent the hundreds of girls back. After much effort, Xiaoqin found out from the information he obtained in the mountain manor. The Heavenly Slaughter sect was a rank 7 sect of the Shuowu dynasty. Its headquarters was in the Shuowu dynasty. There were a total of 13 branches in the Desolate Sea. The strongest branch was located in the Desolate City. Aside from this, each branch controlled more than 100 strongholds like the mountain manor. The various branches were very far apart from each other. The Desolate Sea was too vast. Even the Heavenly Slaughter sect could only use such a method to expand the area they controlled. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. He discovered that the establishment of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches was not simple. Every branch spent hundreds, even thousands of years to gain a firm foothold and slowly develop many strongholds. If Xiaoqin could uproot the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch that controlled this area, then the village Qing Qin was in would have at least 100 years of peace before the branch was re-established. In that case, Qing Chen's village would have at least 100 years of peace before the branch was re-established. Some crazy ideas popped up in Xiaoqin's mind, but they could not be stopped. Chapter 2040. By the time Xiaoqin returned to the village, it was already noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, shining brightly. With Sang's help, the village had more or less recovered. Most of the villagers were emotionally stable. They started to help each other, repairing the destroyed houses and tidying up the messy things. As they helped each other, the villagers slowly revealed smiles on their faces. This was how things were in the Desolate Sea. To many ordinary people, living one more day was already a blessing. Living in the Desolate Sea was already a terrible thing. Resources were scarce, the environment was harsh, and bandits roamed the land. They had long since accepted life and death. The Desolate Sea citizens showed a simple attitude that did not care about life and death under their valiant appearance. Go back first. Don't overthink. Xiaochen patted Qing Chen's head as he said softly. Qing Chen nodded and quickly left. However, she kept turning her head back. Xiaochen sent her off with Xiaoqin, feeling extremely reluctant to part as she returned home. Seeing Sang Chao walk over, Xiaochen nodded slightly. Then, he told Sang about last night's events and some of his thoughts. Sang shook his head and said, "Don't even think about destroying the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch. The two sovereign personages from last night were only initial perfection sovereign personages. They probably could not even become outer sect elders in a rank 7 sect. Furthermore, you severely injured one of them. That's why they won so easily. The branches have been operating for at least 100 years. They definitely have many small perfection sovereign personages and even a great perfection sovereign personage. There was a huge difference in strength between initial perfection sovereign personages and small perfection sovereign personages. As for great perfection sovereign personages, that was even more so. Xiaochen relied on the will of soul of a great perfection sovereign personage, the acquired divine body, the three great Tao, and the supreme dragon fist. He could fight a small perfection sovereign personage and even defeat some of the weaker ones. However, he would definitely lose to a great perfection sovereign personage. I need to advance to sovereign personage quickly. Xiaochen felt some pressure. However, the acquired divine body required too many resources. In reality, if not for that flask of heartburn, a peak holy venerate would need at least a year. The flask of heartburn that Qin Zhuolan gave Xiaochen was a great help. On the way back, I thought about it carefully. Wiping out a branch is indeed a bit risky. Think of another compromise. The Heaven Fiend sect branch that controls this region has about 80 strongholds. Xiaochen paused for a moment and continued, if we uproot all 80 strongholds, it will take about 10 years to rebuild them. The Great Desolate was too vast. Without these strongholds, they would not be able to control the roving bandits. It is impossible for the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branch to control this area. Within 10 years, the village should be safe. The attention of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branch should also be attracted by me. Sang asked softly, what about 10 years later? If I participate in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, as long as I get a promise from that big shot, I will not have to worry about anything for 100 years. 100 years later. 100 years later, my name will shake the desolate sea. With Xiao Chen's name around, I can ensure the safety of the village. Sang felt somewhat flabbergasted. At this moment, the sharpness of Xiao Chen's body made it hard for others to look directly at him. He said sullenly, it is still somewhat risky. If we are not careful, we might run into a branch elder patrolling. What do you mean by 100 years later? Xiaochen smiled calmly and said, if I don't take some risks, how can I resolve the problem? I do need some battles to temper myself when I break through to sovereign personage. I'll just treat it as cultivation. Seeing that Xiaochen had made up his mind, Sang did not try to dissuade him. Xiaochen had always been swift and decisive. That night, he set off silently under the cover of night. When the sun set, Xiaochen returned to the village with some minor injuries. In the following days, Xiaochen's return became increasingly irregular. Sometimes 2 days, sometimes 3 days, and sometimes as long as 7 or 8 days. Grandpa Seven felt somewhat worried. He asked Sang several times, but Sang did not say much. He only told Grandpa Seven to brew wine and prepare for the Peach Blossom Festival. However, with Grandpa Seven's experience, he could tell that Xiaochen's killing chi had grown heavier every time he returned. Most of the time, the blood on Xiaochen's body had not dried yet. Then, Grandpa Seven received news from the nearby villages, saying that the number of roving bandits had decreased. There were rumors that a white-clad youth had appeared recently and was sweeping up the bandits in this area. Some people even saw the white-clad youth kill the demon envoys. He attacked. The shock in Grandpa Seven's heart was somewhat indescribable. He had experienced too much in his life. He had seen many righteous Dao cultivators boasting. However, in reality, these people were just acting on a whim. Either they were young and rash, losing their lives because they underestimated their enemies, or they gave up when they met with some resistance. Grandpa Seven even saw righteous Dao cultivators and demonic Dao cultivators walking together, chatting happily. At Grandpa Seven's age, he had already seen through many things. He already knew about the desolate sea's environment. It was the result of the major characters compromising. In the eyes of those true experts, ordinary people like them were no different from ants. They had never been important. There was no right or wrong in the desolate sea, only benefits. Hence, when Xiaoqin first asked Xiaoqin about it, Grandpa Seven did not tell him why he chased Qingqin away. However, now, it was this somewhat taciturn person who directly took action without saying a word. Gradually, many of the nearby villages began to sense something different. A month had passed, and the bandits that could be seen almost every day were nowhere to be seen. Some rumors also started to spread. Recently, a strange bird appeared that specialized in killing roving bandits. It could swallow up more than 100 roving bandits in one bite. When that huge bird saw the demon envoys, its eyes lit up as it chased after them. The master of the strange bird was the white-clad man who had been sweeping up the nearby roving bandits. However, Grandpa Seven and the people in the village started to worry, as Xiaoqin had not returned for half a month already. Qingqin would wait on a pile of rocks at the village entrance every day. Under the setting sun, a little girl could be seen waiting in the distance at dusk every day. However, Qingqin would return disappointed every day. Rumors continued to spread. Some people saw the white-clad man with a pale complexion being chased by 7 or 8 demon envoys, appearing extremely dangerous. Some people also saw a bloodied white-clad man lying on the sea of sand in the distance. No one knew if he was dead or alive. A large scarlet bird stopped beside him. However, when these people approached, the scarlet bird scared them away, causing them to flee in a fluster. The village's worries seemed to have become reality. Xiaoqin had not returned for a month already. This, combined with the bad rumors, made the people exceptionally worried. Sang guessed that Xiaoqin might have fallen into a trap. At the start, Xiaoqin would return once every 2 or 3 days. After a series of incidents, he would definitely be on guard. No matter how cautious Xiaoqin was, he would not be able to avoid it. Even if a rank 7 demonic Dao sect was only one of the 12 branches in the desolate sea, it still could not be underestimated. It was not something that one person could deal with easily. Later, more bad news came. The roving bandits that had been scared away started to wander again. Rumors said that the white-clad man died. Rumors said that the white-clad man startled a terrifying major character and got swallowed up by a horrifying ghost-faced soul beast. Some roving bandits also started to appear near Grandpa Seven's village. Qingqin was warned not to go to the village entrance again. It had not been peaceful recently. Grandpa Seven felt somewhat nervous. Sang told him that it was fine and that he should focus on brewing wine and preparing for the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. The villagers all felt somewhat depressed. Many of them thought that Xiaoqin was already dead. However, there were always people who did not believe it. Qingqin was one of them. Every day, the little girl would sneak out and look into the distance, waiting anxiously. Why did she wait? Only when there was anticipation would there be anticipation. However, every time her anticipation fell through, the disappointment would intensify. When the villagers saw the little girl's heartache from waiting, they advised her not to go out again. However, the little girl stubbornly insisted that Big Brother would definitely return. Another month passed. Grandpa Seven had finished brewing all his wine. Aside from the heartburn that Xiaoqin asked him to brew, Grandpa 7 had also finished brewing the wine that he prepared for the wine festival. This is heartburn. Sang looked at the wine bottle and carefully examined it. A fragrance assailed his nose, but it was not much different from regular wine. Xiaoqin still had not returned. Even though Grandpa 7 had finished brewing the dragon race's best wine, he felt somewhat dispirited. As Grandpa 7 smoked his pipe, he said casually, "Yes, it is heartburn. It has not appeared for more than 5,000 years, perhaps even longer. I don't know if the world can still recognize it. If not for some techniques passed down by the ancestors, this old man would not be able to tell that this is heartburn. Sang, tell this old man what's going on with little brother. He has not returned for 2 months already. Now that the wine is ready, if he does not appear, what is the point?" Grandpa 7 brought up the same topic. He had already asked Sang several times, but Sang did not answer. Sang put down the wine flask and said softly, "I know him very well. Even if his legs break, he will continue walking the path that he chose with his hands. As long as he does not bleed to the last drop, he will not give up." Grandpa 7 sighed in shock. Little brother is so young. What exactly did he experience for him to have such a mental state? "Oh, right, Sang, keep an eye on Xianxia. That girl keeps sneaking out. No one can stop her." Sang was about to answer when his expression suddenly changed. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "He returned." "Ah." Grandpa 7 felt startled when he heard that. He quickly asked, "What do you mean returned?" "Little brother returned." At the ancient well outside the village, Xianxia looked at the spring water in the well and said innocently, "Moon, oh, moon, tell me, when will big brother return? You stinky moon, bad moon. You never speak. It's all your fault. It's all because of you that big brother did not return, right?" Xianxia said unhappily to the ancient well with a pout. "Didn't I say that the ancient well is dangerous and that you should not come back?" Just at this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Xianxia. Startled, Xianxia turned her head to look. Under the light of the setting sun, a familiar face appeared before Xianxia. "Big brother." Xianxia felt incredibly joyful. She quickly ran over, crying tears of joy as she hugged him tightly. Xiaoqin felt somewhat confused. When he turned around, he saw the village entrance. He saw Grandpa 7 and Iron Egg leading the entire village, young and old, over. When they saw Xiaoqin, they all showed shock and joy on their faces. After disappearing for 2 months, Xiaoqin, who was rumored to have lost to the demon envoys while sweeping away the roving bandits, actually returned. Chapter 2041. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiaoqin was shocked to discover many fatal injuries. However, these injuries formed a weak balance in Xiaoqin's body and slowly recovered. Xiaoqin avoided the topic, not saying much. When he raised his wine cup and took a look, his eyes immediately lit up. Sang's expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiaoqin. Clearly, he had not expected Xiaoqin to be so severely injured. Unfortunately, Xiaoqin was too weak and could not go too deep. However, only Sang knew that Xiaoqin had not rested much in the past 3 months. Furthermore, Xiaoqin fought a great perfection sovereign personage and barely survived. He would definitely be injured. When Xiaoqin looked carefully, the blood moon disappeared again. It looked dreamlike, exceptionally wondrous. Xiaoqin had a feeling that the person who laid this ancient well might be a dragon king of the blue dragon bloodline. As long as Xiaoqin could unravel the mystery of this ancient well, the secret of the blue dragon bloodline's destruction would be revealed. However, the time was not right yet. Grandpa 7 nodded. The recipe passed down by my ancestors is already somewhat incomplete. It was originally called Blood Moon, but I can only change it to Waning Moon. Iron Egg told Xiaoqin about the rumors he heard in the neighboring villages, seeking confirmation. Big brother Xiao, is that all true? Someone saw you lying in the desert covered in blood. They all said that the demon envoy surrounded and injured you. Iron Agg's strength was somewhat inferior to Xiao Chen's. However, no matter what, the innocence in his heart was that he hoped for Xiao Chen to live well. At every moment, I am able to sense that there are two great powers fighting in the desolate sea. These two factions are so strong that they are terrifying. If I were at my peak, my main body would not be able to last a single strike before these two factions. Sang smiled faintly and took out a wine flask. Then, he slowly opened the lid. His horizons would definitely be broadened. He would be able to properly appreciate the charm of the desolate sea. Sang walked over to the ancient well and said softly, "This girl has an extreme mean body. It is normal for her to see what you and I see. There are blood moons both day and night. There might really be a blood moon in this well." In Grandpa Seven's house, from the villagers' point of view, Xiao Chen's white robe was spotless and had an extraordinary bearing. Sang said softly, "When you were heavily injured, the bandits rose from the ashes and wandered outside the village. I dealt with some of them and found these on their bodies. You're lucky. The Heaven Fiend Sex Branch Master personally made a move, but you still managed to escape with your life." There was indeed a moon in the well. However, Qing Chen could see it during the day. This was somewhat puzzling. Xiao Chen was startled when he heard this. Sang's main body was the propping mulberry tree. Even the propping mulberry tree could not withstand a single blow from these two forces. The ancient well and the Blue Dragon clan were definitely related. Xiao Chen chuckled and said, "I'm fine. You're all worrying too much. You can all leave now. I don't have anything to see. Thank you for your concern." Xiao Chen took it and opened it. It was a wanted poster, and the person in the picture was himself. Bruiser ran over excitedly and punched Xiao Chen. "Everyone thought you were dead, 3 days later." Although this wine was not as stimulating as heartburn, it was very refreshing. After drinking it, Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He put down the wine cup and said, "It is indeed good wine. However, it seems to have some flaws and is not perfect enough." Grandpa Seven nodded and said, "You decide. The Peach Blossom Wine Festival is about to begin. Little brother, when are you preparing to depart? What you see might not be true. Have you ever wondered why there is a blood moon in the desolate sea and why the setting sun is so huge?" A wine fragrance spread out, and Xiao Chen immediately rejoiced. He exclaimed, "Heartburn. Big brother Xiao, you finally returned. What wine is this?" Grandpa Seven asked somewhat anxiously, "Is it really fine to participate in the wine festival with heartburn?" "We will participate in the wine festival with a waning moon. If we do not stand out, I will take out heartburn." "What do you mean?" An acquired divine body was a divine body in the first place. You succeeded. During the past 3 months, Xiao Chen had experienced countless battles. His cultivation had stabilized at peak holy venerate. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Grandpa Seven, there is no need to worry. If the Peach Blossom City Lord is truly strong enough, with just one word from him, no one in the city will dare to touch me. Furthermore, it will not be easy for anyone to snatch the recipe from me." Waning moon. The wine in the cup was as red as blood and gave off a chill. When the cup was gently shaken, cold air blew out. In their opinion, they could not help Xiao Chen. Night fell, and the blood moon hung high in the sky. Seeing that Xiao Chen was indeed fine, the villagers revealed sincere smiles as they left, chatting and laughing. Xiao Chen praised, "Grandpa Seven is really humble. I know a little about brewing wine as well. To brew something as excellent as heartburn, I would have to spend a lot of effort. Even if a regular winemaker has the recipe, they would find it hard to successfully brew it. Their success rate is extremely low." Xiao Chen had several chances to break through to sovereign personage. Unfortunately, he had always failed by one move. There were simply too many unsolved mysteries in the Coldine Spring. When Xiao Chen advanced to sovereign personage, he had to go down and take a look. However, the Heavenly Slaughter sect placed a bounty on your head for 500,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chen stood alone beside the ancient well. The water in the well reflected the bright scarlet moon. Sang stretched out his hand, and a painting flew over. How terrifying were these two factions in the past. An indistinct blood moon appeared in the cup amid the hazy white fog. No wonder you managed to return alive. Your physical body is truly astonishing. It rivals a divine body, Sang said in shock as he withdrew his hand. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. He had not expected Sang to know so much. He said softly, "I was lucky. Unfortunately, I failed to break through to sovereign personage midway." Footsteps came from behind. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw Sang walking over. Sang said helplessly, "Never mind. I can't be bothered to talk about it. When you reach Peach Blossom City, you will know how much trouble you have caused. How terrifying are the 6 demonic Dao sects. Let me take a look at your injuries." In the end, Xiao Chen still lacked an opportunity to advance to sovereign personage. It was not that he did not have sufficient accumulations but that his horizons were lacking. Xiao Chen felt that Peach Blossom City might be an opportunity. Xiao Chen drained the cup in one go. He immediately felt a refreshing coolness in his mouth. The chill assaulted him, making him shiver involuntarily. Grandpa Seven sighed softly, "Unfortunately, my skills are limited. Little brother gave me so many ingredients, but I can only brew such a small pot." Xiao Chen changed the topic. Then, he looked at the ancient well and asked, "Little Qingqin said that she can see the blood moon in this well during the day. What do you think?" "It doesn't matter. There is still this." "Why?" The recovery ability of Xiao Chen's physical body was somewhat heaven-defying, comparable to a divine body. "Your injuries," Sang looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. "Previously, I went out to make some inquiries. Nearly all the cultivators near Peach Blossom City know that the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches were destroyed. This news has spread throughout the entire desolate sea, causing a huge commotion. No one knows what happened. Many people are guessing your identity. The Heavenly Slaughter sect, one of the 6 great sects of the demonic Dao, has not suffered such a loss for many years. Some people even suspect that the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions are about to clash again. The desolate sea has been peaceful for too long." No wonder Sang was not satisfied. "So, that was the case." Xiao Chen said softly, "This is really unfortunate. Otherwise, I would have been able to shine at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival and attract the attention of Peach Blossom City's city lord. At that time, all the wine lovers of the desolate sea would gather in Peach Blossom City. There would be many experts from various places among them." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I have already destroyed the 89 strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches. If I want to rebuild these strongholds, I might not be able to do so even after 10 years. I have achieved my goal." "The painting is rather similar. Where did you get it?" Xiao Chen was not surprised, he had long expected this. He replied calmly, "As I wish. At the very least, the Heavenly Slaughter sect will focus all their attention on me. I will do my best to dilute the news of the extreme mean body. This will be good for little Qingqin." Chapter 2042. 3 days later, Xiao Chen brought Iron Egg with him, preparing to head to Peach Blossom City. Sang remained in the village, just in case. Grandpa Seven got Xiao Chen to bring Iron Egg along, to let him see the world. As for Grandpa Seven, he rejected Xiao Chen's invitation, not going with him. Xiao Chen brought the 10-odd bottles of Waning Moon and half a bottle of heartburn that Grandpa Seven brewed, as well as the anticipation of the entire village. Iron Egg, have you been to Peach Blossom City before? I have never been there before. However, I heard Grandpa Seven mention it. Peach blossoms are everywhere there. The mountains are beautiful, and the water is beautiful. It is like an immortal realm. Iron Egg felt very excited about going far away to see the world. Xiao Chen also felt some anticipation in his heart. He had been in the desolate sea for a long time already, but he had only stayed in the city for a short time. As for a large city like Peach Blossom City, he had never been there before. Xiao Chen had spent most of his time in the village, away from the cultivators. To him, this was something he had never experienced before. It had been a very long time since he had such close contact with ordinary mortals and lived together. After galloping for 7 days, the two smelled a heavy wine fragrance under the blazing sun. Since they could smell the wine fragrance, Peach Blossom City was naturally not far away. Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. An oasis appeared at the limits of his vision. It was rare to see such a vast oasis in the harsh environment of the desolate sea. Many cities were built directly on wastelands. A large peach forest could be seen in the oasis. Pink peach blossoms covered the ground. A clear river flowed through the peach forest. Lush green mountain ranges lined the sides. The scenery in the vast peach forest was like a painting, fresh and elegant. However, when one thought about the vast peach forest, one would find it boundless, deep, and shocking. This place was the famous Peach Blossom Wall of the desolate sea. Peach Blossom City was behind this vast peach forest. Xiao Chen withdrew their gazes and galloped. They finally arrived at the peach forest before sunset. In the peach forest, many cultivators gathered under the peach trees. They played zither and played music, drinking wine with the peach blossoms. They chatted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. In the past, Xiao Chen had only observed it from afar. However, Xiao Chen had never been to Peach Blossom City before. He was stuck in the peach blossom forest. The horse's hooves trampled on the fallen flowers on the ground, unable to find his way into the city. He only found out after asking around. It turned out that there was only one way to enter the city, and it could only be brought in by a boatman. If one wanted the boatman to sail, no matter how many primeval heavenly pills one offered, one needed to offer a cup of fine wine. If the boatman thinks that the wine is good, he will guide you into the city. Otherwise, no matter how many resources one had, it would be useless. They would only be able to smell the fragrance of the wine in this peach forest. They would not be qualified to participate in the banquet. So there was such a rule. It could be considered a threshold. The two of them led their horses back and forth along the riverside. When they saw a boat docked by the riverside with no one queuing up, they hurriedly ran over. The boatman wore a straw raincoat and sat at the bow of the boat, fishing with a hook in his hand. When Xiao Chen saw this, he felt startled. This seemingly ordinary boatman's cultivation was somewhat unfathomable. It felt like he was at least a great perfection sovereign personage. However, Iron Egg did not feel anything. He stepped forward and asked, "Sir, are you driving the boat?" Xiao Chen immediately found this somewhat strange. This was the first time he heard someone address a sovereign personage as sir. The straw-caped old man was clearly stunned for a while as well. After glancing at Iron Egg, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. Fortunately, he did not get angry. The old man withdrew his fishing rod and removed his conical bamboo hat, revealing a spirited, aged face. "Ha! It is not easy to get this sir to drive the boat. There were a few waves earlier, but I sent them all away. If the two of you are smart, you should go and find another boatman." The straw-caped old man stroked his beard as he laughed strangely. Xiao Chen thought back. Indeed, many cultivators who wanted to enter the city avoided this boat. They did not even look at it, showing some disgust in their eyes. Ha! Sir, you really know how to joke. You look rather friendly. How could you not let us pass? Big brother Xiao, let this sir have a cup of our wine. However, Iron Egg guffawed and boarded the boat without any hesitation. Xiaochen thought to himself, oh no. This is not in accordance with the rules. Just as he was about to stop Iron Egg, the straw-caped old man waved his hand, indicating that there was no problem. Then, he let Xiaochen fetch the wine. Since Iron Egg made his choice, Xiaochen did not want to interfere. He took out a flask of waning moon and handed it over. Quick, look! Someone boarded drunkard Chui's boat. The two's actions attracted the attention of the many cultivators in the peach blossom forest. Someone is going to be unlucky again. To think that someone dares to board drunkard Chui's boat. If drunkard Chui is not satisfied with the wine, he will chase them away. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. What kind of lousy wine flask is this? Are these two people from the countryside? To think that they cannot even afford a decent wine flask. Really, anyone can come to Peach Blossom City now. They are not even particular about the wine flask. Even good wine is wasted. When the cultivators at the riverbank saw that the wine flask Xiaochen took out was extremely ordinary, like a clay figurine from the countryside. When they saw that Iron Egg did not have any cultivation, they immediately showed expressions of disdain. Iron Egg immediately felt upset. He shouted from the boat, bunch of lunatics. What are you talking about? What does this Lord's choice of boat have to do with you? So what if it's from the countryside? Countryside people can still participate in the wine festival. Damn! To think that this little bastard dares to talk back. Just you wait. When drunkard Chui tosses you off, this old man will beat you up until your own mother won't recognize you. Seeing Iron Egg acting so arrogant despite looking like a clay figurine, the group of people in the distance immediately felt upset. Unfortunately, due to the straw-caped old man, they did not dare to come over. They could only shout from the riverbank. Tui! Bunch of trash. You are just bullying me for not having any cultivation. If this old man cultivated from a young age, I guarantee that I would beat you up until your own ancestors wouldn't recognize you. You only know how to shout. If you have the guts, come and beat me up now. This group of people suffered a great loss when they bickered with Iron Egg. After a while, they flew into a rage out of humiliation and gritted their teeth. However, they did not dare to board the boat and could only wait, shouting that they would beat him up after he disembarked. However, the straw-caped old man did not care so much. After he poured himself a cup of wine, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Mist rose from the wine cup, and an indistinct blood moon appeared amid the cold qi. The straw-caped old man's eyes immediately lit up. He gently inhaled, and the mist formed by the wine turned into a crescent moon, which he sucked in. This startled Xiaochen. This old man was truly incredible. Even Xiaochen did not know how to drink like this. After that, Xiaochen closed his eyes and drained the wine in his cup in one go. When he opened his eyes again, he heaved a long sigh and said, "Waning moon. Waning moon. I have not drunk this wine for several decades already. It is still as cold as before, but there is a trace of joy in it. It is not so chilling and heartbreaking. Old Seven skill is becoming increasingly exquisite. Set sail." Xiaochen shouted, filled with lofty sentiments. Then, he casually waved his hand, and the boat shot forward like an arrow, kicking up surging waves. The boat set sail, just like that. The cultivators at the riverbank were all stunned. The notoriously bad-tempered old drunkard Chui actually set sail. Even though old drunkard Chui's entire body was drenched, he did not feel it. This old drunkard's boat had been parked at the riverbank for several decades, never moving. No matter what kind of wine they offered, anyone who boarded would be scolded and beaten down. As time passed, drunkard Chui's reputation became increasingly notorious. No one sought him out to set sail. However, today, 2 bumpkins from the countryside actually got drunkard Chui to set sail. This was truly inconceivable, completely unimaginable. The cultivators waiting to beat up Iron Egg were all drenched. They could only watch helplessly as Iron Egg slipped away, feeling so frustrated that they stomped their feet. When Iron Egg, who was on the boat, saw the situation, he felt very delighted. He laughed loudly and said, "Bunch of trash, and you still want to beat me up? Just watch obediently. This old man is leaving." Ha 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 ha. More people gathered at the riverbank. As they watched drunkard Chui's boat go further away, they all showed astonished expressions. Someone in the peach forest played the zither inside. The peach blossoms on both sides turn red every year, but the ancients do not come with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, all I get is a cup of wine in a golden goblet. Even old drunkard Chui set sail. This wine festival is finally going to be interesting. After not setting sail for 30 years, old drunkard Chui was not waiting for a cup of wine but a person. However, that person did not arrive in the end, only a cup of wine for the ancients. Chapter 2043. The peach blossoms on both banks turn red year after year, but no old friends come with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, all I get is a cup of wine in a golden goblet. The zither music stopped. The youth playing the zither put it away and carried it on his back. As he looked at the reflection of the peach blossoms on both banks, he said softly, "It is time to enter the city. Most of the people who should be here are already here." As the boat traveled along the river, it gradually slowed down. The noise behind also faded. Xiaochen looked curiously at the straw-caped old man and asked softly, "Senior, do you know Grandpa 7? The straw-caped old man smiled and sighed, "I have been waiting for him at the Peach Blossom Cove for 30 years. It looks like he still cannot forget the past. He really will not come again." Iron Egg exclaimed in shock, "Sir, what exactly did my 7th uncle experience back then? Why has he not come to Peach Blossom City?" Xiaochen felt this was strange. Could there be another reason for Grandpa 7 not coming to Peach Blossom City aside from the drying of the Coldine Spring? The straw-caped old man looked at the two, and a reminiscing expression appeared in his eyes. "I got to know your Grandpa 7 50 years ago. Back then, when he first came to Peach Blossom City, he came to my city. What a fellow! He gave me a cup of wildfire and nearly made a fool of himself in front of everyone. The two of you might not know this, but when old 7 came to Peach Blossom City, he became famous everywhere. Many large sects wanted to invite him over to nurture him. However, he refused. His arrogance offended many people. However, every time he came, there was an endless stream of people asking him for wine. However, Iron Egg felt somewhat stunned. He had not expected the seemingly ordinary Grandpa 7 of the village to have such a great background. Xiaochen was not surprised. When he first saw Grandpa 7, he knew that the other party had seen the world. His speech and mannerisms were not like that of an ordinary person. From the very start, Xiaochen had maintained some respect for Grandpa 7. Iron Egg asked anxiously, however, "What?" The straw-caped old man sighed. At the wine festival 30 years ago, he finally brewed Waning Moon and qualified to participate in the Wine King contest. He obtained a promise from the Peach Blossom City Lord. This was the dream that he had been working hard to achieve. However, he lost to someone in the Wine King contest. It was a miserable defeat, a humiliating defeat. After that, I never saw him again. The world is really interesting. I waited for 30 years, but he didn't come. Instead, his descendant came. You can't just say it's a coincidence that you met me. Indeed, the two had never heard of drunkard Chui before they came. They did not know that Grandpa Seven had once enjoyed such glory in Peach Blossom City. He even became close friends with this old man. Just to wait for one person, he didn't set sail for 30 years and even had to bear so many curses. This kind of friendship wasn't something that anyone could easily form. Grandpa Seven had given them special instructions, but the two somehow boarded the straw-caped old man's ship. It could only be said that it was the will of the heavens. Let this cup of wine put an end to the friendship between the two old men. Who defeated Lord Seven? Xiao Qin asked. The straw-caped elder said, Lu Yuanfei is currently the royal winemaker of the Hound Lion Empire in the eastern region. People call him Master Yuanfei. It's seventh brother's fault for being stubborn. He refused to join a sect or accept the empire's resources. Otherwise, how could this have happened? There were some things that the straw-caped elder did not say clearly. However, Xiao Qin could roughly guess. This Master Yuanfei definitely did not just defeat Grandpa Seven back then. He must have done something bad, resulting in Grandpa Seven not coming to Peach Blossom City. It was very possible that Grandpa Seven suffered some grievances. Senior Chui. To think that you are setting sail. Just at this moment, a tall, magnificent fortress ship with dragons and phoenixes carved on it passed by. Banners fluttered in the wind. A youth stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. When he saw the straw-caped old man setting sail, he was greatly startled, appearing extremely shocked. The fortress ship was bustling with activity. The laughter of several girls could be heard, making it a very lively ship. The straw-caped old man glanced at them and ignored them, focusing on steering the ship. Senior Chui, will you board the ship for a chat? I have already prepared good wine. I will not disappoint, Senior. That youth wore embroidered robes and had an extraordinary air. His cultivation had already broken through the shackles of sovereign personage. However, that youth's attitude toward the straw-caped old man was extremely polite. Not interested. The straw-caped old man waved his hand, decisively rejecting. Haha. In that case, sorry for the disturbance. The youth frowned slightly. Then, his gaze fell on Xiao Qin, and a hazy look flashed in his eyes. What wine did this fellow use to move Senior Chui? He won't spoil my plans, right? The fortress ship moved very fast. Soon, it vanished from the group's sight. Iron Egg was flabbergasted. Who is that? How can he be so arrogant? To think that he drove his own fortress ship here. The clear river was filled with all sorts of small boats belonging to Peach Blossom City. Suddenly seeing such a large, magnificent fortress ship appear, it would be hard not to notice it. The straw-caped old man said indifferently, that fellow is Yi Han, the top true inheritor of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, a rank 7 sect in the eastern region. He is just relying on the face of his sect. This is a rare centennial wine festival. There will always be some strange people coming to join in the fun. After seeing more of them, it will not be strange anymore. Following this, Xiao Qin finally understood what, after seeing more of them, it would not be strange anymore. Not only did the rank 7 sects and empires of the eastern and northern region send people over, but even the demonic Dao factions in the distant Shuowu dynasty came to join in the excitement. It had to be said that the Peach Blossom Wine Festival was indeed famous. What surprised Xiao Qin and Iron Egg was that when the fortress ships of nearly every major faction noticed the straw-caped old man, they were all astonished. They would all be surprised and invite them to board the ship. Naturally, they would all be politely rejected. This puzzled Xiao Qin. What exactly was the background of this old man before him? 1 hour later, the river flowed through a city gate. Then, the scene before them suddenly widened. An ancient city appeared before Xiao Qin and Iron Egg miraculously. Xiao Qin and Iron Egg had not sensed it before. To think that there was such a majestic city behind the peach forest. Xiaochen did not know what formation it used to hide this city so ingeniously. When the river flowed through the city before them seemed to suddenly appear. Go up, then. The wine festival will start in a few days. You can stroll around or sell the wine you have here. The city should be quite lively these few days. Oh, right. The straw-caped old man thought of something. Then, he said, give me another flask of waning moon. I'll sign you up for the Wine King contest. You have to fight for it. Xiaochen already knew that these boatmen were wine appraisers sent by the city lord's residence. Using wine to pilot a boat meant appraising the best wine and participating in the Wine King contest. Of course, those rank 7 sects did not need to go through so much trouble. They were all qualified to participate in the Wine King contest. After Xiaochen offered up a flask of waning moon, he formally took his leave of the old man. The two went ashore, officially entering Peach Blossom City. The bustle of the city dazzled the eyes, overwhelming them. Taverns filled the place, and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. If one opened their mouth to breathe, they might get drunk. After Iron Egg entered the city, he became excited. He looked around and sighed in amazement. These were all scenes that he had never seen before. Xiaochen was in a good mood as well. The two strolled around the city, occasionally stopping to sigh at the novelty of the things they saw. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter is out again. Everyone, quickly, go and take a look. She is out again. Could it be that no one has appraised the wine that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter brought? Quickly go, quickly go. If we are late, she might not appear again. Suddenly, the crowd on the street Xiaochen was on rushed to the East Street in a frenzy. Iron Egg exclaimed excitedly, Big Brother Xiao, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter is here as well. The Holy Land, the Heavenly Fragrance. Xiaochen entered deep thought. He recalled that when he first came to the desolate sea, he came into contact with a group of Heavenly Fragrance disciples. At that time, the woman holding the flute had given him a bottle of medicinal pills when she saw that he was poisoned by the thousand taste red. Let's go and take a look. Xiaochen showed a calm expression as he led Iron Egg over to the crowd. The crowd gathered at a courtyard on the East Street, densely surrounding the place. Xiaochen had to use some skill to squeeze his way in. Xiaochen saw a few Heavenly Fragrance disciples with the air and beauty of fairies standing behind a white jade table in front of the courtyard. Our clan's young miss obtained a flask of wine half a year ago and liked it a lot. Unfortunately, we did not know its name. Even when we looked for the wine master, no one knew what kind of wine it was. Coincidentally, the Peach Blossom Wine Festival gathers all the wine lovers of the desolate sea. If anyone can identify the origins of this wine, our clan's young miss will reward you handsomely. A Heavenly Fragrance disciple smiled as she looked around and pointed at the wine in the cup on the table. If one could identify the origins of this wine, they could meet the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and even receive a gift from her. Without a doubt, this was very tempting. Big Brother Xiao, do you want to give it a try? Big Brother Xiao, why aren't you saying anything? The excited Iron Egg asked in confusion when he noticed that Xiaochen's expression was somewhat strange. Xiaochen stared at the wine in the cup in a daze. Why does this wine resemble the thousand-year flame? Did Immortal leave the Kunlun realm? Chapter 2044. Thousand-Year Flame. The Thousand-Year Flame was a wine that Immortal brewed based on an incomplete winemaking recipe from the Immortal epic. Logically speaking, it should not have appeared in the Great Thousand Realms. If it appeared, there could only be one reason: Immortal had already left the Great Thousand Realms. Xiaochen counted carefully and realized that it had been close to 8 years since he left the Kunlun realm. He remembered that the old dragon horse said that Immortal had a chance of entering the Blue Dragon Palace. Given Mo Chen's intelligence, after entering the Blue Dragon Palace, she should have grown strong enough to leave the Kunlun realm in 8 years. There was another important point. The Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. The restrictions that he laid might no longer exist. No matter how Xiaochen looked at it, Mo Chen had a high chance of leaving. However, he needed to verify that the wine on the white jade table was indeed the 1,000-year flame. Big brother Xiao, are you alright? Iron Egg asked from the side. Xiao Chen's expression recovered its calm. He nodded and said, I'm fine. Continue watching. The somewhat charming heavenly fragrance disciple behind the table said softly, if anyone is confident, you can come up and check it out. However, I'll say this first. Those who come up will have to pay 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. If you succeed, the heavenly fragrance will return 200,000 primeval heavenly pills. If you fail, you will lose the 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a threshold was mainly to prevent anyone from coming up to taste the wine. The wine was limited and could not be tested frequently. The moment the disciple said that, the crowd discussed it. However, no one stepped forward. It is difficult. Yesterday, 3 scions brought Grandmaster winemakers over. In the end, they did not gain anything. No one knows what wine it is. Among them was the top true inheritor of the Heavenly Lodging sect. Last year, he entered the Wine King contest, but no one knows the result either. Damn! Is it that difficult? Haha! Whether it is difficult or not, just hand over the primeval heavenly pills and go up to check. What kind of joke is this? Even if they are scions, 100,000 primeval heavenly pills is not a small sum. How could they dare to go up? Many people came to watch the excitement. However, only a few actually stepped forward. These people were not fools. The heavenly fragrance Holy Land had seen all sorts of wine. They already had the best winemakers. Furthermore, with the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's connections, they could meet even more winemakers. However, they were still unable to appraise it. Furthermore, the people who had failed yesterday knew that this was not an easy task. Just as that charming heavenly fragrance disciple appeared disappointed, a white-clad person walked out of the crowd and said with a smile, "This young master, please pay the primeval heavenly pills first." How could Xiaochen have any more primeval heavenly pills? He had used them all long ago, so he was now penniless. Without saying a word, he reached out to grab the wine glass. Young master is rude. The charming woman smiled and stretched out her hand. Her fingers were as white as jade, soft and beautiful. Her hand moved like she was pinching a flower, grabbing at Xiaochen's wrist. Xiaochen gently flipped his palm to avoid the attack and continued to grab the wine cup. The charming woman immediately became somewhat angry. Her lily-white hands continued to move. Instantly, brilliant lights appeared, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. Her lily-white hands were like saucers that danced around, dazzling and unfathomable to the eyes of others. Heavenly fragrant 100-flower finger. The cultivators watching from behind were greatly startled when they recognized this consummate technique. At the same time, they felt shocked. To think that someone was so rude in front of the heavenly fragrance. Was he not afraid of incurring the wrath of the crowd? As Xiaochen looked at the hundreds of flowers blooming in front of him and the indistinct immortal butterfly hidden among them, he could not help but feel shocked. Xiaochen thought to himself, interesting. If I continue to grab the wine cup, the other party will definitely restrain me. Xiaochen retreated in order to advance. After he withdrew his hand, he silently circulated the divine dragon body tempering art. Strands of azure light representing vital qi slowly flowed in Xiaochen's body and gathered at his 5 fingers. Xiaochen withdrew his hand as slowly as an ant. However, the instant he withdrew it, he attacked again at lightning speed. Anxiety immediately flashed on the charming woman's face. She could not help but move faster. Multicolored butterflies danced around, creating many phantoms. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. The hundreds of flowers bloomed even more beautifully. Xiaoqin and the charming woman's palms moved around each other, dazzling everyone and making them sigh in amazement. The crowd that was startled and angered by Xiaoqin earlier could not help cheering when they saw such a game. Where did this person come from? To think that he can last for so long before the 100 flowers twining fingers. I've never heard of him before. He seems to have the dragon race bloodline. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. This is much more interesting than watching wine tasting. The onlookers' interest was piqued, and they began to watch attentively. Many people even gained some comprehension, using their left and right hands to mimic the moves. 100 flowers twining fingers, soft fingers twining among the 100 flowers. Toward the end, Xiaoqin found the other party's fingers increasingly difficult to deal with, making things difficult for him. However, it was not that simple for him to admit defeat. Time to gamble. Xiaoqian's expression turned grave. Suddenly, he gave up on playing with the wine cup and grabbed it with a flip of his hand. The 100 flowers twining fingers grabbed the other party's wrist, preventing her from struggling free. However, Xiaoqian's other hand grabbed the wine cup firmly at an even faster speed. The mysterious phenomenon of the 100 flowers suddenly stopped. This startled the charming woman, and she revealed a trace of embarrassment on her pretty face. You are cheating. When the charming woman saw the wine cup land on Xiaoqian's body, she immediately felt flustered and frustrated. When the others saw this scene, they also felt sorry for the charming woman. This white-clad person really did not play by the rules. To think that he even dared to tease a heavenly fragrance disciple. Senior Sister Chu. When the other heavenly fragrance disciples saw Xiaoqin grab the charming woman's wrist, they immediately panicked and charged at Xiaoqin. In that instant, 10,000 flowers bloomed, looking very beautiful. A strong wind blew as they charged at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin remained calm. Boundless azure vital qi circulated in his body. The vital qi surged from all over his body, forming the might of a blue dragon. With a dragon roar, Xiaoqin let go of the charming woman's wrist. Xiaoqin gently waved his hand, looking like a dragon swinging its tail. This seemingly casual waving carried 200 cauldron force in his body. Bang! 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 Shattered flower petals filled the air, knocking back the heavenly fragrance disciples charging at Xiaoqin. Just as the charming woman was about to get serious, she suddenly looked up and discovered that Xiaoqin had already focused all his attention on the wine in the cup. He held the wine glass with 3 fingers, and with a slow and gentle movement, he began to shake it gently in accordance with some sort of rhythm. While Xiaoqin felt uncertain, the wine in the cup gave off a golden light. Then, a golden crow soared into the sky and circled the surroundings. It had both form and spirit, like a divine bird had appeared. Golden crow! Golden crow! Quick, run! The golden crow holy beast is coming out. The golden crow empire of the eastern region was famous. Everyone knew that the divine bird of the empire had appeared. Right now, the empire's luck was flourishing and unstoppable. The strength of the golden crow was boundlessly ferocious. It was a divine bird that only existed in myths and legends. The sudden appearance of the golden crow startled the many cultivators present, causing them to scatter and flee. After a while, the circling golden crow slowly scattered. Only then did everyone startle awake from a dream. It turned out that everything earlier was just an illusion. They immediately felt embarrassed. To think that the mysterious phenomenon in the wine scared them into such a sorry state. Damn it, this fellow actually tricked us. Many people glared at Xiaoqin, feeling very angry. Xiaoqin did not care. As he looked at the wine in the cup, he finally confirmed that it was indeed the 1,000-year flame that Imochen brewed. The charming woman looked at Xiaoqin incredulously. Just as she was feeling shocked, a voice projection rang out by her ear. She looked at Xiaoqin and said, "Young master, please come with me. The holy daughter requests your presence." Xiaoqin nodded slightly. He wanted to ask where the other party got this 1,000-year flame. Xiaoqin drained the wine in the cup in one gulp. Then, he called out to Iron Egg and walked to the residence with large strides. Damn, he actually managed to figure it out. Who is that rustic country bumpkin? Heavens! Where did these two weirdos come from? This is illogical. Why? I can't enter the residence. I want to see the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter as well. Seeing that even Iron Egg was invited in, the many cultivators behind wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They felt extremely disappointed, finding this unfair. Chapter 2045. After passing through the corridors, courtyards, and pavilions, Xiaoqian's field of vision gradually widened. A patch of green grass appeared before Xiaoqin. Many people were already seated on the grass, looking carefree and at ease. Xiaoqin took a quick look and found many familiar people among them. These were the rank 7 sect outstanding talents and noble clan scions who had taken the fortress ship to come over. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan was among them. However, the one who attracted Xiaoqian's attention the most was a youth playing the zither. This youth wore embroidered robes, and his long hair casually draped over his shoulders. He held a flask of wine by his hand, looking very extraordinary. For this youth to be so eye-catching among the true inheritors of a rank 7 sect, he was definitely extraordinary. However, Xiaoqin only took a glance at him. His attention landed on a woman holding a flute behind the grassy field. The two's eyes met, and Xiaoqin felt slightly startled. It turned out that she was the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. Back when he first entered the desolate sea, this person even gave him a medicinal pill. No wonder there was always a fog around her. Even though she was right before Xiaoqin and their eyes met, he could not make out her appearance. While Xiaoqin was startled, the other party was even more startled. The poison of the 1,000 taste red has already penetrated deep into the soul. You can still remove it. This is truly shocking, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said slowly, feeling incredibly shocked. The moment the holy daughter said that, she immediately attracted the attention of the outstanding talents on the grassy field. The poison of the 1,000 taste red had long since spread throughout the desolate sea. Everyone feared it, even more so than the soul devouring of the demonic Dao cultivators. I was lucky. Xiaoqin was not used to such a scene. After giving a simple explanation, he asked, "Might I ask the holy daughter, where did this 1,000-year flame come from?" The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said in understanding, "So, this wine is called the 1,000-year flame. I obtained it by chance. I wonder who brewed it. I spent a lot of effort searching but could not find it. It probably came from the outer realm. Young master seems to know a lot about it." The outer realm referred to the worlds outside the central great realm, such as the Grave Sea cluster. As the two spoke, several people noticed Xiaoqin, finding him somewhat familiar, and started whispering to each other. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Given this, Imochen should have left the Kunlun realm already. However, they hadn't reached the central world yet. It wasn't easy for outsiders to reach the central world. In order to set foot on the central world, Xiaoqin had wandered for 5 years and suffered a great deal. If young master knows, please tell me. I really want to introduce this wine to the heavenly fragrance banquet. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter appeared very sincere. She was also very interested in this 1,000-year flame. For the sake of investigating Xiaoqian's origins, he even made a special trip to Peach Blossom City. This showed his determination. However, it had nothing to do with Xiaoqin anymore. He was a little disappointed and casually said, I don't really know her well. Goodbye. Originally, Xiao Chen was thinking of finding out where Mo Chen was. Now, it looked like that was impossible. Since that was the case, there was no need to stay here any longer. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter felt surprised when Xiao Chen wanted to leave. She smiled and said, Young master still has not told me your name. Xiao Chen. So, it is young master Xiao. Have a seat. It is rare for us to meet. No matter what, you helped me figure out the origins of this wine. I have to thank you. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter urged Xiao Chen to stay. Young master Xiao, please have a seat. I am very curious about the person who can make Senior Chui drive his boat. The well-dressed young master playing the zither had just taken a sip of wine when he put down the wine flask and spoke to Xiao Chen. Before this, Senior Chui's boat had passed by. However, he had not noticed Xiao Chen's presence. After the well-dressed young master's reminder, Xiao Chen immediately remembered. No wonder he found Xiao Chen familiar, but he could not place him. After the well-dressed young master's reminder, Xiao Chen immediately remembered. No wonder he found Xiao Chen familiar, but he could not place him. Xiao Chen nodded and casually found a place to sit with Iron Egg. Iron Egg felt somewhat uncomfortable. These people all had strange expressions as they looked at the two of them. These people were all proud and arrogant. Although they did not say it, they all showed disdain and contempt on their faces. Even the weakest among them was an initial perfection sovereign personage. The Ice Snow Mountain Manners Yihan and the person playing the zither were even more unfathomable. After chatting for a while, Xiao Chen answered every question he asked. Now, the group understood. When the group realized that Xiao Chen was not a disciple of Ancestor Dragon City or a noble clan disciple, they immediately lost interest. However, the person playing the zither did not mind. He discussed many interesting topics with Xiao Chen. Brother Wenren, why don't you play another song for us? Right. It would be best if you play a duet with the Holy Daughter's flute. Someone booed, and the others immediately chimed in. Xiao Chen felt curious as well. He wanted to hear this person's zither. Of course, he missed the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter's flute music even more. Back then, she had shocked everyone. This zither-playing youth with the family name Wenren looked at the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter and asked, Holy Daughter, are you willing? Never mind. Brother Wenren studied under the zither sage and has learned the true inheritance. This little sister's flute music might not be able to match. Brother Wenren, please play a solo. The Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter did not agree, but she rejected. Naturally, the others did not think that the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter's music was inferior to Wenren's. However, the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter had never played a duet with a man before, probably to avoid arousing suspicion. Wenren smiled faintly and did not say anything more. His 10 fingers moved nimbly, and a drawn-out zither music immediately flowed like an unending stream from the foot of a divine mountain, bringing with it a refreshing tinkling sound. The music intoxicated everyone, making them forget everything else and unable to pull themselves out. The spirited zither music, together with Wenren's grace, was pleasing to the eyes and delightful in this residence. When the song ended, everyone slowly woke up. When they opened their eyes, they still felt that it was not enough. Good song. He truly lives up to being the zither sage's brilliant disciple. Brother Wenren's zither skills are always refreshing. How unfortunate. If it were paired with the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter's flute music, it would be the best in the desolate sea. Wenren quietly listened to these praises, not saying anything. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Iron Egg muttered, It's nothing much. It doesn't hurt or itch. It's soft, without any strength at all, like a girl's. Although Iron Egg's voice was soft, everyone here was a sovereign personage. How could it escape their ears? When Iron Egg heard that, his expression did not change. However, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he still felt somewhat upset. You are just a country bumpkin. What do you know? If you don't know, then don't say it. Don't embarrass yourself, Xiaoqin. Are you not going to discipline your companion? How rude. If you don't want to listen, then scram. Don't just stand there. Iron Egg's words incited everyone's anger. The voices of criticism slowly shifted to Xiaoqin. Actually, these people had long since been dissatisfied with Xiaoqin. Previously, they had all praised the 1,000-year flame. In the end, no one recognized it. Suddenly, this person, who came out of nowhere, identified it and showed off in front of the Holy Daughter. Naturally, these people felt upset. Now that they found an opportunity, they immediately pointed the spearhead at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin said indifferently, although I do not understand music, I know that there are differences in taste and taste. Everyone has their own taste. It is indeed not good to express one's opinion in public. However, there is no need to criticize others like this. Iron Egg also felt somewhat uncomfortable. He felt that the people in this place all had the same attitude. He had long been upset. He directly said, Big Brother Xiao, let's go. It is tiring talking to this group of people. Even when playing the zither, they still have to say nice things. You country bumpkin, you want to leave without apologizing to Brother Wenren? No way. However, the others did not give up. They wanted Iron Egg and Xiaoqin to apologize as well. Ha 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 ha. I also feel that this zither music is very soft and boring. Wenren, do you want me to apologize to you as well? Just at this moment, boorish laughter rang out from a tall building in the courtyard. At some point in time, a person had appeared. This person wore scarlet robes, and his fine black hair fluttered about. Demonic chi surged from his entire body, and he had a handsome face. A sharp light radiated from his face, making him look unruly. The blood flame scion, Pei Shao Xian. Indeed, wherever the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter appears, this fellow will definitely come. The blood flame immortal was the top true inheritor of the blood flame sect, one of the 6 demonic Dao sections. He could be considered an outstanding talent among demonic Dao outstanding talents. This person was arrogant and unruly. However, he was terrifyingly strong. Although Xiaoqin had not been in the desolate sea for long, he had heard of this person before. Ha! Why is this old man not coming? I'm here for my wife. The profound heaven's holy son, Wenren, you shameless bastard. For the sake of chasing after my wife, you left home to learn the sound Dao. Halfway through, you were chased out of your sect. Then, you stuck to your wife like a mangy dog. Who in the desolate sea does not know what you, Wenren, are up to? Only you people would lick his stinky feet. This old man does not care. After the blood flame immortal Pei Shaoxian laughed loudly, he looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and said, Wife, don't be afraid. I'll help you chase away these flies. The blood flame immortal Pei Shaoxian threw a palm strike, wanting to fight everyone here alone. Chapter 2046. Pei Shaoxian was simply like a madman. He attacked as he wished without any warning. With a palm strike, countless scarlet flames formed talismans that covered the sky and rained down like a storm. It's the flame demon talisman. Disperse. Xiaoqin looked at the sky full of blood talismans and fell into deep thought. These talismans were hard to defend against. After being struck, it would immediately burn the body, burn the blood, and even burn the soul. If an ordinary cultivator could release such a blood talisman, it would already be extremely frightening and difficult to deal with. However, the moment Pei Shaoxian attacked, blood talismans filled the sky. Just looking at this made one's scalp go numb. Humph. Wenren Yu snorted coldly. Her hands quickly plucked the strings of the zither, creating waves of sound waves. They turned into rainbow-colored arrows that shattered the terrifying blood talismans. However, many blood talismans still fell to the ground. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter sighed softly and made a move. The sound of the flute rang out, like the sounds of nature, slowly fusing with the power of the surroundings. Space rippled like water, and the blood talismans gradually faded before vanishing completely. Comparing the two, the Tao of music. The difference between the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and Wenren Yu was immediately clear. Young Master Pei, this is the heavenly fragrance palace, and everyone here is a guest. Please don't be presumptuous. There was no joy or anger in the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's voice. Pei Xiaoxian withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Dear, I'm just helping you chase away the flies. I'm not being impudent. All of you guys are staring at my wife. Do you want to die?" The moment Pei Xiaoxian spoke, the smile on his face vanished. Then, he glared at Wenren Yu and the others with a fiendish expression. Wenren Yu said indifferently, "Pei Xiaoxian, if you are going crazy, go far away. Don't be impudent in the holy daughter's residence. Others might be afraid of you, but I won't." Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, "Ah. For the sake of pursuing my wife, you embarrassed the profound heaven holy land. Today, I'll make you lose all your face. Let's see how you can continue acting in the future." Boom! Pei Xiaoxian roared, and a boundless scarlet flame ignited in half the sky. The flames were like painful waves, surging and surging, bringing about an impending pressure. The demonic chi on his body soared into the sky, causing the crimson flames to surge violently, causing people's hearts to tremble. The expressions of everyone below changed. This Pei Xiaoxian was truly a madman. Xiao! Suddenly, a person dashed out of the scarlet flames. With a wave of his hand, he caught all the scarlet flames in his hand. With a flip of his hand, a vast universe appeared before everyone's eyes, and the terrifying phenomenon instantly vanished. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The person who made a move was actually the drunkard who had driven the boat for him previously. Bloodflame's son. The city lord had ordered that the saintess was his honored guest. "If you continue to cause trouble like this, I can only tie you up and throw you into the Peach Blossom Cove to feed the fish." A trace of fear flashed in Pei Xiaoxuan's eyes. However, he felt extremely displeased in his heart. This old fellow was really ruthless. His expression kept changing, and he actually did not let go immediately. After a while, Pei Xiaoxian revealed a smile and said, "Senior Chui must be joking. I am just passing by. I did not intend to cause trouble." Humph. You know my temper. If there is a next time, I will not waste words with you. Senior Chui snorted coldly. Then, his gaze landed on the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. "Holy daughter, are you startled? If you are, I will chase this fellow away. It's fine. He can stay here as long as he does not attack others." Old Chui did not say anything more. He looked at the scarlet flames in his hand and said indifferently, "I'll hold on to this scarlet flame for you first. I will return it to you after you leave the city." Pei Xiaoxian waved his hand and said, "Hee. Take it. If Senior Chui can help me refine it again, I will be eternally grateful." Senior Chui ignored Pei Xiaoxian. His figure flashed, disappearing before everyone's eyes. He came quickly and left quickly as well. Iron Egg whispered, "So, Sir is actually so strong." Up on the roof, Pei Xiaoxian did not care. He laughed loudly and landed beside Iron Egg. Then, he patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said with a smile, "Little brother, you have pretty good taste. I'll sit beside you. Come. Everyone, continue." Pretend that I am not here. What were you all talking about earlier? Pei Xiaoxian sat down without any fear. However, this made the others feel somewhat awkward, not used to it. No one answered. However, Iron Egg remembered. He said, earlier, they wanted Big Brother Xiaoqin to apologize. They said that I insulted the Holy Sun and that Big Brother Xiaoqin did not discipline me properly. Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, you people only know how to look down on others. Seeing that this Brother Xiao does not belong to any sect, you think that he is easy to bully. Haha. If you knew that this Brother Xiao of mine is the ruthless person who recently uprooted 80-odd Heavenly Slaughter sect branches, I wonder if you would still dare to make him apologize. What? The moment Pei Xiaoxian said that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Countless gazes landed on Xiaoqin. So, it is you. Recently, the righteous Dao and demonic Dao sects had hundreds of conflicts in the Desolate Sea. To think that it is all because of a mixed-blood dragon who is not even a sovereign personage. How dare you? Recently, after the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches were uprooted near Peach Blossom City, it triggered a chain reaction. No one knew who was the culprit, but the Heavenly Slaughter sect took revenge on the surrounding righteous Dao factions to vent their anger. The originally fragile balance between the righteous Dao and demonic Dao broke. The various major factions started fighting, and both sides suffered huge losses. This matter had long since spread like wildfire. However, who could have imagined that the cause was a brat who was not even a sovereign personage? Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, he felt slightly startled in his heart. Now, he finally understood why Sang said that he would only know what kind of trouble he caused after he fell in Peach Blossom City. Pei Xiaoxian paused for a moment and looked at Xiaoqin. Then, he smiled and continued, do you know why this profound heaven's holy sun is here? Aside from coveting my wife's beauty, it is to mediate the conflict between the righteous Dao and demonic Dao. The Heavenly Slaughter sect's young sect master, Wang Lin, will be rushing over soon. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He had not expected such a thing to happen. When Ren Yu carefully put away the zither, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiaoqin and asked, young Master Xiao, did you really eradicate the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect? With such a question, it looked like what Pei Xiaoxian said was pretty close to the truth. Xiaoqin nodded and replied casually, that's right. I was the one who eradicated the Heavenly Slaughter sect's strongholds. Holy Sun Wenren, do you have any advice for me? Brat, do you know that you have caused us great trouble? How can the demonic Dao factions casually move around? Who do you think you are in this desolate sea? It is not your turn to play the hero. If the demonic Dao factions were that easy to deal with, they would have been eliminated long ago. Ridiculous. This time, 10-odd strongholds of the Fire Flame sect were eradicated. More than 100 people died. Our Water Cloud sect is in a miserable state. The branch that we established more than 100 years ago was nearly destroyed. Our Scarlet Firmament sect is in an even worse state. One of our branch elders died. Before Wenren you could say anything, the true inheritors of the rank 7 sects and ancient noble clans all showed somewhat hostile expressions as they looked at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin smiled self-mockingly and said, so, it's my fault. If not you, who should we blame? If not for you, why would there be such a huge commotion? Some people refused to give up, continuing to pester Xiaoqin. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said softly, it looks like everyone has forgotten their purpose here. I want to speak to Xiaoqin alone. Everyone, please go back. Clearly, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's tone already showed some displeasure. The others also felt that making things difficult for the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and her residents was somewhat overboard. They quickly apologized and took their leave. This gathering should have ended the moment Pei Xiaoxian appeared. Now that Xiao Chen's identity was exposed, there was no reason for this gathering to continue. Before the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yi Han left, he glanced at Xiao Chen and smiled faintly. Then, he sent a voice projection, "If young Master Xiao has time, you can come to the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's residence for a gathering. I have some things to discuss with young Master Xiao." Without waiting for Xiao Chen to reply, Yi Han left with the others. Before Wen Rinyu left, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "If Brother Xiao wants to resolve some conflicts with the demonic Dao factions, you can take the initiative to contact me. I can still put in some words." However, Pei Xiaoxian smiled coldly at the side and said, "Words are useless." Wen Rinyu left with a smile, treating Pei Xiaoxian as heir, not caring about his existence at all. "You're not leaving. If you don't, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave even if you want to." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter looked at Pei Xiaoxian with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Pei Xiaoxian smiled embarrassedly and said, "Wife, you really know how to joke. This husband will take his leave first. Next time, when there is no one around, we can chat happily." Before the holy daughter left, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I find you pleasing to the eye. If the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's Wang Yun comes looking for you, my name will definitely be more useful than Wen Rinyu's." The Tianxiang Imperial residence, which had been bustling with noise just a moment ago, suddenly became deserted. When Xiao Chen looked up, the sky had already darkened at some point in time. Xiao Chen looked at the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and asked, "Holy daughter, why did you make me stay behind alone?" Chapter 2047. Saintess, why did you ask me to stay behind alone? At this moment, on the grassland. Aside from Xiao Chen, only the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter remained. Iron Egg had also been arranged to rest elsewhere in the palace. Xiao Chen could not figure out why the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter wanted him to stay behind. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I would like to ask you if you met someone in the Desolate Sea." Who? The number of people Xiao Chen saw in the Desolate Sea could not be considered many, but it could not be considered few either. This question was somewhat difficult to answer. Qin Zhuolin. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. He had indeed seen this person once when he first came to the Desolate Sea. However, it could be considered a coincidence that the two of them came into contact. Furthermore, it was extremely secretive, so it would be difficult for outsiders to know about it. Unless, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter smiled and said, "In that case, there is no mistake. Half a month ago, I sent someone to seek him out for help. However, he was rejected. He said that he didn't owe anyone a favor in the past few years, and that there was no need for him to make a move. This is also a coincidence. I did not expect the Xiao Qin he mentioned to be the same Xiao Qin who was poisoned by Thousand Taste Red that day. What's more, I did not expect to see you again in Peach Blossom City." Indeed, Xiao Qin guessed right. Unless Qin Zhuolin said it himself, Qin Zhuolin would not be able to hide it. Otherwise, no one would know about his meeting with Qin Zhuolin. However, who exactly was this Qin Zhuolin? He did not even give face to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. One had to know that the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land status was transcendent, and its reputation was excellent. Obtaining the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's invitation and establishing a connection with the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land would be extremely beneficial to him. Regardless of Qin Zhuolin's origins, Xiao Chen looked at the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and asked, "So?" The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said, "I do indeed have something to ask of Qin Zhuolin. Furthermore, it is very urgent. If he does not appear, it will be very difficult for me to accomplish it. It just so happens that he owes you a favor. I want you to help me persuade him." In the end, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter just wanted to ask Xiao Qin to help her persuade Qin Zhuolin. Xiao Qin said thoughtfully, "I've only met him once. I'm not sure if I can persuade him." "It's fine. As long as you say that you are willing to help me, I will pass on the message. When the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter saw that Xiaoqin was easy to talk to, she felt gratified. Xiaoqin nodded. Since the saintess is really anxious, we can give it a try, but I can't guarantee that he will agree. Seeing Xiaoqin agree so straightforwardly, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter revealed an expression of joy, a smile on her face. It seemed like it wanted to blow away the fog shrouding him. When Xiaoqin looked over, he felt like he was bathed in a spring breeze, and his eyes lit up. Unfortunately, the fog did not disperse in the end, and he still could not see Xiaoqin's appearance clearly. Then I'll take my leave. Xiaoqin cupped his hands and prepared to leave. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter felt slightly stunned. Then, she smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, are you not willing to speak more with me?" It was the same before, and it was the same now. He was always in a hurry to leave. You helped me identify the 1,000-year flame, so I should properly thank you. Now that you have helped me so much, I should thank you even more. Xiaoqin smiled and said, "It was just a small matter. There is indeed no need to thank me. This is the first time we met, and we do not know each other." Yet, the holy daughter left behind the antidote to the 1,000 taste red for me. What I am doing now is not worth mentioning. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter saw that Xiaoqin was carefree and at ease, showing that he did not intend to stand on ceremony. After thinking for a while, she said, "Young Master Xiao and your friend have just arrived in Peach Blossom City. I believe you have not found a place to stay yet. If you do not mind, you can stay in the heavenly fragrance's residence." This was the truth. Xiaoqin thought about it for a while. There would definitely be endless trouble after he left. Staying in the heavenly fragrance's residence was indeed much more convenient. In that case, many thanks for the holy daughter's invitation. After Xiaoqin turned and left, a few heavenly fragrance disciples appeared. They frowned and said, "Young miss, are we really going to let young Master Xiao stay? The heavenly fragrance's residence has never let a male stay in it before. Would it be bad if word got out?" The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter replied softly, "What's bad about it? Chu Xiang, you make the arrangements." "Me?" The disciple named Chu Xiang was the flirtatious girl who used the 100 flowers twining hand to block Xiaoqin but ended up getting captured by Xiaoqin. The holy daughter's words surprised Chu Xiang. After she recovered her wits, she nodded in agreement. After making some preparations, Chu Xiang went to look for Xiaoqin and Iron Egg, who were resting in a pavilion. Then, she brought the two to their lodgings. When Chu Xiang saw Xiaoqin, she said softly, "Young Master Xiao, I have already made arrangements for your lodgings. Please come with me." Xiaoqin recognized this girl. He said sincerely, "I have offended you earlier. Miss Chu, please don't take offense." Chu Xiang smiled casually and said, "It's fine. Young Master Zhao's cultivation is not high, but this Chu Xiang admires your strength. My master's 100 flowers twining hand is the true inheritance." Unexpectedly, young Master Xiao still managed to break it. "If we have time in the future, we can have a good exchange." Chu Xiang was indeed a good girl. She had a good temper and a good heart. Xiaoqin nodded and smiled. "I would be delighted." The two chatted casually in the residence, discussing some of their understanding of the martial Dao. This somewhat broadened Xiaoqin's horizons. Chu Xiang truly lived up to being a disciple of a holy land. Many of her insights and viewpoints benefited Xiaoqin greatly. Halfway to the residence, Xiaoqin discovered an old man and a youth leaving in the opposite corridor, feeling somewhat disappointed. The old man was spirited and gave off a steady aura, giving off the air of a grandmaster. The youth had an imposing appearance, looking handsome and distinguished. He even exuded the air of a ruler. Upon seeing that youth, the dragon race bloodline in Xiaoqin's body even surged slightly, raring to give it a try. wanting to compete with him. Xiaoqin could not help asking out of curiosity, "Who are these two people?" Chu Xiang took a look and said, "That is the crown prince of the eastern region's Hound Lion Empire, Xiahou Wu. The one beside him is Great Master Yuan Fei. They should be here to appraise the 1,000-year flame because of its fame." However, young Master Xiao already appraised the 1,000-year flame, so they have nothing to do with it. No wonder they returned disappointed. Wait, Great Master Yuan Fei. Xiaoqin suddenly recalled this Great Master Yuan Fei. Wasn't he the one who humiliated Grandpa 7 back then? As a result, Grandpa 7 did not come to Peach Blossom City for 30 years. "Miss Chu, it has been a long time." Xiahou Wu looked at Chu Xiang from afar, and the disappointment on his face immediately vanished. Then, he quickly walked over with a smile. Seeing the other party so enthusiastic, Chu Xiang said somewhat cautiously, "Young Master Xiahou, how have you been?" Xiahou Wu smiled and said, "It has been a year since we parted at Desolate City. Great Master, please give Miss Chu a bottle of my 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. This is just a small gift. Please don't regard it as an outsider." Great Master Yuan Fei, who was behind, smiled faintly and took out a flask of wine. Xiahou Wu received it and said, "This spirit flower wine not only tastes excellent, but it also has a beautifying effect on women. More importantly, it can assist in cultivation and increase one's comprehension ability." With regards to his gift, Xiahou Wu was still very confident. However, Chu Xiang rejected, saying, "Young Master Xiahou is too polite. This fine wine is too precious. Young Master Xiahou, please keep it for yourself." Xiahou Wu had not expected to be rejected. He took a step forward, wanting to forcefully give this 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine to Chu Xiang. "If you don't want it, you are looking down on me, Xiahou Wu. If Miss Chu continues to reject me, then there is no point in me keeping it. I might as well throw it away." Chu Xiang felt somewhat embarrassed, unable to advance or retreat. As she struggled, a hand suddenly reached out and took the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. "Young Master Xiahou, since Miss Chu does not want this wine, it would be a waste to throw it away. Let me drink it for you." Xiaoqin held the wine flask and gulped it down in one go. His body immediately felt hot. The spiritual energy veritable essence energy and demonic chi veritable essence energy in his primal core surged at the same time. In an instant, his veritable essence energy became denser, a pleasant surprise. Xiaoqin reluctantly drank the last drop. Then, he shook the flask a few times to make sure that there was no wine left. Wiping his mouth, Xiaoqin returned the flask. Then, he smiled and said, "This is indeed good wine. It truly lives up to being the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. Thank you, young Master Xiahou, for your kind intentions." This happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Chu Xiang and Xiahou Wu were stunned. When Chu Xiang saw Xiaoqin wipe his mouth and return the empty flask to Xiahou Wu, she could not help covering her mouth and giggling. However, Xiahou Wu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He sized up Xiaoqin and demanded, "Who are you? How dare you drink my wine? Are you seeking death?" Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "There are many people in this world who want me dead. It does not matter if you die or not. I do not even fear the dragon god crown prince. So what if I drink your flask of wine? You are seeking death." Seeing that a holy venerate like Xiaoqin dared to show such an attitude, Xiahou Wu became enraged. He immediately threw a palm strike at Xiaoqin. Xiahou Wu flew into a rage, and his aura instantly erupted. A terrifying aura belonging to the great desolate Ian mutated beast, the Swan Ni, pressed down on Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin could no longer hold back his divine dragon bloodline. It erupted, merging his veritable essence energy and vital qi. Then, he threw a punch at Xiaoqin. Bang! The two fists clashed amid a loud sound. By relying on his acquired divine body, Xiaoqian did not move at all. Xiahou Wu, who had underestimated his opponent, suffered greatly. This punch sent him flying back 100 meters. His internal organs churned, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. Xiahou Wu, this is the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. How dare you be so impudent here? Chu Xiang shouted coldly as she stood in front of Xiaoqian when she saw Xiahou Wu attack and injure him. Fortunately, Xiaoqian was not injured. Otherwise, if the Holy Daughter blamed her, she would have failed in her duty. At this moment, Chu Xiang's gentle and charming air vanished. Her aura was sharp, no one daring to underestimate her. Xiahou Wu, who was about to continue attacking, withdrew the terrifying aura in his body. Then, he said indifferently, naturally, I do not dare to be impudent in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. After saying that, Xiahou Wu looked coldly at Xiaoqian before turning to leave. Chu Xiang heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Xiahou Wu leave. Then, she quickly turned around to look. She saw Xiaoqian's expression turn strange. His cheeks puffed up like he was suppressing the clotted blood in his body, feeling very uncomfortable. Startled, she exclaimed, Young Master Xiao, are you all right? Don't scare me. Gulp. Xiaoqian recovered to normal. He smiled and said, What can happen to me? I just could not bear to spit out the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine.